ICAR, India, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, and the Asian Fisheries Society, Indian branch, Mangalore, extend a warm welcome, a warm namaste to the august gathering and distinguished dignitaries present here on the occasion of this flagship tri-annual fisheries extravaganza, the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum 2025, with this visionary theme, Greening the Blue Growth in Asia Pacific, on this 12th day of February 2025 at this landmark venue, the Bharat Ratna C. Subramaniam Auditorium, ICAR Convention Center in the National Agricultural Science Center, NASC, New Delhi, India. The Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum is a scientific forum organized by the Asian Fisheries Society once every 3 years to understand the global trends and address issues by fisheries and aquaculture sectors. The main purpose for this forum is to provide an international platform to promote knowledge, experience, and idea sharing between eminent scientists, young researchers, and other stakeholders across the globe. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research, ICAR, a parent body for promoting agricultural research, education, and extension in India through its network of research and academic institutions, also plays a crucial role in bringing fisheries and aquaculture to the forefront through research, technology development, capacity building, and policy support through its fisheries institutes spread across India. The ICAR CIFE, the ICAR Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture, the ICAR Central Institute of Brackish-Water Aquaculture, the ICAR National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources, the ICAR Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, the ICAR Directorate of Cold Water Fisheries, and the ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Technology and the Central Institute of Fisheries Education, and through strong linkages with public sector and private sector undertakings and the Department of Fisheries, Government of India. The Asian Fisheries Society, a non-profit scientific society based in Asia, aims at building a network of scientists and stakeholders involved in fisheries and aquaculture, and is proactive in establishing local branches in the Asia-Pacific region to enhance cooperation in addressing fisheries-related issues in specific areas. The Asian Fisheries Society organizes a tri-annual forum, the Asian Fisheries Forum, among Asian countries to promote scientific interactions among members and the community. By bringing together aquaculture and fisheries scientists and stakeholders from the region, the forum provides a venue to discuss regional priorities, common problems, and research findings. Each forum updates the members on recent trends and ongoing research results in the region and around. It provides a unique opportunity to learn and evaluate research and also provides the much needed scientific advice to policymakers and planners. The previous tri-annual events organized by the Asian Fisheries Society were organized in different Asian countries, starting with the first Aquaculture Asian Fisheries Forum at Manila, Philippines in May 1986, the second at Tokyo, Japan in 1989, the third at Singapore in 1992, the fourth at Beijing, China in October 1995, the fifth at Thailand in November 1998, the sixth at Taiwan in November 2001, the seventh at Malaysia in December 2004, the eighth at Kochi, India on November 2007, the ninth at Shanghai, China in April 2011, the 10th at Yeosu, South Korea in May 2013, the 11th at Bangkok, Thailand in August 2016, the 12th at Iloilo City, Philippines in April 2019, and the 13th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum at Taiwan in the virtual mode in 2022. The theme for this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, that is Greening the Blue Growth in Asia Pacific, reflects a crucial shift in perceptions of fisheries and aquaculture in the Asia Pacific region, which is the global hub of the fisheries and aquaculture, contributing over 70% of the world's fish production. By aligning with the global sustainability goals, this theme ensures that these two sectors build up the resilience to survive challenges in the path towards sustainability with the skillful integration of two key concepts. First, the blue growth, which focuses on a sustainable approach towards developing both fisheries and aquaculture sectors while ensuring economic prosperity and food security and livelihood opportunities. We are truly honored to have with us today most respected Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, as our chief guest. We extend a warm welcome to you, sir, to this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum co-organized by the Asian Fisheries Society Malaysia, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research India, the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, and the Asian Fisheries Society Indian branch. I hereby take the privilege of bowing down to the Indian goddess of wisdom, Ma Saraswati, with this invocation melody. या कुंदेन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणावर दण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मा पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाढ्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्म विचारसार परमां आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीं अभयदां जाढ्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे त्वां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् या कुंदेन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावर दण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना. Keeping up with the Indian tradition, I request the dignitaries on the dais to please proceed for the lighting of the sacred lamp, commemorating the auspicious beginning for this 4-day-long scientific colloquium, the 14th Asian and Aquaculture Forum, Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum 2025.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हर की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन, वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण, शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक, हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की। शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक, आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
I now humbly request our Deputy Director General Fisheries, Dr. J.K. Jena, to do the honors of welcoming our respected Chief Guest, Mananiya Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji. I once again request, sir, to felicitate our respected chief guest, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji. I once again request Dr. J.K. Jena to do the honors of welcoming our distinguished guest of honor, our very dear head of the ICAR family, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary, Department of Agricultural Research and Education, DARE, and Honorable Director General, ICAR. Dr. J.K. Jena is now requested to welcome our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Honorable Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India. I take this opportunity to request Dr. J.K. Jena to kindly welcome our father figure of the ICAR family, Dr. S. Ayyappan, former Secretary, DARE, and former Director General, ICAR. We are fortunate to have Dr. S.M. Yasin Mohammad, Honorable Director General, World Fish, Malaysia, as our guest of honor today. I request Dr. Jena to please welcome him. I now request Dr. Jena to please welcome our guest of honor, Professor Neil Loneragan, Honorable President of the Asian Fisheries Society, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Dr. J.K. Jena is now requested to welcome Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Vice Chairman of Asian Fisheries Society, Indian Branch, and Dr. Kuldeep Lal, 14th Council Member of the Asian Fisheries Society. I now request Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Vice Chairman of Asian Fisheries Forum, Indian Branch, and Director, ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries, to kindly welcome our Deputy Director General, Dr. Jena. I now request Honorable Deputy Director General Fisheries Science, ICAR, and convener of the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, Dr. J.K. Jena, to kindly present the welcome address.
Namaskar. Very good morning, one and all. Most respected Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Dr. Himanshu Pathak Ji, Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR, Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi Ji, Secretary Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. S. Ayyappan Ji, former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, Dr. Yasin Mohammad Ji, Director General World Fish, Dr. Neil Loneragan, President of Asian Fisheries Society, my colleague Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Dr. K.K. Lal, AFAF councillors, council members of the Asian Fisheries Society, invited speakers, senior officials of the ICAR and other government departments. We have several of our Deputy Director Generals, Assistant Director Generals, ASFA, and all senior officials, Joint Secretary, Fisheries, and all, everyone are there. Delegates from India and overseas, invitees, members of press and media, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is a great pleasure and opportunity for me to share my thought in this welcome address. First of all, I, on behalf of the Asian Fisheries Society, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Department of Fisheries, and Asian Fisheries Society Indian branch, on behalf of all of you, I would like to welcome Honorable Minister of Fisheries to this important occasion. Sir, we are profusely thankful to you for accepting our invitation to inaugurate this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum as the chief guest. Sir, your very presence has elevated the importance of this important conference. On behalf of all delegates today, I wholeheartedly welcome you again, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome our Secretary, Department of Agriculture Research and Education, and Director General, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. Himanshu Pathak ji, to this program. Sir, your continued guidance and support have been instrumental in organization of this mega event. The Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi ji, has been a great source of inspiration for conduct of this forum. Sir, you have not only extended your support from your side, but you extended unconditional support of whole of your department for organization of this event. I extend a warm welcome you, sir. We are extremely delighted to have our mentor, Padma Shri, Dr. S. Ayyappan Chab, former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, in this important mega event. You have been a source of inspiration and strength for all of us present today. I cordially welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. Mohammad, Director General World Fish. Thank you very much, Dr. Esham, for accepting our invitation to be the plenary speaker and also being our guest in this important inaugural program. I welcome Dr. Neil, President of Asian Fisheries Society, for his kind presence. I thank you for your continued guidance and support, which has been great help for all of us for conducting this event. I also welcome my colleagues present on the dais, Dr. Ravi Shankar, Dr. Kuldeep, the councillors of the 14th Council of AFAF. I wholeheartedly welcome council members of the Asian Fisheries Society, invited plenary and lead speakers, senior officials of the ICAR, including the Secretary, DDGs, JDGs, and all others, officers from the Department of Fisheries, National Fishery Development Board, and other government departments, delegates from India and overseas, invitees, members from the industries, exhibitors, members from the press and media, and all others present today. Sirs, Asian Fisheries Society, which was founded in '84, has been organizing its triennial event. Every 3 years we organize this event in different parts of the country. That is the Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum in different parts of the Asia. The first forum was organized in Philippines in '86, and since then, every 3 years, we have been conducting this event successfully. The previous 12 events were organized in different countries, and the last one we did organize physically in Iloilo, Philippines, because the next one, 13th conference, we could not do in, which was supposed to be held physically in Taiwan, could not be held because of the COVID situation. We did virtually. So after 6 years, we have assembled for a physical meeting like this. Sir, I am happy to inform you that this triennial event is being hosted in India for the second time after 18 years. The technical program of the 14th AFAF will include a keynote address, 5 plenary presentations, 12 lead speakers presentation by globally acclaimed experts in different subject areas of fisheries and aquaculture. There will be 16 technical sessions covering all relevant aspects, would include poster and oral presentations. There has been overwhelming response for this international event, and a record number of 805 extracts will be presented in 10 parallel sessions. Besides the main event of AFAF, there will be several parallel events. Two important events are a symposium on aquatic animal diseases to be organized tomorrow, which will be starting tomorrow. And day after tomorrow on 14th, there will be another important event that will be academia, industry, and government meet with a theme of de-risking shrimp aquaculture value chains. We have today over 900 participants from 24 countries. I sincerely thank one and all for your keen interest and active participation. I am extending on behalf of all the organizers a special thanks and welcome to our overseas participants, over 100 overseas participants. A special thanks to you. In spite of all difficulties, you could be able to manage to come. As you know, we had an expo which was inaugurated by Honorable Minister just few minutes back. So sincerely thank again Honorable Minister for doing inauguration just few minutes back. The theme of the conference, Greening the Blue Growth in Asia Pacific, is not only relevant to today's context, but also important for years to come in order to tackle the ever-growing challenges of environmental degradation and ensuring sustainability. I sincerely hope the deliberations in next 3 days will provide required platform for greater deliberation in all relevant aspects and helping in building a pragmatic roadmap for overall development of fisheries and aquaculture in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for extending a warm welcome to our most respected galaxy of eminent personalities on and off the dais. Today, we are ecstatic to have Professor Neil Loneragan, President, Asian Fisheries Society, Kuala Lumpur, as our distinguished guest of honor. An eminent professor of marine ecology and conservation at Murdoch University, Australia, he has profound experience as a professional with the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, CSIRO, with notable contributions in academics and research. I take this opportunity to invite him to the podium for sharing his insights.
Thank you. And thank you to all our distinguished guests for supporting this very important meeting. Welcome to all to the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum with the very relevant theme of greening the blue growth in the Asia Pacific. It's an honour to join you at this forum in the thriving, diverse, colourful metropolis of New Delhi. The Asian Fisheries Society is very grateful to our co-conveners and the local organisers of this meeting, from the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, the Department of Fisheries, the Government of India, and the Indian branch of AFAF. Thanks to them all for making the arrangements for this meeting in this very impressive venue in the Indian Agricultural Science Complex. And thank you again for the support from our distinguished guests, particularly the Minister of Fisheries. Asia is a powerhouse of global fisheries and aquaculture production, with over 80% of the world's capture fisheries and aquaculture coming from the region. India is a top fisheries and aquaculture producing nation and a leader in research, development and education in these fields. It's very timely that we have this 14th AFAF in India, and it's a pleasure to meet in person for the first time in 6 years. So, a wonderful opportunity for us all to reacquaint with old friends and make new friends. The topics of this forum cover a wide range of technical sessions and diverse themes such as production systems in fisheries and aquaculture, policy and management of these systems, economics, gender and livelihoods, all of which are central to developing sustainable production systems and are very important for ensuring sustainable global seafood production. The Asian Fisheries Society is a non-profit society founded in 1984, so we have just turned 40. Currently, we have the two very significant branches, the Indian branch and the AFS Taiwan branch, and 3 sections: the Asian Fisheries Social Science Research Network, the Fish Health section, and the Gender in Aquaculture and Fisheries section. All of them are very vibrant and important components of the society. And just recently, in January 2024, we formed a virtual group for students and early career researchers to encourage their development and engagement with the society and its meetings. The first forum, then known as the Asian Fisheries Forum, was held in Manila in 1986, and as we've heard, since then it's been held every 3 years in 7 different locations in the region. We aim to promote networking and cooperation between scientists, technicians, and all stakeholders in fisheries and aquaculture production, research and development. And a very important component of this is developing our students and early career researchers. They are the future of research and development, and they are the future of this society. The ultimate objective of AFS is to enhance food security and income-generating opportunities for fisheries and aquaculture workers through promoting sound management practices and environmentally sustainable development and use of aquatic resources. And these meetings and forums are an essential component of achieving this overall objective. This meeting, like all our previous meetings, brings together scientists, researchers, government, fishers, fish farmers, industry people and policy makers to discuss the latest scientific research on fisheries and aquaculture. It brings together people from different generations and is a chance for the elders amongst us to encourage the younger generation in fisheries and aquaculture. And because of the hard work of the conveners, co-conveners and international and organising committees and the wonderful support we've had from the distinguished speakers, the forum provides an opportunity for AFAF members to meet and consider the status and future of the society. And I encourage all members to come to the General Assembly on the 13th of February, where you'll have a chance to hear more about the activities of AFS and vote for the 15th Council of the Society. The future of fish production is set by us now, in the present, and it's important that different people come together and share knowledge and discuss the scientific findings in fisheries and aquaculture, which will be greatly facilitated by the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. I wish all participants, organisers and sponsors of this forum every success for the conference. I hope that you enjoy the conference and your time in India. And again, I thank our very distinguished guests for their support of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for outlining and highlighting a positive way forward for the Asia-Pacific region towards productive endeavours for fruitful tomorrows with impactful outcomes. Among our galaxy of distinguished guests of honour, we are now privileged to have Dr. Yasin Mohammad, Director General World Fish Malaysia, whose efforts to advance research and innovation in aquatic food systems has been exemplary. And his leadership at World Fish is marked by a commitment to leveraging science and technology to enhance food security, nutrition, and livelihoods across the globe. I am honoured to invite Dr. Yasin Mohammad to the podium for his address.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. First of all, let me recognize the distinguished delegates today, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Singh, the Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying of the Government of India, and Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Rural Development, Government of India, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, the Director General of ICAR, a good friend and soon to become my colleague as well, and Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, the Secretary of Department of Fisheries of the Government of India, and Dr. Ayyappan, the former Secretary of the ARE and the DG of ICAR, and Professor Neil Loneragan, President of the Asian Fisheries Society, Kuala Lumpur, and Dr. Jena, as well, the Deputy DG of ICAR and the convener of this 14th Asian Fishery and Aquaculture Forum. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, before I start, I want to recognize the hard work that goes into organizing such events. There's so many unsung heroes in bringing us all together. And I just want to congratulate all the colleagues who worked so hard to bring us all here together today. So thank you very much. And it's a great honor to join you today at this very auspicious event, the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, an event that reflects collective commitment of the scientific community, policymakers, industry leaders, and development partners towards a sustainable and resilient aquatic food system. The theme of this forum is greening the blue growth in the Asia-Pacific. It's both timely and imperative as we navigate the challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and food security in the region. At World Fish, we firmly believe that the future of food and nutrition security lies in aquatic food systems. Fisheries and aquaculture are more than just economic sectors. They are lifelines of millions of people across the region, providing livelihoods, nutrition, and cultural identity. For example, I know many of you know, but those who travel from abroad to come and join us in this event, the first reincarnation of Lord Vishnu, for example, was fish or matcha. And I've spent a great deal of time working with the Bengali-speaking people who have this very profound saying where they say, "Mache bate Bengali." Fish and rice make a Bengali. So when we talk about fish or aquatic foods in general, it's beyond the food commodity, but it's also intricate to the cultural identity of the societies. So therefore, this makes it very apt for us to get together in India to discuss about the future of aquatic foods. However, as Professor Neil tried to remind us, I think this is a time where we must embrace innovation and scientific discovery, striving for triple win for nature, people, and the climate. So for nearly 3 decades, World Fish has been privileged to work with colleagues from alongside with ICAR, state governments, research institutions, and communities in India, contributing to the nation's impressive progress in fisheries and aquaculture. Since 1996, our collaborations have focused on scientific innovations, policy advocacy, and community-driven approaches with significant impact. Our technical collaboration with ICAR has enhanced our collaborative approach in realizing the ambition of the Government of India in both aquaculture efficiency through improved breeds such as the giant rohu and freshwater prawn, but also contributing to higher productivity and sustainability. Our research, primarily led by my good friend Shakuntala, who sat in front of us here, has integrated small indigenous fish, such as mola, into polyculture systems, ensuring better nutritional outcomes for vulnerable communities. Similarly, working with the Odisha's Mission Shakti program, we have supported more than 20,000 women self-help groups to engage in sustainable fish farming and dried fish production, enhancing livelihoods and household nutrition. Our partnership with ICAR or ICAR and State Department governments has supported national policies on climate resilient aquaculture and inland fisheries development, aligning with India's vision for Blue Revolution 2.0. India stands at the forefront of global aquaculture, producing more than 17 million metric tons of fish annually and supporting millions of livelihoods as such. However, the road ahead of us requires us to balance between growth and ecological integrity. The government of India's ambitious goal of producing 2.1 million metric tons of tilapia by 2032, with a focus on World Fish's well-renowned, genetically improved farm tilapia, or in short, GIFT, which has been proven to reduce life cycle environmental impacts by up to 36% and is a significant step towards ensuring food security and sustainable growth. Therefore, World Fish is committed to supporting and partnering with the government of India, but also a number of other partners in India, in achieving this vision by promoting climate-smart aquaculture technologies that reduce carbon footprints, expanding South-South collaboration, sharing India's expertise with other regions such as Africa or the Pacific, and strengthening the role of women and youth in the fisheries value chain. I believe with conviction that India has achieved a lot, particularly over the last 10 years, and the scientific advancements have been unprecedented, and therefore the scope for collaboration and sharing this know-how and technology with the rest of the world is indeed possible. Also this year, before I conclude perhaps, is a critical milestone for us at World Fish, where we mark our 50th anniversary since our inception. And we take immense pride in our contributions to the sector over the past half century. But one thing that I want to emphasize is we couldn't have achieved these milestones without the support of our partners, all of you and beyond. Your collaboration has been instrumental in driving impactful innovations and scaling solutions for aquatic food systems. It's noteworthy that both World Fish underscoring India's immense intellectual contributions to global aquatic food systems. We look forward to contributing or continuing our partnership and making an even greater impact on the communities we serve. So in closing, I want to start by reaffirming our shared commitment to greening the blue growth, even though I generally believe the planet is indeed a blue planet when you see it from space, and to harness the potential of aquatic foods for healthy people, a healthy planet, and a shared prosperity. Together, we can ensure that the blue economy is not just about growth, but also about being inclusive and sustainable and resilient development for future generations. And just before I say thank you, Honorable Minister and distinguished guests, I come from a very small country in coastal East Africa called Eritrea. However, my in-laws are proud Gujaratis from India. So I'm your Jamai. So thank you very much for the hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The forthcoming generations will imbibe these values that has shaped World Fish, expanding its impact through strategic partnerships, focusing on long-term strategies that foster resilient communities beyond geographical boundaries. Gracing the dais today, we have our very own father figure, our former head of the ICAR family, our guiding light for the fisheries fraternity, former Secretary DARE and former Director General ICAR, Padma Shri, Dr. S. Ayyappan, whose efforts to lift ICAR in the global map has been an example to follow, and his multi-pronged approach of steering ICAR towards due recognition will always remain close to our hearts. I take this opportunity to invite respected Dr. Ayyappan sir for his words of wisdom.
Thank you. Sabhi ko namaskar. Respected chief guest of the program, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh ji, distinguished guests of honor, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Secretary DARE and Director General of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Secretary Department of Fisheries in the Government of India, Dr. Yasin Mohammad, Director General World Fish, Malaysia, Professor Loneragan, President of the Asian Fisheries Society from Kuala Lumpur and also the professor at the Murdoch University, Australia, Dr. J.K. Jena, Deputy Director General Fisheries Science, ICAR, Chairman of the Asian Fisheries Society Indian Branch, former Chairman of the Asian Fisheries Society, and presently the convener of the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Director of the ICAR CAFE Mumbai and Vice Chairman of the AFSIB, Dr. K.K. Lal, Director of the ICAR SIBA, and presently the Councillor of AFS, esteemed delegates to the forum from all over Asia and other countries, AFS councillors, Mrs. Alka Arora, the Additional Secretary and FA from DARE ICAR, Dr. T. Mahapatra, former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, presently Chairman of the PPV FRA, Dr. Sagar Mishra, the Joint Secretary from the Department of Fisheries, Dr. Gautam, our DDG Extension, my colleague and former Director CAFE, Dr. Dilip Kumar. We have Madam World Food Prize Laureate, Madam Dr. Shakuntala, guests from the ministries, departments, different departments, ICAR specifically. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and greetings on the occasion of the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. I am thankful to the organizers, the Asian Fisheries Society, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Department of Fisheries, the Government of India, and the Asian Fisheries Society Indian Branch for making me a part of this mega fish event. The distinguished congregation, respected Minister Sir, in this hall represents 48 countries across Asia, brimmed by Indian and the Pacific Oceans, also extending to the Antarctic. आज का मुख्य अतिथि और सम्मानीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी, सर, अभी प्रयागराज में महाकुंभ चल रहा है, करोड़ों लोग श्रद्धालु वहाँ भाग ले रहे हैं और इसी तरह यहाँ पूसा में पूरा एशिया का मात्स्यिकी एवं जल कृषि का महाकुंभ का आयोजित किया गया है और इस दोनों वो महाकुंभ जो जल महाप्रयाग में है और पूसा का मत्स्य कुंभ दोनों जल संबंधित है और वहाँ श्रद्धालु है। यहाँ इस माध्यम से एशिया और भारत में करोड़ों मछुआरे और मत्स्य पालकोगण सम्मानित हो रहे हैं। वो शायद यहाँ मौजूद नहीं है, लेकिन इस माध्यम इस जो आप यहाँ मौजूद हैं हमारे बीच में, हमारा सौभाग्य है कि आप इस सभा में उपस्थित होके हमें कृतार्थ किए हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपको। हमें सभी मत्स्य पालकों की तरफ से आपको हृदयपूर्वक हृदय नमन। Spanning the 1/3 of the global Earth, the planet Earth, Asia is home over to 60% of the global human population and contributes 70% to the global fish basket through fisheries and aquaculture. We are the largest producers and we are the largest consumers of fish and fisheries products. Incorporating the power of fish in different domains: fish for quality protein, fish for alleviating malnutrition, fish for pharma, fish for ecotourism, fish for trade, fish for circular economy, fish for gainful employment, fish for livelihoods. The blue economy is a new opportunity knocking the door of every country. Esteemed colleagues and delegates, with change as the only constant in all dimensions, we now need to strive towards resource use efficiency, resilience, sustainability, and equity in fisheries and aquaculture. Availability, accessibility, and affordability for safe fish and fishery products in the production-consumption continuum with strong backward and forward linkages. Asia, as all of us know, is a giant, a global leader, a guru, as we call in India, in fisheries and aquaculture. This is the time to learn from each other's experiences, exchange the best management, both in eco and ethical practices, to enhance productivity and production from every aquatic ecosystem with a green approach. That's what the theme is, greening the blue growth in Asia Pacific, and ensure fish for all in the true sense. This event, the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, is marked by, I must say, months of dedication, meticulous planning, and hard work, bringing together various institutions and individuals in an unprecedented manner as we have seen in our lifetime. I offer my heartfelt compliments to the Team 14 AFAF, led by the convener, Dr. J.K. Jena, for this magnificent occasion of celebrating fish, fishers, and fisheries. Thank you very much.
I thank you profoundly, sir, for highlighting the quintessence of this grand event to identify and honor brilliance and path-breaking efforts in the arena of agricultural and fisheries sciences. It is now my distinct honor to introduce Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, at this forum, a distinguished member of the Indian Administrative Service. He is well known for 3 decades of dedicated service, making significant contributions across various sectors, including agriculture, rural development, and fisheries. In his current capacity as the Secretary of the Department of Fisheries, Government of India, Dr. Likhi has been instrumental in promoting sustainable fisheries and aquaculture at the grassroots level. I welcome you, sir, to grace this podium and share your insights with us.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, esteemed scientists, researchers, policymakers, stakeholders from across Asia Pacific region, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. It's a premier platform that brings together thought leaders, scientists, policymakers, and industry stakeholders to discuss the future of fisheries and aquaculture in the Asia-Pacific region. At the outset, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Asian Fisheries Society and ICAR for organizing this important forum, fostering collaboration and promoting sustainable fisheries development. The theme of this year's forum is greening the blue growth in Asia Pacific. It's both timely and significant. And as the Honorable Minister has always been stressing, under his leadership, a lot of projects have been launched in the department, that we are navigating through the challenges of climate change, ecosystem degradation, and the pressing need for food security. Sustainable fisheries and aquaculture must be in the forefront of our collective efforts. I think that is the primary and most important target that we have. There's no doubt that the fisheries sector plays a crucial role in ensuring nutritional security, livelihood sustainability, and economic resilience for millions of people in the region that is Asia. However, the long-term viability of this sector depends upon our ability to balance our growth with ecological sustainability. Now, India, with its rich and diverse aquatic resources, has taken significant strides into transforming its fisheries and aquaculture landscape. So we are supporting nearly about 30 million fishers, fish farmers, and people across the value chain. And we have a flagship program, the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, and other policy interventions and schemes with which we've been striving to enhance productivity, promote responsible fishing practices, and encourage the adoption of climate-resilient technologies. In all, I'd like to highlight this fact before this august audience and members from the Asia-Pacific region. In all, since 2015, we have put in investments of roughly $5.31 billion US, $5.31 billion US to promote climate-resilient fisheries and enhance production and productivity. The fisheries and aquaculture sector has also emerged as a cornerstone for formalizing the sector in India. And I think that is our next biggest challenge, digitizing the work identities of our fishers, fish farmers. And therefore, we also have a very, very ambitious program, a central sector scheme, by which we are trying to enhance the potential of formalizing the fisheries sectors. We have a digital portal. We are creating digitized work identities for our fishers. And as a result, we will be able to provide a store of incentives to our fish farmers, fishers, and workers across the board, whether it pertains to institutional financing, whether it pertains to increasing aquaculture insurance, or it relates to bringing in projects for traceability and enhancing capacity and skills of our fishers and fish workers. In fact, one of the key things that India has to project at the moment is that our export of marine products are $7.38 billion US. To back up our exports, we have a very robust national surveillance program for aquatic animal diseases. We are making huge forays into various genetic improvement programs, as also diversification of species. And of course, traceability and related certification issues remain a challenge that India is trying to tackle. Side by side, I think what is most important is welfare of fishers and fisher farmers. And therefore, India has in its kitty a livelihood support program during ban period, short-term loaning for fishers and fish farmers, aquaculture, accidental aquaculture insurance, and in fact, aquaculture insurance for farms, which is now coming in a major way. The concept of greening the blue growth actually calls for a paradigm shift, one that integrates environmental conservation with economic development. And this includes promoting sustainable aquaculture practices, improving feed efficiency, minimizing carbon footprints. So carbon footprints are also a very major focus in the Department of Fisheries now, and strengthening our marine biodiversity conservation efforts. I'd just like to highlight here some of the key projects that Government of India, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, is taking up in the Department of Fisheries. We have a project on construction of artificial reefs. We have a project on promoting climate-resilient villages. We have a project on promoting production and processing clusters across the country, say for ornamental, pearl, seaweed, and other such activities. We also have a very huge program for incubating startups in collaboration with the ICAR. That is the next great innovation to happen. And in fact, the department has taken a great initiative of also trying to do R&D and bring in the concept of drones in terms of payloads for transportation of fish, live fish or fish otherwise. So with these initiatives, I would like to emphasize that the importance of regional cooperation and knowledge sharing for addressing transboundary challenges such as marine pollution, illegal fishing, and climate-induced changes in the aquatic ecosystems is increasingly important. We need collaborative research, we need policy alignments, and we need capacity-building initiatives amongst Asia-Pacific nations. In context of South-South cooperation, as Dr. Ayyappan just mentioned, and India's leadership of G20, a lot has happened. But I think the key area of global research that impacts India too will be enhancing and upgrading our genetic improvement technologies, especially genome editing. So I think lots has to happen in that area as yet. I'm confident that the deliberations at this forum will yield actionable results, insights, and guide us to a more equitable, resilient, and environmentally responsible fisheries and aquaculture sector. I once again congratulate the organizers, Dr. Jena and his team, for hosting this important event, and I look forward to fruitful discussions that will shape the future of sustainable fisheries in the region. Thank you very much.
With a heartfelt thanks to you, sir, we believe that your leadership will continue to inspire progress and innovation in India's fisheries and aquaculture sectors. It is my profound privilege to now introduce Dr. Himanshu Pathak, a luminary in the field of agricultural science, Secretary of the Department of Agricultural Research and Education, DARE, and the present Director General of the ICAR, and the head of the ICAR family. An esteemed academician and scientist of global repute, Dr. Pathak's contribution to ICAR has advanced the understanding of many concepts in relation to climate change, which has been pivotal in developing strategies to enhance crop resilience and ensure food security in the face of environmental challenges. It is indeed a matter of great pride for all of us that beyond his roles at the Department of Agriculture, Research and Education, Dr. Pathak has earned the position of the Director General Designate of the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, ICAR, marking a historic milestone in the first Indian to hold this prestigious position. I now request you, sir, for your address to this august gathering.
Thank you very much for so kind words. Let me also welcome each and every one of you in this very beautiful campus, NASC complex of PUSA Institute, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. Honorable Cabinet Minister, Sri Ravi Ranjan Singh Ji, Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying, and also Panchayati Raj, my colleague Abhilaksh Ji, our former Director General, Dr. Ayyappan, of course, Dr. Mohammad, DG World Fish, my colleague, Dr. Jena, Dr. Lal, Dr. Ravi Shankar, of course, President of this particular forum, all the very distinguished scientists in the field of fisheries, aquaculture. I can see Dr. Mohapatra and many others, farmers, industry partners, members of press and media, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for ICAR, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, for allowing us to host this so important conference, which will really show us the direction and also giving guidance for future research on aquaculture and fisheries. Friends, more than 70% of this planet with water. Aquatic food has been a part and parcel of human food system for thousands of years. If you compare the food system of terrestrial system and aquatic system, the aquatic food system is much more diverse, with more than 32,000 of different species which we consume, and out of which around 7,000 we cultivate or we farm. So therefore, my friends, for many parts of this country and also world, aquatic food, fish, Dr. Yasin is talking about machli, mach bhat. Aquatic foods or fishes are not only food, this is a part of our livelihood, this is a part of our heritage, and this is also a part of our culture. So it's so important for all of us. Now, over the years, lots of progress has been made in the field of fisheries and aquaculture. This is one of the sunrise sectors of Government of India. For last more than a decade, the sector is growing at the rate of 9 to 10%. 9 to 10%. If you compare with other sectors, the whole agriculture is growing at around 3.7%. Even industry sector is also not growing at this much space the way the fisheries sector is growing at around 10% so. So my congratulations to all of you. India has already been mentioned, is first in many ways from this aquatic food system, in terms of production, in terms of technology adoption, and of course, our export from fisheries and aquaculture sector is also quite considerable, considerable. So we all are looking forward for much progress in the field of fisheries and aquaculture. Friends, and all of this has been possible because of new science and technologies, because of our farmers, because of very proactive policies. And my colleague Likhi was mentioning about this, very, very proactive policies. For last 1 decade or so, I would say, enormous amount of investment has been made in this particular sector. And that is the reason that Indian fisheries and aquaculture sector is progressing so much. I shall just mention before you some of the very key achievements of ICAR in the fields of aquaculture and fisheries. In last 10 years, my friend, we have developed more than 75 technologies for management of aquaculture and fisheries. We have developed more than 65 technologies for breeding as well as crop improvement of fisheries and aquaculture. If you see the number of products in the area of fish feed and others, those numbers are also quite substantial. And I shall request each and every one of you to please visit the various stalls which have been put in the exhibition to know more and more about what we are doing in this particular area. If I want to mention very few specific and impactful technologies which ICAR could come out with, one is, of course, improved variety of rohu. We call it Jayanti rohu, with a cumulative genetic gain of over 60%. So Jayanti rohu with genetic gain of over 60%. Second one is improved katla with 30% or higher growth rate, 30% or higher. We have got freshwater prawn with 60% growth rate. We have got Indian catfish magur with around 25% growth rate. So these are few of the improved species which have got so much growth, and we are trying our best to promote these with the farmers of this country. Friends, though it is a sunrise sector, though we are doing considerably well, but there are several challenges which our fisheries and aquaculture sector is now facing. If I want to mention few of those challenges, then I must say that post-harvest loss in this sector, even today, is quite high, more than 30% or so. So this is one of the very major challenges. Disease and their management is the other one. Environmental impact, particularly climate change, very high carbon footprint, ecological degradation are the other ones. Natural resource availability is going down. Modernization of industry is another challenge for the government. Regulatory framework, feed and nutrition, and of course, in many parts, social acceptance of different kinds of fish and aquaculture products is another challenge. But friends, we have got some very good opportunities also. Opportunities are with new science and new technologies, and Dr. Likhi was talking about genome editing. This is only one, but there are several other areas in which we can make significant improvement, whether it is from the genetic gain point of view, from nutrition point of view, from environmental point of view, and also from climate resilience point of view. So at this point of time, if I have to mention few areas where we really need to make some progress, could be something like this. One is, of course, genetic improvement, sustainable aquatic food system, and carbon neutral aquaculture or fish production, diversification of species, monitoring and early detection of different diseases and other pest problems, and of course, value addition and competent human resources. But above all, and what Honorable Minister was talking and guiding us today morning, and very rightly, we have to reach these technologies to the farmers. In most parts of our country, even today, our farming or fisheries sector is still the very traditional way which they used to do 20 years back, even now also they are doing it. How to reach all these new technologies, how to reach all these new breeds, nutrition and so on, as quickly as possible to the farthest corner of the country is one of the major challenges what we in ICAR as well as in government fisheries sector we are facing. So we have to really put very significant efforts in this particular direction. As I said, friends, there are opportunities. But the most important opportunity, what I can find, is partnership. And Dr. Mohammad, I think this is an area where ICAR, Government of India, will be very, very happy to have partnership with the World Fish, with all other international organizations, which are working so significantly in developing this particular sector. And this particular conference, 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, 14th AFAF, is a very significant and important platform for discussing all of these challenges, find ways of developing a roadmap of how to harness the opportunities and benefits, and also how to foster partnership with all other agencies, not only in this country, but also across the world. And today, I see that more than 48 countries, around 50 countries are participating in this particular conference. This is, Dr. Jena, is an excellent opportunity for all of us to know each other, to understand the technologies, develop partnership, and then take this sector much needed development, which we all expect. So Dr. Jena, you, and of course, all of your team members, let me congratulate each and every one of you for organizing such an important conference, and I really look forward for the recommendations which will be coming out of this conference. I share in particular, and of course Government of India in general, will be very, very keen to go through the recommendations and try to implement those as quickly as possible, so the vast majority of this country get the benefit of aquatic food, get the benefit of aquaculture and fisheries, and of course our fishers, our fish farmers in various corners of this country also get the benefit of the new science, new technologies, new policies of the government, and of course all the new developments which are happening in this particular sector. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you in this particular conference to ICAR, and of course my best wishes to the organizers for having a very successful conference. Thank you very much. Welcome all of you, and Jai Hind.
It was a pleasure listening to you, sir. We hope to live up to your words, be the custodians of progress and stewards of excellence as we stand on the precipice of this momentous occasion. The Indian Council of Agricultural Research has always played a pivotal role in nurturing and shaping the careers of agricultural scientists in India. As the premier organization dedicated to agricultural research, education, and extension, the visionaries of ICAR have provided a strong foundation for scientific excellence and professional growth across multiple dimensions to bring out the best in its scientists by honoring intellectual property through release of technology and original compositions, as it is rightly said that the pen is mightier than the sword. So I humbly take this opportunity of requesting our esteemed chief guest for today's function, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, to kindly release significant technologies and publications authored and edited by our very own scientists of ICAR. The first and foremost, I request Honorable Minister to kindly release the Book of Abstracts of the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum 2025. Coming next is a publication from the ICAR National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources, NBFGR, entitled Sustainable Management of Fish Genetic Resources, edited by Uttam Kumar Sarkar, T.T. Ajit Kumar, Neeraj Sood, Rajiv Kumar Singh, Ravindra Kumar, and L.K. Tyagi, published by Springer Nature. The book presents an overview on the fish genetic resources of India, latest tools employed for assessment of aquatic biodiversity and strategies for ex situ as well as in situ conservation, along with highlights of various national and international legal frameworks. And it forms a valuable resource for researchers, policymakers, and practitioners. The next to be released is a publication from Guru Angad Dev Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, Ludhiana, Punjab, titled Shrimp Culture Technology, Farming, Health Management and Quality Assurance by the faculty of the university. It covers recent interventions in shrimp culture technology, explores the prospects, challenges, and future of inland saline aquaculture. I hereby request all of you to applaud. Next to be released are two significant technologies from ICAR, Central Institute of Brackish-Water Aquaculture. The first technology, titled Super Intensive Precision and Natural Shrimp Farming System, is the development of a production system combining various technologies under a Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana funded scheme on new age shrimp farming. The technology has demonstrated high productivity of 40 tons per hectare per crop with improved feed, energy and labor efficiency and lowers the production cost. The technology is ready for commercial adoption. I hereby request Honorable Chief Guest to kindly launch this technology, and I request the concerned scientists to share the stage. The second technology is shrimp crop insurance, developed by Tata AIG in technical cooperation with ICAR, Central Institute of Brackish-Water Aquaculture. This is a comprehensive shrimp aquaculture policy developed to cover calamities and diseases which will overcome risk to shrimp farmers and suits the requirement of support under the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Kisan Samriddhi Sahay Yojana. I hereby request Honorable Chief Guest to release this insurance product and also invite all concerned to share the stage for the release. It is a great honor indeed and pleasure to welcome our chief guest for today's function, Honorable Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayati Raj, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh ji, who has been our visionary leader, and under his leadership, India has witnessed significant achievements in the fisheries sector and the empowerment of small-scale fishers, bringing new directions for global positioning of Indian fisheries. We are extremely happy to invite the Honorable Minister to the dais for his valuable remarks.
Dr. Himanshu Pathak, DG ICAR, Dr. Abhilaksh, Likhi, Secretary Fishery, Padma Shri Dr. S. Ayyappan, ex-DG ICAR, Dr. Yasin, Mohammad, DG World Fish, Professor Neil Loneragan, Adhyaksh Asian Fisheries Society, Dr. J.K. Jena, DDG ICAR, Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Director ICAR, Dr. K. Lal, Director SIBA, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, डेलीगेट्स, विदेशों के सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, प्रेस मीडिया के साथियों और देवियों, ICAR और फिशरीज विभाग तथा एशियन फिशरी सोसाइटी की भारत शाखा के सहयोग से जो एशियाई मत्स्य सोसाइटी द्वारा आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम की मेजबानी करना हम सभी भारतीयों के लिए गर्व का विषय है और हम विदेशों से आए सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधि का अपने देश में स्वागत करते हैं। आप सभी का इस सम्मेलन में स्वागत है। एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन विविध जलीय परिस्थिति और मत्स्य पालन एवं जलीय कृषि, वाटर कंजर्वेशन एवं जलीय कृषि की समृद्ध परंपरा है और इसके साथ वैश्विक खाद्य सुरक्षा जो हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी है और आजीविका में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। और यह सम्मेलन मात्स्यिकी क्षेत्र के हितधारकों के साथ बैठक करके एक साथ ज्ञान साझा करने की इस योजना का और इस योजना के माध्यम से बैठक के साथ हम अस्थायी और उत्तरदायी रिस्पॉन्सिबल समाधान सॉल्यूशन कैसे निकालें, इस पर आज एक अनूठा मंच है जिस पर हम आगे की कार्रवाई का एक खाका तैयार कर सकते हैं कि हम कैसे इसको, जो पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा है, जो समुद्र की अन्न सुरक्षा है, उसको सुरक्षित रखते हुए हम किस प्रकार से मत्स्य फिश कैप्चरिंग को आगे बढ़ा सकें, इसकी आज आवश्यकता है। आज की इस सम्मेलन का विषय है ग्रीनिंग द ब्लू ग्रोथ इन एशियन पैसिफिक। ये एक रिलेवेंट विषय है और रिलेवेंट विषय आज की परिस्थिति के अनुरूप है। आज इस परिस्थिति में हम किन चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहे हैं, जब क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, कई तरह की समस्याएं हैं, हमारे जो जलीय जीव जंतु हैं उनको भी कैसे हम प्रोटेक्ट करते हुए हम इसको फिशिंग को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, ये हमारे लिए आज एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है। और हमारा भारत का, इंडिया का यह सोच है कि हम ब्लू इकोनॉमी की दृष्टि को आगे बढ़ाते हुए पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा के लिए जो जिम्मेदारी है, उस जिम्मेदारी तथा समावेशी मत्स्य पालन को कैसे बढ़ावा दें, ये हमारी जिम्मेवारी है और उस जिम्मेवारी के साथ हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, उसके साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। आज की आवश्यकता है कि जो क्लाइमेट चेंज है, जलवायु परिवर्तन है, आवास संरक्षण है और जैव विविधता जो है, उसको, उन चुनौतियों का सामना हम कैसे कर सकें और उन चुनौतियों का सामना करते हुए हम कैसे अपने आप काम को आगे बढ़ाएं, हम मछली उत्पादन को कैसे हम सुरक्षित ढंग से आगे करें ताकि पर्यावरण भी दूषित नहीं हो, पर्यावरण पर उसका कुप्रभाव भी नहीं पड़े, पर्यावरण पर उसका दुष्प्रभाव भी नहीं पड़े। इसको हम रखते हुए कैसे हम इसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, इसके लिए आज इस पर, इस सम्मेलन के बाद आप जब बैठेंगे तो इस पर आप चर्चा करेंगे और हम समझते हैं कि आज की परिस्थिति में यह बहुत आवश्यक है। पूरा जो जलीय संसाधन है, जो हमारे वाटर के जो रिसोर्सेज हैं, उन रिसोर्सेज का दीर्घकालीन लॉन्ग टर्म जो हेल्थ को कैसे प्रोटेक्ट कर सकें, उसको प्रोटेक्ट करते हुए आप हम सभी लोगों को एक सामूहिक प्रयास करने की आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन की जो परिस्थिति है वो एक जैसी है और उस एक जैसी परिस्थिति के कारण हम उसको कैसे आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, आज यह चैलेंज है। देखिए, हमारी जो देश की उपलब्धता है, अभी सेक्रेटरी ने भी कहा और जेना साहब ने भी कहा कि हमारा जो देश का जो विशाल कोस्टल इलाका है, हमारे यहाँ नदियों और जो झील है, उन झीलों के व्यापक नेटवर्क के साथ हम जो फिशिंग कर रहे हैं, उस फिशिंग के साथ हम इस पूरे को, पर्यावरण को कैसे हम सुरक्षित रख सकें, इसको हम करने के लिए, इसकी लीडरशिप को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए और इसमें जो भी प्रयास करने की आवश्यकता है उसको करने के लिए हम सभी कमिटेड हैं और हम सब इसको कमिटमेंट के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी जो जलवायु परिवर्तन है और जो पर्यावरण के चैलेंजेज हैं, उन चैलेंजेज के प्रति भी काफ़ी सतर्क रहते हैं और किसी भी बात पर उस सतर्कता के साथ वो निर्णय लेते हैं, उस सारी परिस्थिति को सोच के वो उस पर निर्णय लेते हैं। लेकिन इन सारी परिस्थितियों के बावजूद आज हम पूरे वर्ल्ड में, पूरे विश्व में हम सेकंड लार्जेस्ट फिश प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्री बने हुए हैं। हम फिश प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, हम फिश हमारा जो, और ये बढ़ा है, हमारा काफ़ी बढ़ा है। 2013-14 में जो हमारा फिश प्रोडक्शन था वो अब 22-23 में आके 17.5 मिलियन टन हो गया है। अब हम दुनिया में दूसरे स्थान पर हैं हम, और इस 17.5 मिलियन टन में 3/4 जो प्रोडक्शन है वो इनलैंड फिशिंग का कंट्रीब्यूशन है। 3/4 हम इनलैंड फिशिंग से इसको कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। अब अभी हिमांशु पाठक जी कह रहे थे, हिमांशु पाठक जी बता रहे थे कि आईसीआर बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है। आईसीआर का रिसर्च बहुत अच्छा है। आपने सभी अभी साइंटिस्ट को, जो रिटायर्ड डीजी हैं अय्यप्पन साहब, जो पद्मश्री से भी सम्मानित हैं, उनका काफ़ी नाम है, सम्मान है, उनकी बात भी आपने सुनी। आप सभी रिसर्च करते हैं, साइंटिस्ट हैं, इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हैं। लेकिन हमको आज आवश्यकता इस बात की है, किताब भी आपने बहुत अच्छा लिखा, आज रिलीज भी कराया, लेकिन किताबों तक उस बात को सीमित मत रहने रखिए। अपने रिसर्च को आप जितना किसानों के द्वार तक, उनके डोर तक अगर पहुंचाइएगा, उनके द्वार तक अगर आप अपने रिसर्च को पहुंचाइएगा, तभी हम, और आपका जो रिसर्च है इन सारी परिस्थिति को जलवायु का जो पूरे जो चैलेंजेज हैं और जो पर्यावरण का चैलेंजेज है, उन सब चैलेंजेज को देखते हुए आपने रिसर्च किया है। और जब आप उस रिसर्च को फिश फार्मर्स के डोर तक पहुंचाएंगे, तभी आपका यह रिसर्च कामयाब होगा और इस देश को कोई मदद कर पाएगा, अन्यथा यह नहीं होगा। हम गए थे भुवनेश्वर में, हमने सीफा का देखा है, आपने काफी अच्छा काम किया। मैं बहुत संतुष्ट था सीफा में घूम के, हमने देखने के बाद कि काफी अच्छा रिसर्च हुआ है। हमने देखा कि एक पॉन्ड में 4 लेयर में भी फिशिंग हो सकता है, लेकिन अगर 4 लेयर में फिशिंग हो रहा है और ये हर किसान अपने पॉन्ड्स में अगर 4 लेयर की फिशिंग नहीं कर पा रहा है, तो ये किसका दोष है? इसको सब सोचने की जरूरत है। हिमांशु पाठक जी, आप डीजी हैं, जेना साहब आप डीडीजी हैं, इसको किसानों को द्वार तक पहुंचाइए। आपका विशाल नेटवर्क है, आपका कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र की इतनी शाखाएं हैं देश भर में। आप अगर सभी कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र के अपने यूनिट्स को अगर हर किसान के दरवाजे तक पहुंचा दीजिएगा अपने रिसर्च को लेके, तो इस देश के ब्लू इकोनॉमी को आगे बढ़ाने में आपका बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, ये आप मान के चलिए। और इस कमिटमेंट के साथ अगर आप नहीं चलेंगे तो आपका रिसर्च किताबों में बंद होके रह जाएगा, वो उसका फायदा नहीं होगा। क्योंकि आज जो इनलैंड वाटर का मैंने कहा कि टोटल फिश प्रोडक्शन जो 17.5 मिलियन टन का जो हमारा टोटल फिश प्रोडक्शन है, उस टोटल फिश प्रोडक्शन में 3/4 हमारे इनलैंड फिशिंग का। वो इनलैंड फिशिंग कोई आपके रिसर्च के कारण नहीं संभव हो पाया, वह हो पाया है किसानों के अपनी सोच और ट्रेडिशनल फिशिंग को वो अपनी सोच के माध्यम से कैसे आगे बढ़ा रहे। तो इसलिए आवश्यकता इस बात की, आप काम बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं, आपका रिसर्च बहुत अच्छा है, हमने खुद जाके देखा है, मैं खुद संतुष्ट हूं। लेकिन उसको किसान के दरवाजे तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक कार्य योजना बनाइए और उस कार्य योजना के आधार पर आप उसको आगे बढ़ाइए और उसको पहुंचाइए। मैं सीफा भी गया था, आप जेना साहब थे वहां। सीफा घूमने के बाद हमने जो वहां के उड़ीसा की सरकार से पूछा कि भाई आपको जो सीफा का रिसर्च है वो आपके गांव तक पहुंचा है? उड़ीसा का जो आपका आईसीआर का बाउंड्री है उससे बाहर ही नहीं गया। अगर उससे बाहर वो नहीं गया तो वह रिसर्च किस काम का है? वह रिसर्च किसी काम का नहीं है। वह रिसर्च आपके किताबों तक सीमित है, आपके बाउंड्री तक सीमित है। उस बाउंड्री से उसको बाहर निकालिए और हर किसान के दरवाजे तक पहुंचाइए, यह हम ICAR से आग्रह करना चाहेंगे। अब इसके अलावा हम फिश प्रोडक्शन इतना कर रहे हैं, और फिश प्रोडक्शन के साथ हम एक्सपोर्ट में आज हमारा 60,500 लगभग करोड़ का सालाना एक्सपोर्ट हम कर रहे हैं। अब उसमें को भी हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। अगर हम वर्ल्ड में सेकंड लार्जेस्ट फिश प्रोड्यूसिंग कंट्री हैं, तो हम 60,000 क्यों करेंगे? कहां कमी है हमको? हम में कहां उसको आगे बढ़ाना है, हमको कैसे आगे उसको ले जाना है? तो उसको ले जाने के लिए भी वैल्यू एडिशन की जरूरत है, क्योंकि एक्सपोर्ट तब तक नहीं बढ़ेगा जब तक आप फिशिंग करने के बाद उसमें वैल्यू एडिशन नहीं करेंगे। हम सभी लोग, हमारे मंत्रालय के सेक्रेटरी भी हैं, हम सभी लोग लगातार इस विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि वैल्यू एडिशन जो एक्सपोर्टर्स कंपनी है, उनको कैसे वैल्यू एडिशन और प्रमोट किया जाए, उसको कैसे वैल्यू एडिशन उसमें आगे बढ़े, और उस वैल्यू एडिशन के बाद आगे हम कैसे उसको आगे बढ़ा सके। तो जब तक वैल्यू एडिशन नहीं होगा तब तक कई है। आज आपका श्रिम्प भी है, श्रिम्प का सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपोर्ट में श्रिम्प का कंट्रीब्यूशन है, लेकिन श्रिम्प भी सर्टेन कंट्री ही ले पा रही है। कई देश हैं जो आपका श्रिम्प भी अगर वैल्यू एडेड श्रिम्प का पैकेजिंग हो, बढ़िया पैकेजिंग हो, वैल्यू एडिशन हो, तो वो हम कई देशों को भी एक्सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं। तो इसको भी सोचने की जरूरत है, इस पर भी कैसे है। हम सिर्फ प्रोडक्शन और को नहीं बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम सिर्फ प्रोडक्शन को नहीं बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम सिर्फ एक्सपोर्ट पर ध्यान नहीं दे रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ हम फिशरमैन का, जो मछुआरे हैं और जो फिश फार्मर्स हैं, उनके सोशल सिक्योरिटी का भी व्यवस्था हमारा देश कर रहा है, और सोशली उनको सिक्योर्ड कर रहे हैं। हमने KCC आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पूरे फिशिंग सेक्टर को और एनिमल हस्बेंड्री सेक्टर को किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के साथ जोड़ा, और KCC आज हम फिशरमैन को, फिश फार्मर्स को दे रहे हैं। किसान क्रेडिट के माध्यम से उनको पैसे की सुविधा मिल जाती है, ऋण की सुविधा मिल जाती है, वो अपने व्यापार को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, अपने काम को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। तो ये काम हम कर रहे हैं। हम सिर्फ KCC का कार्ड नहीं, हम उनको इंश्योरेंस से भी, इंश्योरेंस की भी हम लोगों ने उनको सुरक्षा दी है। और इंश्योरेंस, अगर कोई मरता है, कोई फिशिंग के दौरान मरता है तो उसको 5 लाख रुपए, कोई अगर गंभीर रूप से घायल होता है तो उसको 2.5 लाख रुपए, कोई अगर बीमार है तो उसको 25,000 रुपए। तो ये काम भी फिशिंग इंश्योरेंस के द्वारा भी हम उनको सोशल सिक्योरिटी दे रहे हैं। तो हम एक साथ, एक तरफ हम फिश प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ा रहे हैं, हम एक तरफ एक्सपोर्ट पर काम कर रहे हैं, और दूसरी तरफ हम फिशरमैन और फिश फार्मर्स को सिक्योरिटी भी प्रदान कर रहे हैं। उनको सोशल सिक्योरिटी जो है, उस सोशल सिक्योरिटी भी हम उनको उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा अभी आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लॉन्च किया पालघर में, महाराष्ट्र में, और महाराष्ट्र में लॉन्च किया ट्रांसपॉन्डर भी हम 1 लाख फिशरमैन्स को बांटने का हमने अभी तत्काल निर्णय लिया है, और फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हम बांट रहे हैं। ट्रांसपॉन्डर हम बांट रहे हैं, और बाद में आगे हमारा लक्ष्य है कि हम सभी फिशरमैन को उस ट्रांसपॉन्डर की हम ट्रांसपॉन्डर उनको मुफ्त में उपलब्ध करा दें। ट्रांसपॉन्डर क्या है? आज फिशरमैन समुद्र में के अंदर अगर जाते हैं, और वो अगर जाते हैं और मछली का उत्पादन करने के लिए, मछली कैप्चर फिशिंग के लिए अगर वो जाते हैं, तो उनके साथ दिक्कत है। वो 15 दिन तक, 10 दिन तक, 14 दिनों तक समुद्र के अंदर रहते हैं। कहाँ आंधी आएगा, कहाँ तूफान आएगा, उनको पता नहीं है। एक बैक आंधी तूफान आता है, वो असुरक्षित हो जाते हैं। वो जब समुद्र के अंदर रहते हैं, अपने परिवार के लोगों के संपर्क में नहीं रह पाते हैं। वो जब समुद्र के अंदर होते हैं तो अपने फिशरी डिपार्टमेंट के साथ संपर्क में नहीं रहते हैं। तो ट्रांसपॉन्डर के माध्यम से, और ट्रांसपॉन्डर जो है वो किसी भी स्मार्टफोन में उसको लगा के उसको रखा जा सकता है। अब ट्रांसपॉन्डर एक ऐसा सिस्टम है जो सैटेलाइट से कनेक्टेड है, और सैटेलाइट के माध्यम से वो अपने परिवार से 15 दिन रहें, 10 दिन रहें, वो अपने परिवार से संपर्क में रह सकते हैं। वो अपने विभाग में जो ग्राउंड पर जो उनका विभाग है, मत्स्य पालन विभाग है, उसके संपर्क में रह सकते हैं। वो अपने वेसल्स के मालिकों के संपर्क में रह सकते हैं और उस ट्रांसपॉन्डर्स के माध्यम से उनको यह सैटेलाइट इमेज के माध्यम से उनको यह सूचित किया जाएगा कि आप जो इधर उधर घूम रहे हैं, आप इधर उधर मत घूमिए, फलाना जगह पर मछली काफी संख्या में है, वहां आप फिश कैप्चरिंग कर सकते हैं और उनको जो इधर उधर घूमते रहते हैं उससे भी उनको दिक्कत नहीं होगी। कोई आंधी तूफान अगर आने वाला है उसकी सूचना भी उनको दी जा सकती है उस ट्रांसपॉन्डर के माध्यम से। अगर कोई वेसल बाउंड्री को, इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को क्रॉस कर रहा है तो उस बाउंड्री को क्रॉस करते ही उसको सूचना दी जाएगी कि आप इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री को क्रॉस कर रहे हैं, आप क्रॉस मत करिए, आप वापस आइए। तो ये सारी व्यवस्था हम सोशल सिक्योरिटी के माध्यम से और जो फिशरमैन हैं उनको हम कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए हम लोगों को जो काम करना है वो कम कर रहे हैं। अब वैल्यू एडिशन की बात मैंने की। आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने फिश इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट फंड क्रिएट किया। FIDF का लाभ लेके हम वैल्यू एडिशन को प्रमोट कर सकते हैं। आप उसके थ्रू आप स्कीम बना सकते हैं। हम आपका जो फिश प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स है उसका मॉडर्नाइजेशन कर सकते हैं, प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट्स का मॉडर्नाइजेशन कर सकते हैं। तो ये सारा काम हम कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए हम इस काम को अगर आगे बढ़ाएंगे और इस पर ध्यान अगर देंगे तो हम जो हमारे चैलेंजेज हैं, कोस्टल जलीय चैलेंजेज हैं, जो हमारे जैविक सुरक्षा की समस्या है, उन समस्याओं को देखते हुए हम इस काम को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। हम फिश प्रोडक्शन को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, हम एक्सपोर्ट को आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं और ब्लू इकोनॉमी को हम योगदान कर सकते हैं। ये हमारा कहना है। और बाकी तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि एशिया पैसिफिक रीजन जो है उसका ट्रांस बाउंड्री से लेके और स्टॉक से लेके फिश के स्टॉक तक सब हमारी एक जैसी है। तो इसलिए हम उसको आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं इसके साथ, क्योंकि हम तो कोई बहुत टेक्निकल आदमी है नहीं। पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ हम टेक्निकल आदमी नहीं है, ना हम साइंटिस्ट हैं, ना हम रिसर्चर्स हैं। लेकिन हम जो आप लोगों से जान पाते हैं, साइंटिस्ट से, रिसर्चर से, जो हम समस्या समझ पाते हैं, जो पूरे पर्यावरण के बारे में और जो जलीय सुरक्षा के बारे में जो हम जानकारी प्राप्त करते हैं पढ़ के, उसके आधार पर हम आपके साथ बैठ के रणनीति बनाते हैं, अधिकारियों के साथ या जो हमारे साइंटिस्ट हैं उनके साथ। तो हम सब इसको मिल के आगे करेंगे तो हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और हम जलीय सुरक्षा जो है उसको भी ध्यान में रख सकते हैं। हम जो पर्यावरण की सुरक्षा है उसको भी सुरक्षित कर सकते हैं। तो ये सब काम हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं और हम समझते हैं कि ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है, ये कॉन्फ्रेंस आने वाले समय में बैठ के इस बिंदुओं पर चर्चा करके कोई ठोस नतीजे पर पहुंचेगा। यही हम आपसे आग्रह करेंगे और ठोस नतीजे पर आप पहुंचिए और ठोस नतीजे पर पहुंचने के बाद हम लोग उसकी आगे की कार्य योजना पर काम करेंगे। हमारी सरकार और मोदी जी की सरकार की ये कमिटमेंट है, प्रतिबद्धता है कि जो हम काम करेंगे उसमें हमारा ना पर्यावरण असुरक्षित हो, ना हमारा जलवायु का जो संरक्षण है वो कहीं से इफेक्ट हो। तो ये सारे काम को हम आगे बढ़ाने के लिए कर सकते हैं। तो इसलिए इस सम्मेलन में आप सभी बैठ के पूरा विचार विमर्श करके आपसी सहयोग के माध्यम से, आपसी विचार विमर्श के माध्यम से एक ठोस नीति बनाएंगे। इसी आशा और विश्वास के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir, for being with us today on this landmark event and giving us steadfast directions for steering ourselves into fruitful tomorrows. We will always remember your words and make sure to live up to them as we mold ourselves into better human resources of tomorrow. Finally, I'm happy to call upon Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Vice Chairman, Asian Fisheries Society, Indian Branch, to present the formal vote of thanks.
सभी को सुप्रभात. Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Panchayat Raj, and guest of honor, the chief guest for today's inaugural ceremony, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji. Our distinguished guests, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, Padma Shri Dr. S. Ayyappan, Dr. Mohammad, Dr. Trilochan Mahapatra Ji, Professor Neil, convener of AFAF, Dr. Jena, my colleague, Dr. Kuldeep Lal, all the distinguished guests, delegates, and dear colleagues. A very warm good morning to all of you. At the outset, it gives me immense pleasure to be part of this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. The forum has long been a beacon of scientific exchange and collaboration, and it is a proud moment for India to host this prestigious event. The platform provided by AFAF fosters discussions that shape the future of fisheries and aquaculture across the globe, reinforcing sustainability, innovation, and cooperation. It is truly an honor for our country to facilitate such a critical dialogue. India, as one of the leading contributors to global fisheries and aquaculture, has always played a pivotal role in ensuring food security, the nutritional sufficiency, and sustainable livelihoods. The learnings from this forum will further strengthen our commitment to making the fisheries sector more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. On this momentous occasion, I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone present here on this inaugural ceremony. First and foremost, our heartfelt gratitude to Sri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and Panchayat Raj, Government of India. His leadership and commitment to the development of fisheries and allied sectors are truly commendable. His presence here today reflects the government's strong support for fostering science and empowering millions dependent on fisheries for their livelihoods. I, on behalf of Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum and all present here, convey our highest regards and sincere appreciation to the Honorable Minister for kindly sparing his valuable time with us and gracing this inaugural ceremony with his esteemed presence. We are deeply honored by his participation and extend our heartfelt thanks for his insightful address and guidance in shaping the future of fisheries and aquaculture in the country. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Sri Shivraj Singh Chauhan Ji, Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Rural Development, who unfortunately could not attend this function today. On behalf of all present here, I express our heartfelt appreciation for his visionary leadership in driving transformative policies, empowering rural livelihoods, and strengthening the fisheries landscape. A moment of special recognition and deep gratitude to Dr. Himanshu Pathak Ji, Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR, the esteemed leader of India's Apex Agriculture Research Institution. As the driving force behind ICAR, his vision and leadership have been instrumental in advancing scientific innovation and policy reforms in Indian agriculture. Thank you very much, sir. It is my honor to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Abhilaksh Likhi, the Secretary, Department of Fisheries, Government of India, for his esteemed presence today and invaluable contributions to this forum. I believe under his leadership, the fisheries sector in India will witness remarkable advancements and economic growth. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Padma Shri Dr. S. Ayyappan former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR, and my teacher. We all appreciate his invaluable service and guidance to ICAR and National Agriculture Research System. His visionary leadership has been instrumental in strengthening the fisheries sector in particular and advancing towards global competitiveness. His continued support and mentorship have left an indelible mark in ICAR's scientific progress, inspiring generations of researchers and policymakers. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. It's my privilege to extend profound gratitude to Dr. Yasin Mohammad, Honorable DG World Fish, Malaysia, for joining this important event and for his thought-provoking perspectives and steadfast commitment to enhancing nutritional security, livelihoods through responsible fisheries. Thank you very much. A heartfelt and special note of appreciation to our friend, Professor Neil, the President of Asian Fisheries Society, for his presence. His leadership has been instrumental in fostering scientific collaborations and shaping the future. Our sincere gratitude to our own Dr. J.K. Jena, Deputy Director General, Fisheries, and convener of this Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. His meticulous planning, vision, and dedication have been instrumental in bringing together the global experts and the stakeholders to deliberate the key challenges and opportunities in the fisheries and aquaculture. Thank you very much, Jena sir. I extend our gratitude to the Asian Fisheries Society, the parent body, for giving an opportunity for us to host this event. Heartfelt gratitude to all our co-hosts, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, the Department of Fisheries, and the Asian Fisheries Indian Branch. Our appreciation to all the AFS councillors for their presence and unwavering commitment for advancing the mission of the Asian Fisheries Society. Special thanks to the incoming President, Dr. Liping Lu. Our special thanks to Dr. Mahapatra, Tirulochan Mahapatra ji, the chairperson of the FPPB FRA, and the former Secretary DARE and DG ICAR for his gracious presence here today. I would like to thank Madam Alka and Sagar Mehra ji for their presence, and Dr. Gautam, Dr. Dilip Kumar Sahab, all the distinguished, esteemed invited guests today, all the overseas delegates, the industry representatives, and all the delegates who are here to enrich this forum with their insights, discussions, and exchange of ideas. Your participation has truly made this event a hub of scientific excellence collaboration. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all the entire organizing committee, all the volunteers, all the students, all the technical teams who have worked relentlessly behind the scenes to ensure the seamless execution of this grand event. We are thankful to all the sponsors of the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum with their generous financial support, without which it would have been not possible to conduct an event of this magnitude. Thanks to all the sponsors. All the members of the media fraternity richly deserve our special thanks for giving a great publicity for this event. Finally, I would like to thank all who have supported directly or indirectly for making this event a grand success, and also the whole forum, which is going to be witnessed in another couple of days, to be more productive and engaging a very good conference in the future. The next few days promise to be an enriching experience filled with insightful discussions, knowledge exchange, and meaningful collaborations that will drive the future of fisheries. May this forum serve as a catalyst for innovation, collaboration, and collective action towards a more sustainable and resilient fisheries sector. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind.
And I thank Dr. Ravi Shankar for presenting the vote of thanks. I now request everyone to stand up in the honor of the nation for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा चञ्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I now request everyone to kindly proceed for high tea in the ground floor. I also request everyone to once again assemble in this auditorium for the next keynote session.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back. Please settle down. So we'll start the session now. Friends, now we are going to have a keynote talk by Padma Shri Dr. S. Ayyappan sir. Let me take the pleasure of introducing him. Of course, he does not need any introduction to the gathering, but as a formality, just I would like to share a few things about Dr. Ayyappan, sir. No, please, sir, please. So, kindly take your seat, sir, please. Professor Dr. S. Ayyappan, with a master's degree in fisheries science, has a PhD in aquatic microbiology. His specific areas of research are fisheries, freshwater aquaculture, and aquatic microbiology. With several assignments during the scientific career for more than 4 decades, he has served as the director, ICAR Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture in Bhubaneswar, director of ICAR Central Institute of Fisheries Education, the deemed university in Mumbai. Then he became Deputy Director General Fisheries Science in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi. Then he was the Chief Executive of National Fisheries Development Board, Government of India. Then he became the Secretary DARE and DG ICAR. He served as the President of the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, New Delhi. He was the Chair Professor of NABARD Chair. He was the Chancellor of Central Agriculture University, Imphal. He was the Chairman of Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, Bengaluru. And he was the Chairperson of the NABL, Government of India. He has been conferred with DSC by 15 universities and is a recipient of several awards, including the most coveted Padma Shri by Government of India and Karnataka Rajyotsava Award 2013, representing the country in important international fora. The interactions have developed a deep understanding and widened the horizon of his vision in food and agriculture, fisheries, aquaculture, especially in the developing countries. Big hand to Dr. S. Ayyappan. With great pleasure and privilege, I invite Dr. Ayyappan sir to give the keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ravi Shankar, for the kind words. And I'm grateful for this opportunity. Can I have the slides? Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, and esteemed delegates to the forum, guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I'd like to thank the organizers, the 14 AFAF, for this opportunity. This presentation is the InFish to 2030 is a tribute to the fisheries fraternity. It's a large number of people, the fishers and the farmers, the hatchery operators and the fish processing workers across the country, and several sisters and brothers working in fisheries sector. Also with respects to my teachers, mentors and seniors, thanks to my colleagues, the admiration to the present set of researchers, teachers, extension workers, policymakers, administrators, and development officials. And I must also mention the fish vendors who complete the supply chain in this country. I am honored that the Secretary DARE and Director General ICAR, Dr. Himanshu Pathak has deemed it fit to be present at this occasion. And I'd like to once again thank Dr. J.K. Jena, convener of this forum. This is an attempt to present before you the current status, the strides in science and technology, innovations and policy for resilience and sustainability, and also employment in the Asian continent and India, particularly employment opportunities in fisheries and aquaculture. This has been possible only due to the inputs and interactions with various colleagues from ICAR, directors of the Fisheries Research Institutes, heads of different fisheries organizations, and I would like to take a minute on thanking them, Dr. J.K. Jena, who is the DDG Fisheries and also the convener of this forum. The present set of directors of Fisheries Research Institutes and the former ones, you know them, Dr. C.N. Ravi Shankar, Dr. Gopal Krishnan, Dr. Clinton George, Dr. K.K. Lal, Dr. B.K. Das, Dr. P.K. Sahu, Dr. P.K. Pandey, Dr. U.K. Sarkar, Dr. Joy Ninan, and from the ministry also Dr. M. Koya, Dr. B.K. Behra, Dr. M. Karthikeyan, Dr. C.V. Mohan, who was with the World Fish, Dr. P. Shinoj from CMFRI, my colleague in the ICR, Sri A.K. Verma, and several colleagues across the country who have made me what I am. Mahatma Gandhi, father of Indian nation, has said, a man with an empty stomach, for him, food is God. And we are fortunate that we are all associated this domain of food production. I am standing before you as a student of fisheries, still exploring all that's happening across the country in different domains. And this is what I'm still a traveler, picking up pebbles on the sands of time. And like all of us, I too have worshipped in the shrines of fisheries science, if I might say. And that's what I'm learning still. And this is what are the institutions of fisheries. I started from College of Fisheries, Mangalore, first fisheries college in the country. Had an opportunity to join at all ICAR institutes, Central Inland Fisheries Research Institute, Barakpur. Then moved on to Central Institute of Freshwater Aquaculture, Bhubaneswar. Then the Central Institute of Fisheries Education in Mumbai. And with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, had an opportunity to be with the National Fisheries Development Board. I'm mentioning this because institutional mechanisms, we believe, are very important in any sector across the continent. And these are momentous times for us in the food systems. We have covered quarter of the century, 8+ billion people on the earth. Climate change was discussed in the inaugural session. Unprecedented pandemics, we don't know how many more are to come. The emerging diseases, we are aware of the AMR, microplastics, circular economy that we are talking of, the health and food production focus, the rural to urban migration, and the impact of disasters and the wars and markets, and also to the SDG 2030, we are only five years from now. And fish in the SDGs, when we look at the 17 of them, at least in 7 of them, fish is covered in one way or the other, from water to nutrition and so on. Now, this is where we are talking of the climate, hunger, and food, many very familiar slides. Even today, nearly 1 billion facing hunger, and more than 2 billion food insecure, and more than half a billion undernourished. And Asia, the geographical region that we are addressing today, home to more than half of those facing hunger in the world. Undernourishment has gone down a slightly bit from the last year by about 0.3%, but still over 8%. And this is where we are looking at rebalancing agricultural policies, incentives, and then more nutrition. I'm sure Dr. Shakuntala, World Food Prize Laureate, would be speaking on this more with regard to nutrition-sensitive investment and policy actions. And then we go on to the way we produce food. Now we have been producing food. Now we have been asked, how did you produce that food? Not how much. And that's where we are talking of this food, water, energy nexus. In the morning, a mention was made with regard to greening the blue growth and also the carbon footprints and so on. And when it comes to fish to 2050, of course, we thought it would be practical to speak of fish to 2030 in India, but there are already several projections. So presently, the global fish production about 223 million tons, and the capture and the culture, we are aware of about 92% from 92 million tons from the capture fisheries, and rest of it coming from the aquaculture, which was only in the initial stages 3 decades back. And global projections, human population on the planet Earth, 9 billion, fish production from the present one, at least to 240 million tons. And when it comes to India, we are in the morning repeatedly, the point was made, we are at about 17.5 million tons, 18 million tons to say. So we need to go up to 40 million tons in the next 25 years. And we also have some kind of a milestone in this country, 2047. That's the centenary of the Indian independence. So many of our projections are aligned to that particular time period of 2047. So morning a point was made, the fisheries sector is growing at 9.5 to 10% presently, annually, and then at least it needs to go up to 14%. And these are some of the points, that are very, we are all aware of, something like per capita consumption of what, 20 kg. Then main thing is the employment, the growth in employment. That's what we are more concerned with. So 600 million globally, and the kind of gender equity that we have needs to be enhanced a little more. And when it comes to this country, we repeatedly talk of farmers' income. It's not only food quantity, but then the way the farmer looks at the enterprise with regard to his personal income. And that's where we are looking at in different ways towards integration, diversification, value addition, and so on. And fish, I must say, plays a very important role. It's considered an integral component of agriculture, blue economy, irrigation, agri-exports, health, nutrition, and in the recent past, pharma also. Now, when we compare with other sectors, subsectors of agriculture, or nowadays we also refer to them as sectors, now kindly look at the average annual growth in the value of output in terms of percentage. Fishing and aquaculture, 9%. And morning a point was made with regard to the growth in agriculture, about 3.5 to 3.7%. But even if we break into the individual components, livestock comes nearby. So this is the potential of fisheries and aquaculture in India. The top agriculture commodities exported from Indian subcontinent is something like this. It's about $5 billion annually in fish exports and the shrimp exports. And when we put all the components together in terms of marine products, it goes up to $7.4 billion. And closest that we have is with regard to the famous basmati rice from this country. So the new agriculture that we are talking of is more from less for more. The shift from starch to protein and health foods. And I must say the whole of the continent is reeling through stress agriculture. And that's where we are talking of value addition in greater measures. And the continuum in this country is agriculture to food, to nutrition to health, to environment and employment. That's what the younger generation, that is the population between 18 to 40 years of age, looking for employment. That's where every sector is focusing on the job opportunities. And in this talk, I propose to focus on resilience, sustainability, and job opportunities in fisheries and aquaculture. This is what the future of food farming looks like. A lot of diversification happening, including livestock and fisheries. In the last few years, we also wrote many vision documents for the country with the entire, as I mentioned earlier, the institutions in this country, the individuals in this country have been contributing to several things that included, we thought, could we double the fish production? Could you have a 50 species aquaculture? We should address, as I mentioned, water, energy, and food. Then water productivity using different types of water, new tools for breed and strain improvement, the indigenous SPF stocks. The seed production, again, in the classical agriculture, seed has played a very important role. That's what we are looking at. And then farm mechanization and more of ICTs in fisheries and aquaculture. Now, Indian focus on fisheries and aquaculture has been very significant in the last few years. As I said, 18 million ton fish country. An initiative was the National Fisheries Development Board, a Ministry of Fisheries at the center. These are some examples for many other countries. And in large schemes, I won't go into the details, but then they have been placed to look at the comprehensive development of the sector. Blue economy, we have become very much a part of the blue economy, and a comprehensive national fisheries policy. Earlier, it used to be maybe fragmented and addressing ecosystems separately, but now with the blue economy coming in, fish is very much there. Then I would not detail the resources, it's common knowledge, but then the recent surveys with regard to the Indian coastline, we had followed this data for about 50 years now, but about 8,000 kilometers of Indian coastline. But only last month, it has been revised to something like nearly 12,000 kilometers, including the bays and the estuaries, and that brings up greater opportunities, both for investments as also the need for new technologies to be put in. A very unique subcontinent from the cold waters of Himalayas to the island systems of Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar. Very few countries have this kind of a canvas for fisheries. Now, this is what has happened in the last few years. The marine production, the freshwater aquaculture production that the Honorable Minister also referred to, huge potentials, and if any more fish has to come, it is this sector, this segment that we are looking at. And the agri-exports is of the order of 17% from fisheries, and in the country's finance, at least 1% coming from fisheries, as was mentioned, is the second largest aquaculture inland fish producer in the world, in the Asian continent. Very quick look at what happened in the last decade. More than 80% increase in total fish production, more than 100% increase in inland, and fish exports equally. This is what is exciting the trade and commerce in this country. In the same way, the fish and shrimp production trends, in spite of several market vagaries globally, and then there were issues of recession and so on, but still the Indian shrimp exports, fish and shrimp, have kept up. And as I said, today we are at about $7.4 billion. Now, when it comes to the diversity of this country, that's our strength, that's our asset. And this is what is across the sectors. When it comes to freshwater, brackish water, marine, about more than 3,000 species that we can be talking of, documented, being characterized almost, and then in different forms, conserved. And similarly, shellfish diversity, both in marine systems and marine and the freshwater systems. And this is the kind of biodiversity. I must say that we share this when it comes to the coast with many other countries, both on the side of Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. Now, when it comes to utilization of aquatic genetic resources, we still have a lot of potentials. This is just a comparison of how the world has used more than 1%. When it comes to India, about 0.5%. So the prospects is we could be easily going to nearly to 2% as we go along in aquaculture, and much more when it comes to capture fisheries. And this is a quick picture of how the fish and shellfish biodiversity has been an asset in this country for taking to greater practices. It's again a point of pride that this country, several of the states, as you are aware of, more than 30 states in this country, have adopted different fish species as the state species. This provides for propagation, conservation, cultivation, and an increasing contribution to the fish basket. Again, when it comes to the diversity, food diversity, I'm sure you will have a taste of it in the next 3 days. More than 17,000 primary recipes in the plate of India in different states. Again, when it comes to meat consumption, it's of the range, it's a wide ranging, it's between, because largely perceived as a vegetarian state, but then 25 to 99% consumption when it comes to meat. When it comes to fish, we are, as I said, 17.5 million tons. That takes us to a domestic consumption of about 85%. The nutrition derived from fish, we are at the 123rd position because we have various other sources of protein and so on. So the per capita consumption is of the order of 9 kilograms, and the growth rate about 5%. And the state-wise variation, these are some of the recent studies brought up, and it again varies from 21 to 99% of the population in different states. Marine fisheries, again, that had been our strength, and then main contributor to fish basket, a very tropical, multi-species, heterogeneous system. Potential estimates, because many non-conventional resources are being considered. It could be over 7 million tons as we go along. Today we are at about 4+. And apart from the Marine Stewardship Council certification, we also have our own ways of addressing analyzing the health of the fish stocks, where we are assured that more than 90% of the fish stocks of this country are healthy. And then about 8% are overfished, and then our tuna population in the island systems waiting to be harnessed. And contribution to seafood exports, more than 50% in terms of quantity. The last line is not visible here. What I would like to mention here is the main thing is with regard to the emissions. And when we quantified these emissions due to mechanized fishing are 33% lower than global practices. This again is kind of a greening the blue economy. And when it comes to biodiversity and environment, this is a quick picture of how we are able to restore the biodiversity, conserve, and then we don't, as I said, 90% stocks are healthy. And this is what we are talking of, 62% in aquatic biodiversity is being harnessed, and then some other shellfish and so on, we still have a lot of scope. New techniques, tools are being employed, deployed. For example, the marine debris is being quantified along the coastline using the new tools. Similarly, the harmful bloom, we always call them as HABs, harmful algal blooms, are being very, very closely monitored. And the new tools with regard to climate vulnerability, the ecological niche models, the invasion risk and disease risks are being monitored. Marine litter is another problem that we come across, is being closely watched. And then citizen scientists, because along the coast, I must mention 30 kilometers from the coast, we have more than 170, we are totally, as I said, 1.43 billion population, 1430. So more than 170 million population lives in the coastal areas. That's where citizen scientists are becoming very important. Now, these were the gears that we used in the previous years. Shore scenes were very common. Community efforts, village, number clustered villages getting into coastal, fishing. And then came the purse scenes. Again, a lot of catches. They were called non-selective and so on. And trawl nets. And now, presently, we are at somewhere in the era of trawl nets, particularly. Increasing contribution from mariculture. This is again a new dimension in marine fisheries. The IMTA that we are familiar in many of the Asian countries, and then offshore mariculture picking up, and then also a policy being drafted. So the mariculture production again, it's increasing, more than 10,000 tons surely. A lot of cage farming sites being located, again with new tools of GIS and so on. And we are able to take to new species, both finfish and some of the crustaceans like lobsters. Marine molluscan culture has been in vogue for a long time, and value addition to some of these. And in the recent past, with regard to nutraceuticals also from the seas, has been another approach, getting into commercial level. And this is what we call them as nature's pharmacy. Bioactive compounds, nutraceuticals, health products coming from different, it could be algal components, it could be microbial components. So the marine fishery is no more the gross fish, but it is something beyond that we are exploring and harnessing. This brings us to the issue of the areas, marine areas beyond national jurisdiction. We have been discussing this for a long time, and recently updated in 2022. I must mention with regard to another agreement, BBNJ, the biodiversity management beyond national jurisdictions, and this draft came up in 23, and in September 24, our foreign minister signed the agreement, so we are a signatory to this agreement of BBNJ. Also, periodic stock assessment of marine fisheries resources, AI-mediated mechanisms, deep sea new ventures being taken, inter-ministerial ventures being taken for exploring the deep seas. We have called them as, by different names, Samudrayan and so on, like Gaganyaan and so on. So, but new ventures being taken up as inter-ministerial efforts in the country. The integrated fisheries development, we had the annual budget session only last 10 days or so, and then greater thrust on the island ecosystems of Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar for various reasons, not just for fish, tuna, but many other things that I just mentioned. Cleaner environment has been our focus, and marine protected areas, eco-labeling. Now, the insurance dimension, this morning you saw a new insurance mechanism being drafted. So the Honorable Minister also in his speech, of course he spoke in Hindi, but then he brought up several variants of insurance for marine fishermen. And these are great steps, we believe, in propagating marine fisheries and sustaining marine fisheries in the long run. Carbon footprints, again, new ventures being brought up very, very methodically. And when it comes to the coastal aquaculture, it's a very, very vibrant ecosystem. 9 states of this country and union territories having this scope, and we are increasingly taking up to the shrimp farming. All of us know in Asia is the Vanamai, the white shrimp that is ruling, and the Indian species, Penaeus monodon, and now we are talking of Penaeus indicus. They ruled, the monodon ruled, and now it's coming back. And at this stage, a lot of diversification into finfish also happening. Now, this is what we are looking at possibilities in a big way, both for domestic consumption and export when it comes to some of these important species of sea bass, cobia, milkfish, mullets, gropers, and so on. For each of them, as you are aware, esteemed colleagues, requires years of domestication, standardization of hatchery protocols, seed production, and further raising them to table fish. It's a lot of efforts. And I must compliment our colleagues in different fishery research institutes of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research for continued efforts, bringing them to the mainstay. Now we are looking at the possibilities of what's going on in the shrimp sector. That's where we are talking about more than $5 billion of exports. And this is how it works. As I said, Vanamai mainly contributing to nearly 1 million ton every year, the indicus and monodon coming up, and the mud crab is another commodity that we are looking at. So when we talk of 2030, we think that the productions could be going up to more than, it's about 5 years from now, 1.1 million tons, maybe as we go along further, 1.6, and by 2047, as I mentioned, the goal is something like 3 million tons of shrimp in various forms. And the Indian tiger prawn coming up, we have our colleagues from the industry here today in this hall. They would bear me out that there have been continuous efforts at these quality seed and farming practices. So with regard to finfish, similarly, we have made some projections with regard to sea bass, milkfish, and pearl spot, high-value species, and very clear models being worked out. So the drivers are, as I mentioned, the states and the resources and the estuaries, and the potential of 1.2 million hectares that could be brought in. And we are still on a very consciously at the semi-intensive level of culture. And that's again an eco-friendly practice. And with regard to inland areas, I must mention shrimp has gone into interior areas, if you are aware of the Indian map, to the states of Punjab and Haryana in a very big way. We also have issues when it comes to coastal aquaculture, is the calamities and the climate change in a big way, the indigenous SPF stocks at which we are seriously working on, the enhanced infrastructure for culture and processing, quality maintenance, and with regard to feed, as most of the Asian countries have this issue of feed And then ingredients and transport costs. Again, the location of our processing plants, brings this issue of transport costs, and then again the profitability and affordability for the common man towards shrimp. So what we're looking at 25, we are in 25 about 1.4 million tons. So we can easily bring in more areas, for which we also projected the additional hatcheries required, investments required, and like as you see on the right side, 550 numbers, capacity 60 billion seed. In the morning you saw a small ceremony of insurance, as I mentioned, an Indian shrimp farming model coming up. It's such a close network of the people working in hatcheries, to seed, to culture, to feed, to health, in shrimp, that it has really come out as an Indian shrimp farming model. Our colleagues in Chennai at the Brackish Water Institute have been working on a super intensive precision and natural farming concept to be possible very soon. Mangroves, about 0.15% of the geographical area of this country. They also come in the coastally, as you're aware, 0.15% and about 5,000 kilometers. Now we have a conflict issue here. Here it's the conservation of mangroves versus the livelihoods of the dense populations, dense villages and towns, and how we are able to provide livelihoods for them. So there it could be paddy, rice farming, it could be fish cultivation, it could be shellfish and so on. So the kind of trade-offs that we have when it comes to some of these issues, we have been continuously working on. And this is what, some of the recent efforts. And then the dimension of carbon sequestration being brought up very significantly. It's not visible here, 6 to 8 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent per hectare. That is the carbon sequestration potential of something like 5,000 square kilometers of mangroves in this country. Now, the possibility with regard to interior India, inland parts of inland states, as I mentioned, like Punjab, Haryana, it could be going to Maharashtra and so on. So 9 million hectares in terms of salt-affected areas, and there again, several crop species that have come in, and a very attractive alternative is with regard to shrimp and some fish possibilities. When it comes to inland fisheries, as was mentioned again, this is our major source of production. 6% of the geographical area of the country in terms of inland water bodies, more than 1,000 species in biodiversity, and cold water fisheries is a unique feature in the inland fisheries system. The climate change, shrinking water resource, siltation, weed infestations, these are some of our issues at this time, including huge aquatic pollution. So the conservation programs for rejuvenation in various forms, it could be protected areas, including high signs of tissue, live gene banking, and so on. Now the new tools of drone-mediated assessment and enhancement measures also being worked out. Riverine fisheries, is another important asset for this country. And we think that about 400,000 tons could be the annual fish production from these major river systems. Some colleagues coming from overseas must be very familiar with the river Ganga. A lot of work on that, including rejuvenation in terms of stocking and ensuring that it's not only stock enhancement, it's the ecological balance, eco-health that we are looking at. Climate impact. A lot of assessments have been done with regard to the shift in geographical distribution of warm water fishes, then what's happening to the breeding cycle of the domesticated carp species, then with regard to the thermal and precipitation issues, hybrid methods of vulnerability specific to wetland fisheries, carbon sequestration, again along the wetlands, it's quite significant. And then also, we have been able to bring out figures with regard of methane emission, carbon dioxide, and so on. And in sum, it's the climate resilient strategies for different states. Happy that our colleagues in different institutes have been working on these new dimensions of hypoxic stress, the oxygen stress in some of the river systems. And a unique feature, our neighbors from Bangladesh, they are here. We have been partners in with regard to Hilsa catches, Hilsa conservation, Hilsa consumption, and so on. And recent strides, we have been able to domesticate this very difficult anadromous Indian salmon. And now the life cycles have been completed, seed production there, and in the next 5 years, with hatcheries already, feeds, again compliments to our colleagues, we should be there as an important contributor in terms of Hilsa cultivation. Lagoon and estuarine fisheries, another asset of this country, very precious fish species in the estuarine belt, and the productivity levels as they are could be enhanced a great deal. And in this regard, forecasting models and management guidelines. And I must mention there are many agencies when it comes to fisheries in this country. It's not only just the Fisheries Ministry, it's the Environment, Forest, and Power, Irrigation, several ministries. That's where is a lot of networking that goes on when it comes to these kinds of management, including wetland fisheries. 500,000 hectares of floodplain wetlands, very important ecosystem in terms of native species, and that's where we are looking at doubling the potential of something like 500,000 tons. Again, the kind of habitat degradation that's happening and unorganized institutional arrangements to be looked at, very important interventions in terms of the pens and cages, and that have enhanced the fisheries a great deal. Esteemed colleagues, we were earlier talking of only in terms of pilots, but today some of these practices in terms of cages, enclosures have gone up so much in important reservoirs, and these are major interventions when it comes to reservoir fish production. Our own Bharat Ratna, Professor M.S. Swaminathan ji, always used to say, jobless production is joyless production. So when he saw this slide, he was so happy. Now, this is a slide of our fishers in the central India state of Jharkhand, where very important reservoirs there, where they have installed cages and taking fish to markets. See the joy in their faces. This is what we want to happen. The impact of research on the society well demonstrated in our system of Indian Council of Agricultural Research. Also into high sciences, because environmental monitoring management has become very important, not just the fish production, produce fish in a green manner. That's what is happening with regard to resource monitoring. And we do have huge issues of aquatic pollution from industries, partly from agriculture, so several other economic activities. That's where very important sensors being brought up, many taken to commercial level, and also when it comes to biosensors, important strides made in the recent past. We have been discussing microplastics. It's become a huge concern, but very few deep studies into microplastics. Again, so very happy that our colleagues have brought out one of the first estimates of microplastics in important river systems like Ganga or the Eastern India, Calcutta wetlands. We are assured that we still have not gone to that level that we get from global literature elsewhere. Important aspects of drones in fisheries management, whether it's water sampling, land mapping, or broadcasting, or underwater imaging, and you are aware these require a lot of standardization, so it's been a collaborative effort between different agencies that we are able to talk about drones in fisheries management today. Cold water fisheries resources, again, high-value species, very important for this country, and it's that a huge geographical coverage. It's something like 500,000 square kilometer, and with rivers and streams, and more than 250 species of our own, plus introduced exotic species. Today, an annual production of about 60,000 tons, and in terms of trouts and mahashis and loachers. But then huge possibilities in the northern belt, in the northeastern areas, and the deep south, where also we have some potentials for cold water fish production fisheries as well as aquaculture. Freshwater aquaculture has been the mainstay of Indian fish basket in the recent past, And this is what we have at this time. We came from a level of 1, 2, 3 tons. Today, an average production of 5 tons per hectare per year in different farms with the Indian major crops. And the species diversification that has happened, it's so interesting. I must mention that in a fora like this, today our colleagues have enabled breeding and seed production of finfish, shellfish, more than 40 species. It's a pride for any country that we are able to get to this level. Improvement, the esteemed Director General ICAR also mentioned about the improvement, huge efforts going on, like the global efforts. You know about salmon, tilapia, and common carp, and so on, rainbow trout. And in India too, this fish, rohu, is being worked out for the last about 25 to 30 years, and with great possibilities and with great improvements. For example, in case of rohu, it's about 60% growth. In case of freshwater prawn, 55%. Again, another Indian major carp, about 30%. And the catfish, Indian catfish, about 21%. We are also happy to know or have this status of whole genome sequences of its rohu, katla, magu, and also mullets, the Indian white shrimp, and the edible oyster. Also, these genomes have been sequenced. Again, a great addition in our R&D strides towards enhancing productivity. Seed production, a very important area. Today, more than 3,000 hatcheries, and also what are called as reinforced plastic hatcheries. And then carp seed production of that order of 60 billion. And then the seed requirement is being continuously worked out. And what's interesting is a huge enterprise that has happened in terms of seed production. Several variants, this country being so diverse, and we need to have customized culture systems. It cannot be one system for the entire country. So in that mode, where inputs single to multiple cropping, seasonal waters, even if the water remains in a body for about 4 months, we are able to take a harvest. And other species, enclosure culture just mentioned, integrated farming and wastewater utilization in different farms, and the new systems of biofloc, recirculatory aquaculture systems, ornamental farming. So several variants of freshwater aquaculture. And again, in terms of diversification, Indian magur, the catfish, the Indian freshwater prawn, and in addition, we had mariculture with pearl production and the inland fish production. You must be seeing several YouTube stories coming up continuously with regard to freshwater pearl production. Integrated farming, a very important dimension, because the farmer in this country having multiple farming practices, able to recycle various waste into another system. So in that mode, it could be crop, it could be animal, and aquatic and terrestrial. It's picking up in a big way. Feed and nutrition have been an important area of research in this country. From the traditional feeds, we are aware, our colleagues, our friends in Thailand, Indonesia, they are here. We have seen farm-made feeds, so very convenient feeds. So in that mode, apart from that, floating feeds, sinking feeds, and so on. So shrimp feed production about 1.8 million tons, floating feed including. We think we require 60% more feed production, and in that effort, I must again mention several feed ingredients, customized feed compositions, formulations for different fish species at different stages, considering the locally available ingredients. That's what is important. It's not one ingredient, it's not one like soybean for all the feeds. It's different local ingredients incorporated into fish feeds. Very important aspect also has been when it comes to health aspect, with regard to nutrient profiling of more than 150 food fishes, and this has been a great addition to several colleagues working in food and pharma. Fish health management issues, we have continuous issues with regard to, it could be parasites earlier, it could be pathogens now, and elegant work done with regard to therapeutics, and a program on the national surveillance on aquatic animal diseases, emergency response systems, referral laboratories is another thing that we are reasonably proud of. Fish cell lines and national repositories, apart from the that we have with regard to bureaus, fish genetic bureau that we have, several ways of collection, conservation, cataloging, characterization, and further taking it to the field. Now, we are also concerned, this is towards sustainability. We are looking at what is the water consumption, where does the water come from when it comes to freshwater aquaculture, what should we be exploring further, and so on. So that's what we are looking at, the quality and quantity of water, at the same time, water footprints. And in that context, we worked out, it's not to compare with other costs, but then just to mention freshwater aquaculture, even in terms of evaporation, seepage, it could be consuming some water, but it's not more than 300 to 500 liters of water per kilogram. And also the systems worked on with regard to aquaculture-based sewage treatment systems. This is what we brought out as a bioremediation measure and reasonably accepted. And looking at water requirement in the country, in the Indian subcontinent, we have been able to project the water budgets of various sectors till 2050. When it comes to industry, how it goes up. When it comes to energy, how it goes up. And domestic drinking water at the same time. When it comes to agriculture in general, you can see that a lot of measures towards conservation, towards water saving, and so on. So we think that our water budgeting demands would not be that much, and we would be very, very compatible when it comes to the country's 4,000 billion cubic meter of water resource. That's what we have annually in India. And we are able to comply with the kind of restricted availability that we would have as we go along. The fish productivity or the rice productivity, when we combine them, how things have changed, for example, in terms of cents, it could be 6 to 7 times more when we get into integrated farming. These are research studies, published studies. So this is what we are taking to wherever possible. It's not possible everywhere, but in irrigated systems and where water is available for seasonally, these practices could be adopted with a greater profit. Now, also getting into this kind of issues of emissions. Of course, we have emission studies from paddy fields, from the livestock. So similarly in fish, in cultivation also, whether it's brackish water ponds, how the greenhouse gases, methane, nitrous oxide, carbon dioxide, and so on. So we've been able to monitor them. And then with regard to water salinity, how the methane levels have reduced is another picture that this slide presents. We were also able to bring in some studies when it comes to sustainability. It's very important we look at some of them. So we have some of the data with regard to nitrogen fixation levels in fish ponds and corresponding biofertilization. And then, for example, an intervention with Azola has been able to provide. These are the first of the studies from CIFA Bhubaneswar. Now, when it comes to methane emission, again, from freshwater fish ponds, because I'm sure we all know that several levels were projected. But then we were able to quantify them and say very clearly that it's, for example, from the freshwater bodies of the country, we said it's not more than 0.27 million tons per year. These are projections from the actual quantifications. Friends getting into precision aquaculture in various ways to the extent possible, automation in different forms. And these are recent strides that our colleagues have been working on, and sensors in different ways, water quality monitoring, feed provision, several of those. So finally it comes to eco-friendly fish culture, and these are some of the recent interventions. Again, could be high-value species aimed mainly at water recycling and then wastewater remediation. And these are some things that recent trends that are picked up in hydroponics, fish as a component, and ecotourism, pictures from the villages in India and the eastern India and in central India, how fish is also getting into this domain of ecotourism. Ornamental fish enterprise, of course, we did deal with a lot of exotic species, but in the recent past, a lot of efforts on domestication and seed production of both marine and freshwater species. Organic aquaculture, organic farming being talked about in a limited manner, though, in this country with regard to carps. Efforts are being made both with regard to carps and shrimp. So here comes the new urban interests, and people are taking to some of these terrace farming, including fish as a component. And we have been interfacing, as I showed you in the drones, interfacing with regard to big data analytics, with regard to image processing, digital farming, and so on. So sensors and robotics are coming in a big way, and industries, engineers are getting into this domain of fisheries and aquaculture. In the morning, for example, the Honorable Ministers mentioned of the transponders, communication with fishers in the high seas. So several of those measures being installed, both in terms of regular practices and some innovations in different areas. So what we think could be possible, again, that milestone of 2047, from the freshwater aquaculture, a little greater bias towards freshwater aquaculture in this presentation because I come from the domain of freshwater aquaculture. Now, this is what it is. Today, it could be about 8 to 10 million tons of fish, 10 million tons from freshwater aquaculture, expecting to be about 15 by the year 2030, and 24 million tons by the year 2047 or 2050. And that's where we are looking at water budgeting, carbon sequestration, quality seed with hatchery accreditation, seed certification, adequate feed, and then farm mechanization, the new generation diagnostics, the value chain. And then I must assure that India is a huge consumer of freshwater fish. As much we produce, we are not shy that we are not exporting freshwater fish. We do require more and more freshwater fish because there is a large market. And new ICTs are some of the possibilities that we are contemplating. Now, we know this issue. In the beginning, I just mentioned about secondary agriculture, and the morning also I mentioned was made of the post-harvest losses. Easily, it could be at $12 billion, about 18% in different commodities when it comes to post-harvest losses. And that's where we are looking at secondary agriculture across commodities, food commodities. And when it comes to fish processing, I must mention our colleagues in the industry in the hall would bear us out that it's a lot of ICAR technology that stood in the good ground. And if you're talking of $7 billion, the contribution of S&T has been so much into the production, whether it's to the European Union or the United States or China. We have stood in good strength. And now the recent additions are with regard to value-added products, with regard to packaging also, variants of packaging coming up, the nutraceutical that I just mentioned. At the same time, nanomaterials for anti-corrosion, anti-fouling, pollution amelioration, and biofertilizers, for example. And I must mention the use of seaweeds being taken to either animal feeds, dairying animal feeds, or it could be in terms of fertilizers and several things that are happening, including the liquid biofertilizers. Now, this brings us to new generation of, as I said, jobs. And that's where the startups are being discussed, agricultural business incubators are being discussed, and into fisheries and aquaculture also in a big way. We have about 100,000 plus startups in this country in different ways, in different forms. About some of them, about 8% to 10% of them in agri domain, and some of them into fish and aquaculture startups. And so it's that continuum that we are talking of. The Ministry of Fisheries, the Department of Fisheries, also several schemes to look at entrepreneur models, and then the government support coming up in different areas when it comes to the incentivizing the quality seed and feed, buybacks, and so on. Now, this again is not to have job seekers and to have job providers, a quote from Dr. Swaminathan ji again. So when it comes to production, productivity could be aquaculture, reservoir stocks, mariculture, seaweed farming being given a big thrust in the recent past, ornamental fish, bivalve, recirculatory systems, brood banks being set up in different states, multiplication centers, hatcheries, aquaculture inputs, contract farming, buyback also coming up in the aquaculture sector, and the feed manufacturing. Fish startups, as I mentioned, have come up in many places with regard to storages, processing, markets, distribution, and artificial augmented intelligence and machine learning and safety appliances, communication devices, recreational fisheries, aquatourism, and it goes on to all the implements. I must mention of the institutional mechanism in this country, so very unique, and it's research for development, education, extension, development continuum, and it's again an Indian example of institutional mechanism. It's under the Ministry of Agriculture, Farmers Welfare, the Department of Agriculture Research, Education, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, as many as 8 fisheries research institutes, whose Director General, Deputy Director General, and directors are present here. I won't read out all the names. It could be under the Ministry of Fisheries, and some of the institutions. Outside the domain of the ICAR also, several institutions, oceanography, ocean technology, ocean information services, food technology, and even the premier Baba Atomic Research Center working on this, the National Institute of Disaster Management also getting into fisheries domain, the international organizations of FAO, the BOBP, the Tuna Commission, Network of Aquaculture Centers. We are happy that our colleagues are here, SARC, the World Fish, the IFPRI. I can keep on going. And this like Zoological Survey of India, Biodiversity Authority, Marine Products Export Development Authority. We have a separate authority for marine production exports, the NCAER, NABARD, and so on. So these kind of institutional infrastructure, so strong, is an example of the Indian subcontinent able to make this kind of productions. State fisheries department, nodal departments, fisheries colleges, the farm science centers, incubators, the new fisheries platforms, market price information system, and the fish startups, as I mentioned. And not to forget professional societies like the Asian Fisheries Society and the Indian branch, who are playing a major role in this continuum and collaboration. Last few slides with regard to density of researchers in different countries, and this is just a quick picture. When it comes to India, across science and different sciences, not just agricultural sciences, we are only about 260 per million population. So given the population of 1.43 billion, we are not more than 500,000 researchers, only 500,000 researchers for a population of 1.43 billion working on various aspects of science and technology. Please let me tell you, it could be industry, it could be atomic science, it could be aerospace, it's all put together. So in the agricultural domain, we are not more than 100,000 researchers put together. That is scientists, researchers, academicians, extension workers, and all that. So you will appreciate the kind of responsibility that each of the individuals are having when it comes to this continuum of research, education, and extension. And that's where we are looking at the greater energy, greater synergy to be brought in when it comes to these kind of things. When it comes to human resources, we are about 5 million fishermen, of course, the primary fishermen, and totally it could be 28 million. Fishing vessels, again, we are talking of very, very clearly looking at the catch per unit effort, the density of the boats and the fishing crafts, and so on. I must also be reminded of the tsunami in 2004, that is 20 years back. After that, what all happened with regard to regulations, fish craft certification, and so on. So that streamlined a lot of things when it came to the open water or whatever sea fisheries. And when it comes to processing plants, this is the number, and we have about 200,000 workers in processing plants across the 9 states. Very important component is also the development officials in state fisheries departments, not more than 15,000, and technically about 9,000. So these data are helpful for us in planning strategies. If we want to go from 18 million tons to 40 million tons, what should be the individual and the institutional capacities to be enhanced? That's what we are looking at. When it comes to research and education, the main apex body of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research in the fisheries institutes and the universities were about 1,000 researchers and related colleagues. And with 3 fisheries universities in this country, we are happy that our colleague from the Shanghai Ocean University is here. Thank you very much, Dr. Zhang. And on similar lines, we have 3 fisheries universities, 42 fisheries colleges, not more than 2,000 teaching faculty. The annual intake is something like 1,500 graduates, and all put together, not more than 2,000 of them. The human resource development is also something like 6 to 7-fold more. And that's what we are looking at, these enhancing capacity in the educational system. Looking at the investments and the returns in fisheries, mainly in terms of sciences, in terms of the sectoral investments, this is what our colleagues have been able to generate. For example, when we look at the internal rate of returns, that's what is the main thing that we always talk of. It's as much as 62%, the last column that you're looking at. And then when it comes to the technology component, how much it could be the production and productivity or aware could be due to resources, could be due to investments, could be due to policies, could be due to technologies, and so on, and so on. So we are looking at what could be the total factor productivity of the technologies in fisheries and aquaculture sector. It is as much as we're happy to report at least one third of the productivity enhancement comes from technology interventions. That speaks of the strength of the science, technology, and innovations. Similarly, returns on US returns, sorry, it is not seen, because we are not seen all the time. In the morning also somebody asked me, I never knew that so many of you are in fisheries research and science. I told them we are all the time underwater, only on some occasions we come above. Similarly here, the very important line is $1 investment is as much as $16.50 returns. A return of $16.50 per dollar investment. So that's what we would like to convey to the colleagues, administrators, and policymakers. This is the kind of returns that you are having when it comes to fisheries and aquaculture. Now, what do we look at? Because finally, we wanted to know how to go about. And this forum at 25 is a very, very perfect platform for us to learn from you and see that how we can further go about. So we thought from the natural resource management, if we manage them properly, 20% enhancement should come from the NRM, and input about 20%, improved breeds and strains about 15%, health management 10%, integrated farming 15%, value addition 10%, markets again, we have a great deal to do with the, of course, we are doing very well when it comes to exports. When it comes to domestic markets, we could be doing a great deal more. And that's where the National Fisheries Development Board came in to play a bigger role there. So where, if we say 24 million tons by 2030 from the present 18 million tons, this is a quick picture, a projection, a guesstimate for discussion. The fisheries, the capture fisheries about 6.5, aquaculture about 17.5. And from marine system, 4.5, from the inland capture fisheries, possible, highly possible, 2 million tons. And freshwater aquaculture about 15.5, brackish water, the shrimp and the related fish species you saw, and the mariculture. So we think we can absolutely, we can be there at that mark of 24 million tons by the year 2030. So very quickly, we are presently here at 17.5, 18 million tons. This is the breakup of how we have been able to bring it to fish basket. So 24 and 40 by the years 2030 and 2050. Basically, aquaculture I mean, that's what is happening globally. So aquaculture to be bringing in a greater portion of the fish into the basket. And this is where we look into more and more of science and technology, as was mentioned, genetics, genomics, the feeds, the health, the environment, every one of those. So this is what we look at, more of science, and more of science into this domain of fisheries and aquaculture. And what we want to do in the coming years with all this, the structure that's available in this country, something like better management practices, smart practices, definitely climate resilience, more of diversification, improved strains, and resilient ones, feeds and feed management. Feed management, again, very important. We are aware that we have a lot of competition when it comes to feeds. It could be the animal sector, it could be the poultry, dairy, and so on. So we have to take out that portion into fish and into aquaculture. Novel vaccines, our colleagues are continuously coming up with several of the vaccines possible to be applied in the entire Asian continent. The biosecurity, safety, and that's what we are looking at. And also, finally, the life cycle approach. The last line is the life cycle approach that we are looking at when it comes to aquaculture. So the last slide, the way forward is we think the fish power to be recognized when it comes to alleviate hunger and malnutrition, more of harmonized fisheries regulations. I mentioned that we have several agencies working in this domain, not just the Fisheries Ministerial Department. It could be many of them I just mentioned. It could be irrigation, power, it could be forest departments, and so we are to be in continuous touch with these, and at the central level, it's the several ministries of environment, forest, and other commerce ministry, and so on. So we are just a suggestion that could there be a fish cabinet, because it's not only within the country, it spreads much beyond the country. As I said, areas beyond national jurisdiction. Now today we are talking of 200 miles of the nautical miles that we talk as exclusive economic zone of 200,000 square kilometer. But then you are aware that 40% of the seas are virtually open, and that's where we are talking of management in the open waters. So in that mode, the fisheries subject spreads much beyond the land mass. So that's where a fish cabinet could be in order. Big data analytics for risk profiling and planning, certification standards, value chain analysis, and PPP in FARD. This is of course, the public-private partnership, but then again, is the private investments, greater private investments when it comes to fisheries and aquaculture research and development. Still not happening. It's most of it is public investments, though some of it is being commercialized in terms of some returns, but then high possibilities for private sector, corporate sector to be investing in greater deal in fisheries aquaculture, not only for production aspect, but the main thing is with regard to employment opportunities. So we think these are some possibilities towards sustainable fish production and consumption. I think this forum, we have a great deal to learn from each other, because Asia is a global leader, and this provides. When I saw the bulky abstract book, I was so happy that so many have contributed with so much of new ideas and new innovations. So it takes us to that level of an active interaction where we could profit from each other. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Himanshu Pathak, the Honorable DG ICAR, to honor Ayyappan, sir. I also request Dr. Jena, sir, DDG Fisheries and convener of 14th AFAF, to come on stage. Sir, please.
Thank you very much for your...
First of all, on behalf of all the participants present in the forum, I profusely thank Dr. S. Ayyappan, sir, for a wonderful, scintillating lecture. I just. I think Dr. Ayyappan Sahab deserve appreciation for his scintillating lecture. I request all of you for standing ovation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Few announcements just before we leave for the lunch. All of you know that we are about an hour behind. So I request to cut some time from your lunch. Lunch was kept for 1 hour, so I wish that we can finish by 40 minutes or 45 minutes. But one good thing is that we do not have any other assignment today. Afternoon we have 5 plenary lecture, followed by a cultural program in this hall. Again, then dinner. So we need not be worried if it is delayed for 1 more hour in the dinner time. One more announcement, please. Those who have not given their PowerPoint presentation, I request to hand over the PowerPoint presentation. Then for tomorrow, we'll have 10 parallel sessions, 10 different rooms. I'm sure our volunteers will guide you. But I would like to request you, all the oral presenter, that maximum 10 minutes, not more than 10 minutes will be given, 8 minutes plus 2 minutes. Once 10 minutes over, you have to leave. That is what. But one thing also, we have taken a decision that every technical session will be also judged for the best oral presentation. And 2 best oral presenter from each technical session, that means about 30 of you will be awarded with certificate, best oral poster presentation. With some cash that I won't say also, plus the poster also, 2 days, 6 plus 6, 12 best poster will be also awarded. And we are not telling that who are oral or poster, so similar certificate will be given. So that is all from our side. I think we will be speaking in the next afternoon. Thank you so much.
But we have one more, it's all from your side. From our side. From our side.
Let's proceed for lunch, the same place where you had the high tea, same place. Thank you so much. Quickly you can go and quickly you can come back.
So you can tell the time also.
plenary session, which is chaired by Dr. Eduardo Liano, Director General NACA, Bangkok, Thailand, and Dr. C.N. Ravishankar, Asian Fisheries Society Councillor, India. And our plenary speakers for the first session would be Dr. Yasin Mohammad and Dr. Neil Loneragan. So looking forward to this, I hand over the further proceedings to the chairs of this session. Thank you.
Okay. Ayo, please go. Yeah.
Hi, Chair.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Cheers.
Yeah, please. Hi. Shall we start?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the plenary hall. And I hope you enjoyed your lunch. So we are now on the first plenary session of this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum. And we have two speakers for this first plenary session. So our first speaker is Dr. Yasin Mohammad, the Director General of World Fish based in Penang, Malaysia, where he leads the efforts to advance research and innovation in aquatic food systems with a distinguished career in both fisheries science and environmental economics. Dr. Mohammad has authored numerous influential publications that have shaped policies and practices in sustainable development. His work emphasizes the integration of economic principles with conservation strategies, aiming to balance planetary health with human well-being. His leadership at World Fish is marked by a commitment to leveraging science and technology to enhance food security, nutrition, and livelihoods across the globe. Under his guidance, World Fish has expanded its impact through strategic partnership and collaborative projects, reinforcing its role at the forefront of addressing global challenges related to water environments and fisheries. An acclaimed speaker and thought leader, Dr. Mohammad's expertise is regularly sought in international fora, where he advocates for policy reforms and innovative approaches to manage aquatic ecosystems sustainably. His vision extends beyond immediate challenges, focusing on long-term strategies that foster resilient communities and thriving, diverse aquatic habitats. So let us all welcome Dr. Mohammad to talk on this first plenary speech on Blue Harvest, charting a sustainable course for people, planet, and profits. Dr. Mohammad, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I don't know who wrote that. Partly has to be edited, maybe. But nonetheless, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Now, Professor Neil and myself have a very tough job, less enviable job, to keep you awake after this very delicious lunch we just had. And hopefully, I'll try to keep my presentation a bit light. So the reason why we're all here today and the next few days is to talk about aquatic foods in general, be it from fisheries or aquaculture. And I don't need to tell you in terms of the significance of aquatic food systems, be it to livelihoods, to jobs, to nutrition, to national economies, to trade, and to a number of other ecological and economic significance. They are incredibly important, particularly in the global south or the global majority. In terms of, for example, if you look at the number of people working in fisheries and aquaculture, a significant majority of those are in developing countries, circa about 95% of them, and of course the significant part of the production also happens, particularly where we are here in this region in Asia. Of course, not every fish is the same. The diversity of fish is important. It's beyond just the consumption of fish, but what types of fish are being consumed by who is also critically important. If you profile the nutritional value of different species of fish, of course they have diverse nutritional values, and therefore the diversity of these aquatic food resources also is incredibly important. Here is my talk today is going to be a bit of doom and gloom to begin with, but I promise you we'll delve into some low-hanging fruits or solutions that we have as well. So indeed, I think one critical challenge that was raised by a number of speakers this morning, but I'm sure a number of you will raise that in the next couple of days as well, is the impact of climate change on aquatic foods. And the way it affects climate change affects aquatic food in multiple ways, which is, for example, by simply affecting the primary production of the water bodies, but also affecting the habitats of a number of fish species. And therefore, for example, when the environment or the ecosystem or the habitat becomes less conducive for fish, unlike you and me, fish have the option of traveling around without any passport or visa, so they literally travel to optimal environments. Then that's when I always say this becomes a critical social justice issue as well, because as fish migrate to optimal environments, those with technical and financial capacity can also pursue the fish, continue to pursue the fish and catch it. However, for the majority of small-scale operators, to pursue the fish and catch it and land it, that becomes technically and financially prohibitive. So beyond the impact on the ecosystem, this has a consequence in terms of our pursuit towards social justice as well. And unfortunately, beyond the migration of fish to optimal environments, but also the impact on their productivity will definitely lead to, under business as usual scenario that is, in terms of the reduction in landing of fish across the globe. But this is primarily pronounced in the global majority or in the tropical regions. So therefore, in terms of the climate hazards and how they threaten aquatic foods, it ranges from shifts in species distribution we just talked about, but also sea level rises, damaging our coastal infrastructure, for instance, and so on and so forth. Now, here is another emphasis on why this is equally an equity or social justice issue as well. This is a study that we did with Professor William Chang from UBC, the University of British Columbia, some years ago, 2019. And out of curiosity, we said, how about we look at the impacts in terms of profitability, for instance, between the global north and south, or in other words, developed countries or developing countries, or the rich countries and less rich countries. And the analysis demonstrated a very obvious result. If you just focus your attention to the gray curve or line, as you can see in the diagram in the lower three graphs, that's for developing countries. And that gray line represents profitability. And as you can see, the reduction in profitability from fisheries and aquaculture is primarily pronounced in low-income countries compared to high-income countries. So for me, it's not rhetorical when people talk about, in terms of the responsibility of the carbon footprint of our lifestyle over the last 200 years or so, but who's paying the price for the impact of climate change. And for me, it's my personal conviction to bring it to these kind of forums, to bring it to light in terms of the impact climate change has on fish producers, particularly in developing countries. But enough with the doom and gloom, right? I think the challenges, we cannot overstate the number of challenges that we face in the sector, but can we reverse the trend and realize a prosperous future for all is a fundamental question that needs to give us sleepless nights for all of us. Because I look at around the room here, I see a number of scientists, distinguished scientists indeed. So therefore, how do we direct or channel our energy and effort in finding solutions? Somebody challenged me saying, are you saying climate change or talking about the ills of climate change is not important? No, not at all. The most important thing is recognizing that whether we like it or not, for the foreseeable future, say the next 50 years, the next 100 years, we still have to live with the ill effects of climate change. And I say this to many people, even if we were to stop emissions today, literally today, as we speak now, in this very second, if we were to stop emissions, yes, we may get to a point where we'll be able to stabilize, right, the temperature change, for example, but to reverse the trend, it will take us time. So whether we like it or not, we are doomed to live with this reality for the foreseeable future, for the next 50 to 100 years. So therefore, if that's the new reality for the next half a decade or half a century or a century or a bit more, then as scientists, as innovators, as researchers, what's our role in finding solutions to build the resilience of aquatic systems and the people who depend on them as well? And to be honest with you, there are a plethora of myriads of solutions or options out there. Whether they are fit for context or not, that's a debate for another day. But one thing is shifting towards a sustainable and climate-smart aquatic foods or aquatic food systems is a low-hanging fruit by itself. And a simple comparison is if one was to compare aquatic foods with terrestrial ecosystems, right? So let's compare it with the likes of livestock, for example. The ecological footprint or the carbon footprint or the greenhouse gas emissions from aquatic food systems is significantly lower compared to a number of other land-based food systems. So this is a very passive action transitioning towards aquatic food-based system diets is a low-hanging fruit towards reducing the ecological footprint of our food systems. Some of you may be wondering, why food systems? And as we all know, food systems account for about 1/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions. So this kind of transition towards more sustainable and climate resilient or climate smart diets really is a shift towards a transition towards a climate smart future. However, not all fish are the same, are they? Not really, right? So I don't want you to leave the room saying that every single fish has a low ecological footprint or low greenhouse gas emissions, right? It varies, of course, right? But there are a number of fish species, whether it's in wild capture or through some farming systems, have significantly lower CO2 or greenhouse gas emissions, or more broadly, ecological footprint. So therefore, I think an understanding of where the opportunities lie as we make such transition is really important. So let me give you some practical examples. This is what I call the low-hanging fruit, or just passive action. Some of the solutions, we don't even need any technology whatsoever, right? For example, if we were to acknowledge or recognize the role of fish in sinking carbon into the sea through simple physiological process. They consume food, organic matter, and their droppings sink into the deep ocean. By doing so, today globally, more than 1.6 billion tons of CO2 is sunk by fish. So imagine if we were to restore our fish stocks globally. That means the capacity of the fish to sink even more fish is greater, right? And this is something that doesn't really require any technology whatsoever. Simply, if we work towards a sustainable fisheries management and we work towards restoring our fisheries, the only way we can restore our fisheries is by leaving enough fish so they can replace themselves for the generations to come. That's the only way you leave more fish in the water. A good friend of mine, you probably know him, Professor Rashid Sumaila, again from UBC. Last year or the year before, he published a book called Fish to Infinity. It's very thought-provoking. Essentially what he argues is you can fish to eternity, so long as you leave enough fish in the water to recover the stock, replenish themselves, right? It's a sustainable mechanism where you take just enough to feed ourselves, right? But of course, Dr. Pathak this morning was saying how we are a wasteful species as well as human beings. where we waste a third or more of the food that we produce. We'll come to that in a minute. Another one is, I had an immense pleasure of talking to a geneticist over lunch. I don't know where you are, but there's another hope there as well, through genetic innovations as well. For example, at World Fish, we take so much pride in our work, our legacy work on genetic improvement of fish, which is essentially, suppose tilapia or carp or catfish, whatever it might be, to get it to market size in a normal fish farming practice, that would take you perhaps, let's say, for argument's sake, 9 months. Through genetic improvement by developing fast-growing fish strains, you can probably reduce that to, let's say, 5 months or 6 months to get it to market size. That is about 3 or 4 months' time saved in terms of costs, of course, for the fish farmer, but more importantly, ecological footprint reduced as well. For example, the Abasa strain of what World Fish developed, a type of tilapia strain, specifically catered for the Nile Basin or in Egypt, has demonstrated that it can reduce ecological footprint by about 36%. That's quite significant. And the same with our fishing practices. If we were to use, low fuel gear, for example, you can reduce greenhouse gas emissions by a whopping 61%. Or in our aquaculture development, if we were to shift away from deforestation, or we were to shift towards deforestation-free feed, we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by a whopping 50%. So the solutions exist, but how do we scale them? How do we make them more cost-effective? How do we ensure these kind of technologies or innovations are adopted and propagated across the sector so we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions even further? I think I will probably skip this slide, as much as I love it. But essentially, the key message here is, remember what I said about if we restore our fish stocks, then we can reduce our ecological footprint. And it pays off as well from an economic point of view. The distinguished gentleman who presented earlier in the plenary was talking about the ROI, the return on investment. For every dollar invested in fisheries, sustainable management of fisheries management delivers up to 9 or 11 times more in terms of return on investment. However, despite all these possibilities, if one was to look at the NDCs of countries, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of NDCs. These are nationally determined contributions that all member states of the United Nations have to commit themselves towards to reduce, to report on their carbon footprint. And all of them are developing or have developed already strategies. Or one looks at the NAPAs, the National Adaptation Plans of action. How many of those countries have actually recognized fisheries and aquaculture as a pathway towards mitigating or reducing our carbon footprint? Is key. And this took me back, this analysis in time. As I mentioned earlier, I am from a small African country called Eritrea. And in Africa in the 1990s in particular, we were heavily indebted, many of us, many countries, heavily indebted countries. And the World Bank and the IMF came and said, you produce a document called Poverty Reduction Strategy Papers. Some of you are old enough to remember this, PRSPs. And the deal was very easy. You give us your PRSP. In return, we will write off some of your debt. We'll negotiate with the creditors, and we'll write off your debt. And of course, all heavily indebted African countries wrote their PRSPs, and they submitted them. Out of curiosity, I said, okay, let me have a look at these documents. This is a long time ago. And what you find is of all these PRSPs by 29 countries in the sub-Saharan African countries, only 3 of them had identified fisheries and aquaculture as a pathway out of poverty. But having said that, we have come a long way now. The political will is there. The political will, the shift in mindset is there. A number of African countries or Asian countries have recognized the significance of fisheries and aquaculture as a pathway out of poverty to generate income and livelihood opportunities for our societies. Now, I think we've come a long way. But now, when you talk about climate change, there's a little bit more work to do. And it's our responsibility to engage our policymakers by showing them the scientific evidence to demonstrate how a gradual shift towards a sustainable and inclusive aquatic food systems could be a pathway towards mitigating the ill effects of climate change as well. But also, I thought I would just throw this slide. Again, to go back about the point about the wasteful nature of our species. There is a lot of agricultural waste, for example, be it from sugarcane or rice or a number of other agricultural waste. Is there an opportunity to profile these agricultural waste in terms of nutritional value and use them to formulate feed for aquaculture, for example? Indeed, there is. And World Fish colleagues and partners are working on this now in a number of countries where we are profiling the nutritional value of this agricultural waste and therefore finding a way to use them as ingredients to formulate feed that would contribute towards a circular bioeconomy. Another greatest challenge is the majority of the fish that's landed or supplied in our region in particular, in this global majority or in the tropics, is mainly supplied by small-scale operators. Small-scale operators or small-scale fishers or small-scale farmers, they are not attractive to policymakers. They are too small. They are too primitive. At least that's the perception. However, if one was to unleash or to uncover the value of small-scale operators, globally speaking, about 50% of the seafood that we consume comes from small-scale operators. Whether we like it or not, that's a fact, right? But because these values, in terms of their contribution to economy, to livelihoods, and so on, to nutrition, are so hidden, they are not reflected in our spreadsheet when we talk about GDP, for example, our balance sheet as a nation. Therefore, their contribution to jobs and food security and nutrition and so on and so forth is not presented there. And therefore, you cannot blame the Minister of Finance for saying this is a useless investment. So our job is to uncover that, to put light on the significance of small-scale fisheries and aquaculture that employ millions of people across the world, and to demonstrate their significance in terms of the ecological significance, economic and environmental and nutritional, food security, and so on and so forth. Because normally, when there is a data gap, that means investment gap. And I think this resonates with many of us, if not all of us. I remember working for the Ministry of Fisheries of Eritrea in the 1990s, and once the minister challenged me when he saw my obsession about small-scale fisheries. He said, is it really worth it? And to be honest with you, I was a bit annoyed initially, but soon I realized, well, I cannot blame him because, he's not seeing the numbers. He doesn't have the statistics that shows him the significance of this sector. So therefore, that immediately translates into an investment gap. And Africa is a classic example of that. According to World Fish Assessment, there is an investment gap of about $12 billion per year in aquaculture alone, right? So for us to be able to realize the significance or sort of the contribution of aquaculture and fisheries in our economies, then we have to fill this investment gap. To do that, we need to fill the data gap. That's the biggest problem. What's the solution? Today I'm not sure again if you are in the room or no, I met with an excellent team that is working in the coastal areas of India, the water bodies of India, doing stock assessments. And they told me, we've been doing this for the last 77 years. And my question back to them was, I think that's an excellent idea and we should always do that. But how do we bring the cost low, right? In many countries, buying research vessels and doing stock assessment studies and so on is just a dream because it's too costly. So imagine if you were to deploy, I don't have my phone with me, a gadget. This is the size of a mobile phone, maybe with a double mobile phone thickness. Very simple. It has only 4 screwdrivers. It is solar powered. You just attach it to these fishing vessels. And in almost near real time, they can share the data in terms of where the fishing activity is happening. And policymakers can use that to formulate policies and investment decisions. And here is an excellent example from Timor-Leste, for instance, a very tiny, impoverished country in Southeast Asia, where we deployed these tiny tools and attached them to as many fishing vessels as possible. And the policymaker or the fisheries manager sitting in Dili, the capital city of Timor-Leste, on his screen, he can monitor this in almost near real time, where these activities are happening, in what season, what species, and so on and so forth. So in this day and age where we're seeing a high pace of innovation going on in digital innovations and in AI and so on and so forth, I think we can harness that as well to fill that data gap. And if you wish, you can also present it in a dashboard as well. So again, to make informed decision-making, be it policy or investment decisions. I want to share with you this. I've shared this in multiple platforms recently, but I want to share with you unintended positive outcome of this. A colleague of mine called Hafiz, it was Ramadan last year, about this time of the year, he received a phone call in the middle of the night from a distressed fisherman who said, my father went fishing and hasn't returned, and we are worried. And then immediately he opened the computer. He was able to geolocate him and sent him the location. The family found their father, and they sent this video after that. It was a very emotional message that, such simple innovation can not only help us to fill the data gap, but also save human life as well. That, for me, is an amazing unintended consequence of some of the scientific work that we do. But the reason why I like this story is you may be surprised to know on a yearly basis, about 100,000 people lose their lives in fishing-related activities. So therefore, I think this is a wake-up call for us as well, to ensure that the sector is safe for those who are actively working in the sector. Earlier today, I'm not going to delve into this too much. Again, with digital innovation, we have multiple mechanisms to ensure the traceability of the food that we consume as well, giving us access to markets, and so on and so forth. So these are myriads of solutions that are out there that we can harness and scale them. Recently, speaking of small-scale fisheries, a number of colleagues with about 800 or more contributors from across the world, they worked together to highlight the significance of small-scale fisheries. And I was so elated to see that being featured on the Nature magazine from January. It's called Net Gains. If you haven't seen this, please have a look at it. It's an open access paper. It is part of the project called Illuminating Hidden Harvest, which is a partnership with FAO, Duke University, and WorldFish, and more than 800 experts across the globe worked together hard over the last few years trying to capture the true value of small-scale fisheries. And the numbers are really stunning, and I really welcome you or invite you to have a look at this study. I cannot leave this stage without talking about the money, right? Some of you are thinking, oh, look at this guy, all these solutions, but he doesn't realize that they cost money. They do cost money. And we've heard a lot of talk around blue economy, blue financing, in billions of dollars. And my colleague Marlene Schutter, she did an amazing study with a number of collaborators, and I was privileged to co-author that paper as well, where we decided to map, okay, there's a lot of talk about blue financing, blue economy, and so on and so forth. Where is the money going? No surprise there, a significant part of the money doesn't necessarily go to aquatic food systems. Even more, or to make it even worse, the money that's channeled towards small-scale operators, particularly in the developing world, is very, very insignificant, right? So, yes, indeed, there are solutions out there, but scaling them will require investment. But are we investing in the right place, the right sector, the right supply chain, and so on and so forth, is a question that we ought to ask ourselves. The other mechanism that's less talked about, but I think is incredibly critical, is subsidies. I believe, as a former bureaucrat myself, governments have this very potent tool called subsidies, or as a part of their fiscal tool, where you can use subsidies to incentivize a behavior or disincentivize certain behavior. Now, let's look at what it looks like in fisheries and aquaculture. The latest estimate says about $40 billion. $40 billion is given in subsidies to fisheries and aquaculture across the world. But not every subsidy is the same, right? Again, there is the good, the bad, and the ugly. I don't know how many of you recognize that phrase, but some of them are good subsidies. For example, in Bangladesh, the government of Bangladesh was giving subsidies to fishers for abiding with some fishing regulations. For me, that's a good subsidy because you're using that to incentivize sustainable and good behavior. But a significant majority of the subsidy that's given to fisheries in particular is capacity enhancing, which means you're just allowing these vessels to artificially deflate their cost by subsidizing it, so they can go hundreds or thousands of miles off their coast, hoover up the fish, bring it to land, and then it is still profitable. I find that stunning, right? So if I were to say now to any government, stop giving subsidies, no one will listen to me. I understand there are political motivations why we give subsidies, but there's an opportunity to transition from the bad subsidy towards good subsidy. The government may still decide to give subsidy as much as it can afford, but as opposed to incentivizing bad practices or unsustainable practices, it can be given to incentivize good practices or sustainable behavior among natural resource users. So how do we make that transition? And colleagues, this is not an issue that I'm bringing up. The SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, if you look at Goal 14, Target 14.6, clearly calls on member states to end harmful subsidies to fisheries. We ought to realize that objective in 2020. We are now, 2025? And still we don't have a deal on the table. Of course, this has been negotiated at WTO and other platforms, but this is a critical element. It's also critical in such a way that it can help us fill the investment gap in fisheries and aquaculture as well. Before I finish, because I honored the invitation to come and speak in this event, the 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, and I was just telling Professor Neil earlier today about Asia contributes about 70% of the food that's produced, and a similar percentage in terms of consumption as well, a similar proportion in terms of trade. Let's look at westwards into Africa, for example. The contribution of the African continent in terms of fish production globally is about 4%. In terms of trade, it accounts for about a mere 2 or so percent, right? The disparity. So the idea is, how do we create a platform to allow the exchange of knowledge and technology between Asia and Africa through South-South collaboration? In these kind of platforms, if we were to invite our fellow African bureaucrats and scientists in order to be able to exchange this kind of knowledge. So at World Fish, we've launched this initiative called Asia-Africa Blue-Tech Superhighway, primarily funded by the UK government. And this sole objective is to enable the transfer of knowledge and technology between these two regions. And the same can be done between, let's say, Asia and the Pacific, or Asia and Latin America, and so on and so forth, right? So the opportunity to realizing South-South collaboration, given the institutional, culture, and a number of other similarities in terms of capacities that we have, I think the learning opportunity is even greater, right? So Asia has really transformed its aquatic food systems over the last few decades, and therefore the lessons that can be learned is immense. And as we chart our path forward under the advent of climate change and the growing world population that needs to be fed, the opportunity for collaboration is even greater. So my final message is, colleagues, without sustainable aquatic resource management and inclusive market practices, sustainable financing, and addressing climate change, the transition towards sustainable and inclusive aquatic food systems will always remain elusive. So therefore, my message to you all is, let's focus our energy to finding the solutions that are relevant for today and the future to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammad, for a pathway for mitigating the different challenges that we are having now in the industry. And of course, how the small-scale aquaculture should be given importance also, because they are really very, very common in the region. So thank you very much for that. So I think we will accommodate one quick question because of the very limited time. If you have a burning question, just raise your hand. If none, we will proceed with the next plenary speaker. But before we do that, we would like to inform that for this plenary session, we will have 3 instead of 2 speakers. So we would like to welcome Dr. Shakuntala on the dais.
Yeah, good afternoon. We will have the next speaker, the plenary speaker, Professor Neil Loneragan. Professor Neil is a professor emeritus in Murdoch University with research interests covering fish and invertebrate ecology, estuarine and marine food webs, stock enhancement, ecosystem modeling, and small-scale fisheries. He spent 14 years with CSIRO, researching prawn, shrimp, fisheries, and habitats in Northern Australia and through Southeast Asia. At Murdoch, he has been director of the Center for Fisheries and Aquatic Ecosystem Research, leader of the Environmental and Conservation Sciences, and has completed 25 PhDs, 10 masters, and 35 honored candidates, including students from Indonesia and Malaysia. He has delivered training workshops in Indonesia on fisheries science, management strategy evaluation for data-limited fisheries and ecosystem modeling, for ecosystem-based fisheries management, and has published more than 185 articles in international journals, edited 1 book, and 5 special symposia. His Scopus index is HS50, Google Scholar H63. He is the president of the Asian Fisheries Society and editor-in-chief of Asian Fisheries Science. We are really honored to have Professor Neil here amongst us. We invite him for the plenary talk. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi Shankar, and thank you again to our organisers, all the organisers and co-conveners of this conference. So today I'm going to talk about blue growth in capture fisheries, but also the main message will be around the significance of understanding ecosystems, fisheries within ecosystems, and the importance of people-centred and partnership approaches. Okay. Before going there, I work at Murdoch University, which is on the lands of the Whadjuk Noongar people, the First Nations people of this region in Australia, which has been a centre of learning for over 50,000 years of then. So I feel very appropriate to be at a university where this has this long tradition of traditional learning and cultural awareness. And I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging. So in terms of what I want to cover today, I really want to give a very brief overview of global and Asian capture fisheries. I then want to give you a sense for Western Australian and Australian fisheries and why you might not want to be doing the sorts of things we do in Australia or New Zealand or the USA. And then look at ecosystem-based fisheries management, why it's important, how we might move to ecosystem-based fisheries management, and the role of models in developing our ecosystem understanding. And this is not just quantitative models, it's conceptual as well as qualitative models. And as I say, the bottom line from this presentation will be that we need to really be working in partnerships, in strong collaborations, and we need to be communicating very effectively what we're doing at all levels of society. When we think about fisheries, it's very important to think about a fishery management system. So traditionally, the focus is often on that top area in the diagram, on the fishery and the data that we can gather from the fishery and doing some sort of assessment. But in fact, we need to consider the sorts of data that we're collecting, as well as the management systems we have in place and the effectiveness of implementation of management, so we can understand more about our capabilities of achieving sustainable management. The other important criteria is that we need to consider, go much more broadly for ecosystem-based fisheries, to consider ecological, economic and social objectives. And what this means is that we need a transdisciplinary approach. It's no longer effective just to have people working on biology, ecology and the models. We need to understand the people, culture and value of fisheries, as well as the data, statistics and models that we get from the fisheries, and then how we communicate to different stakeholders in fisheries. Just to show you the significance of Asia, we've heard a lot about this, but when you look at the FAO statistics on landings of capture fisheries, if you look at this, you'll see that in the top 10 nations by landings, we have 5 from our region, including India. And then in the top 20 nations, you can also add Thailand and Malaysia. So very, very important. And then when you take into account fleet size and small-scale fisheries, again, you can see the significance of the number of vessels and the global significance of the fleet within Asia. And that's not taking into account small-scale fisheries, which are often underrepresented in our statistics and in our management systems. So these are very significant in terms of livelihoods and nutrition. We have many fishes, many different fishing methods, and the catch in small-scale fisheries is often underreported. In fact, work by Tay and Paulie in terms of trying to reconstruct catches for 4 Southeast Asian nations, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand and Vietnam, has estimated that in these 4 nations, the purported catch is only about 50% of the total catch. So when you add the light grey or unreported catch, you get a doubling of the likely removal from systems. So if we look at the Asian region, we have the largest marine capture fisheries globally. We have the largest aquaculture production globally. We also have millions of livelihoods supported, and you can see we're in the centre of the marine biodiversity hotspot within the Coral Triangle region. So we are in a location where fisheries, people and biodiversity are mixing and are very significant. And in recognition of the importance of Asia, the FAO convened a regional workshop to understand the current status of fish stocks around Asia, the methods of assessment that were being used, and the potential to create a network of people working on fisheries assessment. And so this workshop was convened in January 2023, and there were 10 national country assessments presented at the workshop, 10 assessments more local, regions within countries, and there were working groups looking at pelagic, reef and demersal species and trying to assess the issues in those fisheries, the status and issues. So when we talk about the small pelagics, we're talking about those groups like the hilsa, the mackerel scad and barley sardine. We're not talking about the tunas. The reef fisheries, for example, the coral leopard groper and snapper species formed the reef species group. And then demersal species, an example which is found throughout the region, is the blue swimmer crab. And what we found from that workshop that was similar to findings from FAO assessments in the region, in that all stocks were either fully or over-exploited. There were good data collection systems and measurement programs in place, and the scope and range of that was impressive. And that the people working on stock assessments and fisheries were applying past, current and emerging methods of assessment. So there was a really strong technical capacity within the region. We also identified some gaps that can be addressed, either through training or providing tools for people, in that at the workshop, no ecosystem assessments were presented. We did have ecosystem models and ecosystem-based fisheries management assessments presented, but none were presented for those countries in the region. No social indicators for fisheries were presented, yet we heard that in terms of governance and management decisions, often social considerations were made. And there was little discussion of the sampling design and data limitations and model assumptions that were being used. It was also recognised that our communication with managers, policymakers and fisheries could be improved very significantly. I now want to move briefly to Australian and West Australian fisheries. This is the Australian region showing the major current systems where I'm from. Two major current systems, one on the west coast and one on the east coast. The East Australian current and the west coast, the Lewin current. Both are warm water systems originating in tropical waters and flowing south, and under certain conditions, their extent of influence and the warmth varies quite greatly, and their range of influence. In terms of commercial fisheries, I think if you recall from the slide on the FAO landings and also the information that was presented in the keynote, we're talking millions of metric tonnes. Well, the total commercial catch from Australia is of the order of somewhere around 200,000 tonnes. So we have much less productive waters. An example of a couple of fisheries, the northern prawn fisheries, extends over a wide coastline range of 6,000 kilometres. Only 50 trawlers are operating, and we have a catch of 6,000 to 10,000 tonnes from this fishery, which is a high-value fishery at $100 million US, mostly exported. Fishery from my state has traditionally been one of the most valuable fisheries in Australia. 800 kilometres of coastline, only 200 vessels and about 7,000 tonnes, but valued at nearly US 200 million. So Australia is a data-rich country. Our fisheries cover large areas, but we have few boats, few people, and a small catch, but a very high value from our systems. I now want to shift to looking at why we're moving to ecosystem-based fisheries management and how we do that. There's some very strong incentives for us to do this. One, it's a requirement for independent certification of fisheries, such as through Marine Stewardship Council. It's also a requirement in funding for fishery improvement plans often. And we also have seen it captured in the UN Sustainable Goal 14 to conserve and sustainably use the ocean, seas and for sustainable development. Fisheries assessment and management used to be very simple when it was about trying to determine MSY, and it was very much focused on the fish that were being captured and the fishery around those species. But when we move to EBFM, what components of the ecosystem are we considering? And the way we do this in Australia and typically in other countries is to include three major components: the ecological, which captures that fishery side, the socio-economic outcomes, and the governance around fisheries. When we're talking MSY and just simply looking at the target species, we only needed to consider stock assessment and biology within the system. But as we move to EBFM, we also need to take into account other disciplines: ecology, ecological modelers, social science, economics, policy and law. So it's really important for us to broaden our horizons and work across disciplines. There's been quite a move to ecosystem approaches to fisheries, and this is where we consider the ecosystem components that support a particular fishery. An example of this is for a species of Penaeid prawn, the brown tiger prawns in Exmouth Gulf, which is located about 1,000 kilometres north of Perth, where I'm from. And in this system, we need to consider the whole of the life cycle of the species, from the adults, spawning adults in the offshore, the development of the eggs and larvae in the offshore, and also the inshore stages, which are the post-larvae settling out on the bottom, and the juvenile stages. And for Penaeid prawns, there's a critical dependency on inshore coastal nurseries, and the example that we're going to look at, the critical habitat, is seagrass. The Exmouth Gulf fishery is about 1,000 kilometres north of Perth. It's a trawl fishery. It's one in which there's a lot of strong management controls, licences and limited entry, gear size regulations, areas that are closed to protect the small prawns or recruits, and areas that are closed to protect the larger prawns and spawning prawns. It's also a data-rich fishery in that we have data from the start of the fishery recorded in logbooks, and we also have fishery-independent data where information's collected on the small prawns, the recruits, and the spawners or the large prawns, as well as information on habitats and the juveniles. This shows the history of development of the fisheries from the 1960s through to the mid-2000s. And essentially we can see both landings, which are the histograms in the bars, and the nominal effort, which is the line. And there was a major peak in the early 1970s, where we had 28 vessels operating and a catches of over 1,000 tonnes, followed by a major decline, which was due to overfishing. Fishery is closed and then limited entry is introduced. And then a second major decline, which is due to a cyclone which disturbed the sediments, which smothered the seagrass and led to a loss of nursery habitat. So a major loss of habitat leading to a decline in fisheries production. And now the current level of fishing is only 5 vessels within this fishery, but it is stabilised at a level of about 400 tonnes. So this system is very data rich, but it still doesn't consider the broader ecosystem. So how do we shift our understanding to consider the ecosystem? What information do we need for EBFM, and how do we do this in places like Asia, where small-scale fisheries are so significant and where data are often limited? An example of the challenges we face is shown in Indonesia, which is an archipelagic nation like the Philippines, where we have something like 18,000 islands. I'm not sure that anyone knows precisely. And we have 2 to 3 million small-scale fishers. And data are limited around many of these island areas. And this means that we need alternative sources of data, and we need to be working closely with fishers, the fishing industry and fishing communities to understand the nature of the fishery and changes in the fishery dynamics. And so examples of this types of work and data that can be collected are demonstrated here in the shark fishery work by a PhD candidate by myself, Dr. Vanessa Jeta, who actually was very successful in gaining the trust of shark fishers, who collected biological information, including species identities on sharks in a very remote area of eastern Indonesia in 3 communities. She also collected important information on perceptions of change and the value of that fishery from extensive interviews, structured interviews with fishers, fishing community and other people in the communities. A similar approach, but much less formal, was adopted in Abdul Halim's PhD, where we talked informally with fish processors and fishing cooperatives, again to gain a greater understanding of the dynamics of the fishery and changes in the fishery and the sorts of information that we could gain from those systems. So there's how we can gather some of the information that we might need for EBFM, where small-scale fisheries are really significant. Well, I've been involved in a number of projects in terms of where we gain ecosystem understanding, and this is a major program in an embayment very near Perth, the capital city, and this was initiated because of a major port expansion proposed for this embayment, Cockburn Sound. It was a system in which we developed conceptual, qualitative and quantitative models to understand the food webs and dynamics of food webs in this system and how they might change. We had a series of workshops with a broad suite of people and considered developing these conceptual and qualitative models for fish species such as the brim or snapper, the blue swimmer crab and the scaly mackerel, as well as species of conservation significance. And I'll just give a little bit of an example of the sort of models that I'm talking about for the blue swimmer crab. As part of the workshops, we also identified major influencing factors on the species and the ecosystems, such as climate change, dredging, fisheries, low oxygen events and increasing temperature, and tried to identify major ecosystem processes that might be affecting the system. This shows the conceptual model that we developed through these workshops on blue swimmer crabs. It's a species that lives the whole of its life cycle within the sound. It has a likely dependence on seagrass for its settling stages of the megalopy and the juvenile stages, and the adults are caught in deeper, more sandy substrates. It's a system in which the fishery has been closed, the commercial fishery, for a number of years, and it's one in which we have a major influence of the Lewin current outside the system, and temperature affects the growth and reproduction of the blue swimmer crabs. In the model, we considered 4 stages in the life cycle: the larvae, juveniles, spawners and the legal size, which are caught in the fishery, and developed a qualitative model with 10 nodes in the system, so a very simplified version of the system. 4 of the nodes were for the stages in the life cycle of the system, so the nodes are represented by the circles, and the influence of different factors on each node is shown. A positive influence is an arrow, a negative influence is by a circle. We included in this some of the key habitats and food, such as the seagrass and the biofouling communities, which provide food and refuge for the blue swimmer crabs. And then the influencing factors were the recreational fishery, climate change, dredging operations and port operations within the fishery. And this helped provide clarity around the sorts of factors that we needed to consider for our quantitative ecosystem models. That was for a system which is well researched. I've been working with very close friends and colleagues in Indonesia to look at applying this sort of approach and other approaches to a snapper and groper fishery in Tuluk Sala or Sala Bay in Sumbawa, an island east of Lombok. And the approach has been to develop these conceptual qualitative and quantitative models. And it involves a non-government organisation, RECOM, Institute Petani and Bogor University. It involves the government, researchers at the BRIN, as well as CSIRO Australia and Murdoch University. And just to sum up then, this approach of using conceptual, qualitative and quantitative models really helps build understanding of EBFM and it all across different groups of people. So the models no longer become a black box. It helps us evaluate changes in the system and helps us consider what management options might be effective and identifies research gaps and research priorities. So again, I just come back to this diagram and stress the importance of considering fisheries as a system and not just the target species, but the broader system and a transdisciplinary approach to the work that we do. So collaboration, partnership and knowledge sharing is core, working between government, universities, NGOs, fishing industry and fishing communities. And thank you to all, and thank you again to our organisers and sponsors for this symposium.
Thank you, Dr. Neil, for that inspiring talk, especially on the importance of small-scale fishers, where most of their catches are not documented or unreported. And as what Dr. Neil said, catches from these small-scale fishers can account for to at most 50% of the total fishery catch that is reported to FAO. And of course, the importance of ecosystem-based fisheries management on assessing the different stocks that are existing in a different environment through understanding their biology, feeding habits, and of course understanding the environment, including the different habitats that these important species are thriving. So again, thank you very much for that talk. And I think if you have some question, reserve it until the last plenary speaker. So we will move directly to the next and the last plenary speaker for this session. So let me introduce Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Tilsted, who is the Director for Nutrition, Health, and Food Security Impact Area Platform of CGIAR. She was awarded the 2021 World Food Prize for her groundbreaking research, critical insights, and landmark innovations in developing holistic, nutrition-sensitive approaches to aquatic food systems, and also the 2021 RL Global Food Innovation Award for her research innovation. She is a member of the steering committee of the high-level panel of experts on food security and nutrition of the United Nations Committee on World Food Security and chair of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the UN Food Systems Coordination Hub. She was also vice chair of the UN Food Systems Summit 2021 under the Action Track 4, which is the Advanced Equitable Livelihoods, which is also a food system champion. In 2022, Dr. Shakuntala was appointed co-chair of the EAT Lancet II Commission. She holds a PhD from the Royal Veterinary and Agricultural University in Denmark and honorary doctorate degrees from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences and the University of the West Indies. So Dr. Shakuntala will talk about nutrition-sensitive aquatic food systems, solutions for growth in the Asia Pacific. Dr. Shakuntala, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and I'd like to thank the organizers of this 14th Asian Fisheries and Aquaculture Forum, especially Dr. Jena, for inviting me to be part of this forum and to talk at the forum. I have framed my talk with the title, Nutrition-Sensitive Aquatic Food Systems, Solutions for Growth in Asia and Pacific, taking the lead from the title of this forum. And I would concentrate on using solutions that we have had in different countries in Africa. I could as well have used solutions that we have from Africa and also the crossover of solutions from Asia to Africa, but since we are here in India, I'll concentrate on the solutions we have had here. I'll talk about the global food and nutrition security, and in that context, then talk about aquatic foods as superfoods. I'll introduce the food systems framework from the high-level panel of experts from the Committee of Food Security, and this is important as this gives the framework for which we have multiple entry points to improve food and nutrition security. I'll talk about the principles of nutrition-sensitive aquatic food systems and then give the solutions and examples of solutions that we have had in Asia, and end by talking about the power of aquatic foods for nourishing people. Let's look at some of the data that's from the publication, The State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World, 2024. This report comes out every year, and I'm using the last one we have as of today. And as you can see, the situation is dire. There are many, estimated at 757 million people who faced hunger in 2023, with the highest percentage in Africa, then Asia, Oceania, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Then if you look at the trends that we have seen in the recent years, we can see that more people are undernourished and cannot afford a healthy diet today as compared to 2022. And this situation has been further impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic in the recent years, and also by the war in Ukraine, due to increases in food and fertilizer prices. And as we all know, and as presented by Dr. Yasin, that climate change is increasingly affecting the number of people who go undernourished and cannot afford a healthy diet. We see in Africa that the droughts episode and the floods episode are increasing, and this is affecting the number of people who are undernourished and who cannot afford a healthy diet. We normally use rates of malnutrition in children under 5 years of age in order to tell about where we are and what the situation is with respect to food and nutrition security. And using the rates of stunting, where more than one in 5 children suffer from stunting, then we can see that the situation is dire throughout the world. Overweight is also an increasing problem among children, with more and more children becoming overweight. I have, from the same report, taken out some of the data for some of the countries in Asia. And if we look at the first column, which is the prevalence of undernutrition, the second column, prevalence of anemia among women of reproductive age, then again, stunting in children, wasting and overweight in children. We can see in these 4 countries that I have taken here, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Pakistan, that we have high rates of malnutrition. And as I said, what's even worse, if I compare the figures from 2024 with the figures from before, say 2022 and before, we can see that these rates are increasing. So there is much that we can do in order to improve malnutrition and hunger in the world, and also in the countries in Asia. Let me jump to the role of aquatic foods. And why do I say that aquatic foods, and especially low trophic species and small fish, are superfoods? We know that there are multiple benefits of aquatic foods. And the 3 core components that I have selected are the food and nutritional benefits, the socio-economic benefits, and the environmental benefits, as we have heard before from the 2 speakers. I'll concentrate on the food and nutrition benefits. And we do know from recent data throughout the world, and from especially looking at small fish species, that these aquatic foods, small fish species, and other low trophic species, they are highly nutritious, containing multiple, highly bioavailable micronutrients. Micronutrients, that's a term we use for vitamins and minerals. They also contain high proportions of essential fatty acids, including omega-3 fatty acids. As I said, it's not only the food and nutritional benefits that are important, but we do know that aquatic foods are important for socioeconomic benefits because it provides livelihoods and incomes for very many people, especially coastal populations and populations that live close to inland waters, for example, the Great Lakes of Africa. There are many women and youth who are included in aquatic food systems, and it's also important for capacity development of these groups of population. And we've heard a lot about the environmental benefits that we get from aquatic foods, and again, especially the low trophic species. In recent years, there has been a great interest in, for example, seaweed as a superfood for humans. And if you would take, for example, the concentrations of essential fatty acids in seaweed, the concentration of iodine in seaweed, it's an extremely nutritious food, and I do hope, for example, we can use more seaweed in programs. Just imagine if we can take away some of the milk that we have in school feeding programs, and instead use seaweed powder in school feeding programs. We would be greatly increasing the nutritional benefits of school meals for children, and doing that for children at that age, in the school feeding age, would have intergenerational benefits both throughout the lifetime of the child, but also intergenerational benefits. I want to introduce the food systems framework that is used by the high-level panel of experts in the Committee of Food Security. And why I'd like to use this framework and present it to you is that it is important to see that when we talk about food systems, it shows us, and we use the whole framework, it shows us that there are multiple pathways and multiple entry points for improving food systems. It's not just as we have done in the past, looking at production systems and inputs to production, for example, seeds and feeds, but it's many other entry points. For example, we know if we look back and look at the arrows backwards, we know that if we have healthy people who are well-fed, that has an effect on the supply chains and also an effect on the production systems, because healthy people can better take part in supply chains and in the production systems. We know also, for example, that policies are important for having change, and that other entry points, as we name here, for example, the supply chains, the consumer behavior, can have effect on the importance of aquatic foods for nourishing people and planet. So it's important, by looking at this food systems framework and using this food systems framework, it gives us multiple solutions with multiple entry points. In doing so, we should also remember the principles with which we should work. And we've heard before from the last speaker about putting people at the center and looking at the right to food, taking into consideration social equity and justice. So meeting the nutritional needs of all people, especially the poor and the vulnerable, women and young children, and using the principle of leaving no one behind. We haven't been really good at that because if we look at the benefits we have from foods, it's unequal, and we have not taken into consideration principles of the right to food for all, and also principles of social equity and justice. So there's much more we can do taking into consideration principles. Another important aspect is we need to have a shift from feeding people to nourishing people and nations, and using diverse aquatic foods, superfoods, for doing so. In the past, when we've talked about production systems and when we've talked about what we produce, we focus on staple crops, and we focus only on the energy needs of people. And we now know that that's not important for having a healthy population. We must move from feeding to nourishing. And I've also included nations, not just the people, but the nations, because we have to take into consideration the environmental, the environment as well. The third principle that I want to mention is the opportunities we have to transform the food systems by using the multiple entry points, and at the same time engaging multiple actors, and begin with the consumers and work backwards to the supply chains and the producers and those who work with the inputs to production. Very often we begin with the production systems and the inputs to production. By the time we've reached to the supply chains, everybody has fallen asleep, and by the time we reach the consumption, everyone has left the room. So it would be great if we can make this change and start with consumption and move backwards, and thereby look at the many multiple entry points we have in the food systems for improving nutrition and health with aquatic food systems. Let me now give some examples, and I'll use that framework about moving backwards, starting with nutrition, foods on the plate, and moving backwards to production systems. So if we look at the solutions of that and start with consumption, moving backwards, and look at what the diversification of consumption of aquatic foods mean. We know that there are multiple benefits of having aquatic foods on the plate. The nutrients, micronutrients, minerals, and vitamins that are present in aquatic foods are highly bioavailable. That's quite different from micronutrients which are found in crops. We also know that aquatic foods enhances the bioavailability of micronutrients from the plant source foods when they are consumed together. So, for example, if you have a rice with a high zinc content, and at the same time you eat that rice with a small portion of small fish, then you can increase the bioavailability of the zinc-rich rice by more than 2/3 by having this small portion of fish to get in the meal. Aquatic foods also bring greater dietary diversity through meal preparations and consumption. And this we've seen, for example, if we look at the way aquatic foods are eaten, for example, in Cambodia or Laos. There are many, many different preparation modes which bring it together with the aquatic foods, spices, vegetables, and other foods together. So you have a greater dietary diversity, which increases the number of foods in the meals, the number of foods that are consumed, and thereby the micronutrients that are found in the meals. We've worked a lot through Asia, but also in Africa, on looking at nutritious and safe aquatic food-based products. And this is important because of the benefits that products can give you. For example, dried small fish. It's convenient to use, it increases the shelf life, it's easy to store and transport, it extends the consumption period because in the lean production season, you can have, for example, dried small fish that can be used. And it increases accessibility and affordability because you can prepare, for example, dry and keep the fish in the season of plenty when the prices are low, and use it in the scarce seasons when the prices are high. And as we've heard before, the aquatic foods, they give you many sources of aquatic foods are culturally acceptable, and they gave you can use them for making context-specific aquatic food-based products. For example, we've used dried fish, small fish powder in preparing meals for young children. We've also used fish chutney. A fish chutney is the equivalent of, for example, a mango chutney, replacing the mango with chopped small fish. And the fish chutney we've used in Bangladesh and seen that that has increased decreased, for example, iron deficiency in women and increase milk production in lactating women. In Cambodia, we've used a fish wafer, and we've used that in programs for feeding malnourished children, and the government of Cambodia works together with UNICEF to increase fish wafers in school feeding programs. Moving backwards from consumption to supply chain, I'll just give two examples. The photo to the right shows, for example, women in Odisha who use solar drying tents provided by the government for drying small fish from the lake and from the coast, and also the figure to the right, which shows the solar-powered freezer, which is used in the Solomon Islands. Moving back again and looking at supply chains, what's extremely important for me as a solution is no use of small fish in animal feeds. We know, for example, if we do the calculations, that 1 kilogram of dried small fish, which equates to about 4 kgs of fresh fish, can provide essential nutrients for a child for more than 2 months. Feeding the child just 15 grams of dried small fish per day. So you can add this when you make the complementary food for the child, a porridge for the child, you can add a teaspoon of dried small fish in the porridge, and that provides sufficient essential micronutrients for the child. And there are other ways in which you can get nutritious animal feeds. For example, using artemia or crop waste, as Dr. Isam talked about. And I really do think we should use as much as we can do and the technologies we have at hand, and to not use any small fish in animal feeds. I know this may create a problem for those who are looking at shrimp production, for example, but I do think that we have technologies in which we can use alternatives. Perhaps you won't get the same benefits in production and productivity as you would get with small fish, but we must make that choice that small fish must be kept for consumption by people, especially young children and pregnant and lactating women. So I know that, I do know that there are many in this room that can think about the other alternatives that can be used in fish meal and that can be used to replace fish meal and fish oil. Moving now to the production systems, a solution that we can use in aquatic food systems with production is looking at polyculture. And we started this work in Bangladesh, and we've moved it to many countries in Asia and also in Africa. When we started in Bangladesh, the first place we moved it to was West Bengal in the Sundarbans, an area called Bashanti, where we introduced pond polyculture of small and large fish. Then we moved it to the Terai, which has the same agroecological conditions as you have in Bangladesh. And we've moved this solution to Sierra Leone in Africa, to Zambia, to Malawi, and even to other countries, to Cambodia. And we've seen in all these countries the benefits of pond polyculture with small and large fish. The technology we used in Bangladesh was concentrating on one fish species, mola, small fish, and combining that with different carp species. In the last 2-3 years, we've reached extremely far with this technology, pond polyculture, because in Odisha, we started with a breeding program of small fish species. That's the first breeding program that has been done worldwide with mola and other small fish species as you do for aquaculture of large fish species. We now have breeding programs so that you can have the fish seeds of the small fish, which can be then given to the households for pond polyculture. This is the first time we've done this. As I said, in Odisha, we've moved it to Assam, and we're now moving that production system, that breeding system, to Bangladesh. We hope that we can also move it to countries in Africa. Then also, there's much we can do with using integrated aquatic and terrestrial systems, as we've done for generations, many generations. For example, if you go back to Japan, China, India, you've had the aquatic foods rice systems that has been practiced for many years. And that's something we should revive, not just in Asia, but also in Africa. And we've also, in Africa, have integrated systems with aquatic foods together with root, tubers, and bananas. And this has proven to be quite a good system because not only are you producing foods and producing foods for sale and for consumption, but the waste from the roots, tubers, and bananas have been used in the pond polyculture. Likewise, we can expand this to many other integrated multi-trophic aquaculture species with different, not just fish species, but other aquatic food species. Importantly, when we look at solutions, it's important to include aquatic food systems in national and state policies. And in Bangladesh, we've seen that, for example, in the Bangladesh Second Country Investment Plan, they looked at many different production systems, and pond polyculture of large and small fish species was considered the foremost intervention to be practiced in the Second Country Investment Plan. And in Odisha, in the strategy for Odisha Pathway to Accelerate Nutrition, SOPAN, within the SOPAN policy, small fish products were included. And these small fish products, for example, dried small fish, fish powder, are now being used in Angawatis, in healthcare centers, in school feeding programs, in take-home rations for women and young girls. And can you imagine, we can go even further with this, because governments, for example, are the ones who are in charge of the hospital meal plans, in charge of feeding in prisons. So there are many opportunities where we can ensure that we are using small fish products to increase the nutritional benefits that you have to many sectors in the population. Importantly, we must also have a greater engagement of women and youth in aquatic food systems. We do know that 1 in every 2 workers in the primary and secondary sectors of aquatic food systems is a woman. And their engagement and the benefits that they get from being engaged in aquatic food systems is limited by gender barriers and social stigma. It's also limited by the access to credit and finances, and also the underestimation we have. Women and the data we have on women are not captured. And why is this so? From my own experience, when I work in Bangladesh, I see that the government officers, they would come out to collect data maybe at 10 o'clock. Or early afternoon. At that time, women are engaged with many other activities that they have. They have been engaged in the aquatic food systems from dawn until breakfast, when they would be preparing the foods for their children. And therefore, the data is missing on the role of women in aquatic food systems. Well, in agriculture on the whole, not just aquatic food systems. And this underestimation of data then places less value on the role that women have in aquatic food systems. We must also find ways to increase youth participation in aquatic food systems, not just for now, but also for the generations to come. If we look at the age group of those who are the men who are engaged in aquatic food systems, in agriculture as a whole, we can see that the age is increasing, and therefore we have to find ways to bring in young men and women in aquatic food systems. systems. And how do we do this? First, it must be attractive. It must not just be hard work. It must be attractive, and it must give the opportunities for youth to earn a decent wage. If not, it's going to be very difficult to increase the youth participation within aquatic food systems. We've heard about the investments that are needed and the many different pathways that are taken to increase investments. For example, microcredit loans, tax reliefs. We heard this morning about very new schemes for insurance and market technologies. So there are many different strategic financial instruments that we can use to increase investments in aquatic food systems and make it more attractive for many to get engaged in aquatic food systems. As I say, many also young men and women. And these investments must have different partners, both from the private and from the public sector, and it must just not only be a way of producing or increasing the supply chains or increasing the consumption. In order to get all these parts to fit, we must have investments in research. We have seen in the past years that investments in research is falling. I've talked before about the data that we use, and quite a lot of the data we use is, there are large gaps, parts of it are missing, and parts of it are incorrect. So it's really important that we pay more attention to data collection and ensure that the data collection is disaggregated by social groups, by gender, by age. And very important, we have missed the collection of data on traditional and indigenous knowledge. We should try to find ways in which we can use that data together with the new data technologies we have. We know that indigenous and traditional knowledge is in the form of stories, it's in the form of local languages, it's in the form of parables. So now, when we have much more sophisticated ways of collecting data and using data technologies, perhaps that gives us the possibility to combine the two and make sure we get the best out of indigenous knowledge and, for example, AI and new data technologies. And in doing so, we must not just think about the public sector and the private sector, but we must also work together with communities. Very often, when we, for example, take a solution to the communities are engaged with the solution, they would implement the solution, but it's not the communities who evaluate the solution and give the ideas for improvement. That comes from the researchers, from people outside. So in using now data technologies, we can collect the data, we can collect how communities themselves evaluate solutions and which ways they see for moving forward with solutions and in making sure that the solutions fit their needs. Let me close with recognizing the power of aquatic foods. And I've taken two examples here. One is a write-up in the India Times about fish powder in diets curbing malnutrition in children. And this is the work that World Fish and Partners, together with researchers from Assam, have been doing in Assam, where small fish powder produced by women groups have been included in Angawadis and in school feeding programs, and data has been collected on the differences in health, in length and weight of children, the anthropometric data, and they have looked at the association between the intake of fish powder with these anthropometric measurements, which are an indication of how well nourished the child is. I do hope that this continues. Can you imagine, for example, if we can take this model and move it to all the aspirational districts of India where we have fish, then we can really reach far in finding a solution that can curb malnutrition among young children. The other example I want to give for recognizing the power of aquatic foods is from Japan, where a long-term study was done building on the work that we have done in Bangladesh and looking at the effects of fish consumption among women. And what the Japanese study has shown is that eating small fish prolongs life expectancy and also prolongs the healthy living of elderly in Japan. So there is much more we can do about recognizing the power of aquatic foods. I would like, for example, to see much more work done and evidence on the effect of aquatic foods on school performance. If we can show that, can you imagine what effect that can have, not just on the single child, but the child growing into an adult, growing into being an elderly person, and looking at the effect that that has on the health and well-being of that person. And if you would look at young school children, female school children, then you can also look at the effect that that has intergenerationally, because a healthy child would grow up to be a healthy adult, a healthy woman, and a healthy woman would also give birth to a healthy child. So there's an intergenerational benefit we can have for the power of aquatic foods. Also, in many countries now, well, in all countries now, we see that the elderly population is growing. And the power of aquatic foods can be seen, for example, as I've shown in the Japanese study, for healthy aging. So there are greater benefits that we can get from aquatic foods and different population groups at different times in the life of a person, and also intergenerational. So there's much more we can do. There's much more data we can collect. There's much more evidence we can collect to show and recognize the power of aquatic foods for healthy people and healthy nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shakuntala, for that really informative talk on the importance of aquatic food in, human health and welfare, especially the importance of these small fish and low trophic species as superfood for humans. And of course, it brings the issues on, the use of fish meal. It's a long-standing issue in aquaculture. But I can assure you that many are trying to find alternatives on this fish meal in aquatic feeds, so that we will not compete with the use of this small fish for human consumption. And lastly, on the aquatic food system, that this should be included in their national development plans. And of course, we have to consider GESI, or the gender equality and social inclusion, as well as how to increase investment on these different aquatic food systems. Thank you very much for that one. So I think we will have a few minutes for some important questions. If you have some burning questions for the 3 plenary speakers that we have, please raise them now. We can accommodate a couple, if there is. Yeah, can we give a microphone to? Yeah, we have one there. Please identify to whom your question is addressed to. We cannot hear. I think there's no microphone there in that system.
Them to give something, the microphone, cordless. No, they have removed it.
Yeah, it should have like this.
Every seat had, I think they have removed.
Yeah.
Some
Can anybody go there? Can anybody go there? Can?
No, I think they removed all the microphones on the table, so it's not functioning.
Dr. Kuldeep, can you try?
No, Jena sir, they have removed all this.
Yeah, the table should have like this.
Maybe he can come to the...
Can you come up to on the dais?
Hello, mic check, mic check.
Can you come up?
No, he's bringing it. Yeah, he can come here.
Yeah, just come up to the podium.
Good evening. I am K. Subramanian, a scholar from Ayyappan University, Tamil Nadu. I am doing some trash fish collection, trash fish assessment study in 5 landing centers in Coromandel Coast. I was very happy to see and hear the Madam Sagundala's the information. It's very informative, especially the low value fishes, where I am. Since 2016, I am more concentrating in this kind of study, the low value fish and its contribution to food security, nutrition, especially for the people who are suffering by malnutrition and underweight issues. Thank you so much for your also the Dr. Yasin sir. I just really admired with these 2 lectures, very good information that is connecting me and my study. My worries, actually, the question is, the trash fish, I mean, it's a low-value trash fish, actually missing somewhere, where I am collecting this data in 5 big harbors in Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. For example, within 1 hour, I see 150 tons of trash fish landing. And this fish not allowed to buy the local fishermen, like a small-scale fish traders, and this goes to somewhere like going to fish meal, fish oil plants, neglecting these small-scale traders to buy and to reach this fish to the poor people in that area. So that's my concern. And the trash fish assessment, trash fish landing and utilization is poorly recognized by policymakers or in a big debates or the study. Just I want to know, because I am a scholar and looking into some kind of solution and data collection is over till data analysis is going on. So Madam Sakuntala and Sir, Asim Sir can help me out. Why the small fish for poor people, but why it's not going? It's going to kind of fish meal and aqua farms where the rich people are dealing. This is my query, Madam. Just worries and queries, and kindly advise me. Yes, ma'am.
First of all, it's extremely important the language we use. So I have used 20 years or more to ensure that FAO has removed the term trash fish from their writing and from their literature. And also, so that has been done. And the other one, you say, and then you use the term low value. It's low, you can say low monetary value, but it's very high nutritional value.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can reach really very far in the debate and in changing the minds and the attitude and the way the solutions we use by using the correct terminology, and do not use the terminologies that do not give value to the important foods.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So we can accommodate one last question. Yes, please. Yeah, use the microphone.
Hello, everyone. This was a very wonderful plenary session, and it was very impressive talk. I have a question for Dr. Sakuntala. In my introduction, I'm Deepika Ray from Canada. I'm a research scientist over there, and my group in research, we work mostly on having a full value utilization and get the value out of all marine resources. So this is like very well tied with my research. So my question to you is, when you have mentioned about using that fish, which is small in size and maybe they have the higher nutritional value, is that like all kind of analysis on the nutritional profile has been done? And if we use that, how about using, because that will be like a functional food using, not like directly the fish. You are proposing to convert into the powder and then using it. So then we are entering into the other section of like a functional food, and then a lot of regulations are there. So how that can be tackled? And can we do like more kind of analysis or the like proof of studies that can show that yes, this has this, it may have like more, because any fish has like mostly like fatty acids or amino acids and peptides and all. So that's are the main ingredients and some minerals. So if you can just give some light on that. I'm just looking for how Canada, India, or Bangladesh, we can do collaboration on this, because it's very interesting for me.
Yeah. But if you go to the Nordic countries, they use a lot of small-sized fish, and they also make products out of it. For example, it's what's the word? Placed in vinegar. Fermented, yes, fermented fish, fermented products. And there are some things that are important to note. For example, when you use small fish species, these species of fish are different. They have different eating habits. So the eating habits also affect the nutrients that are accumulated in the fish. And small fish species accumulate more micronutrients, vitamins and minerals in than large fish species because of their eating habits, because of their biology. But importantly, it's that when you use small size fish species, you are using the whole fish. For large size fish species, for consumption, you are just using parts of the fish. You are not using the head. You may not be even using the organs. And these are these parts of the fish have much higher micronutrient compositions for minerals and vitamins than the flesh of the fish. So it's important because of the size of the fish, what parts of the fish are used for consumption.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to cut the discussion. If you want to talk to the speakers, they are here, so you can talk to them during the break and our lunch. So, because we have a very limited time, we are over time already. So, again, we would like to thank the 3 plenary speakers for this session, Dr. Mohammad, Dr. Loneragan, and Dr. Shakuntala. Give them a warm applause.
Sincere thanks also.
So we offer sincere thanks to our plenary speakers for session 1. The plenary session 1 speakers, Dr. Yasin Mohammad, Dr. Neil Loneragan, and Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Thilsted. And we take this opportunity to also thank the chairs, Dr. Eduardo Liano, Dr. C.N. Ravishankar. And I request our DDG, Dr. J.K. Jena, to kindly felicitate the plenary speakers of session 1. Dr. Yasin Mohammad. Dr. Neil Loneragan.
अगला सेशन में भी होगा ना?
And Dr. Shakuntala Harak Singh Thilsted. I now request Honorable DDG Sir to please felicitate the chairs, Dr. Eduardo Liano, and Dr. Ravishankar C.N.
Before we break for tea, I have a couple of announcements. As because we are running late by more than 1.5 hours, I request sincerely that we go quickly and come back in 20 minutes or 25 minutes, not more than that. That means by 45 we must assemble for the next plenary sessions. And then as you know that on 15th, we have arrangements for the city tour. All those who are interested to go for city tour, please register your name. This bus and all have been arranged by us. It is all those expenses we are taking care, but the entry fees and all need to be paid by the candidate whoever are going. So those who are interested to go to the city tour, only 2-3 important places what we have decided: Qutub Minar, Lotus Temple, Humayun's Tomb, and if time permits, some other places. If any one of you are interested, please register your name today itself. Otherwise, it will be difficult because number of buses we need to finalize depending on the number of participants willing to join. Then tomorrow we are starting the sessions at 9 o'clock. So I request each one of you, please assemble in the respective hall by 8:45. 8:45, and if you have not loaded your presentation, please load today itself or tomorrow morning before 9 o'clock you must load. That is what I request you. As I told, mainly for the participants from India, I would like to mention, maybe session chairs, I will say that in the beginning itself you take attendance. If they are not there, don't give certificate, participation certificate. Otherwise, people will come after 9 o'clock. So we need to be adhering time. As I told in the morning, we need to be 10 minutes for presentation. So please see that you make your presentation within the stipulated time. Thank you very much. Now we can go to the same hall where you had lunch for tea. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please assemble back by 45. 45 definitely.
The small announcement.
Yeah.
There is a small announcement. Just hold on, please. If anyone wants to renew their membership for AFS and wants to also make a new registration, the renewal and the new registrations can be done at the registration counters, which are downstairs. So if you wish to do so, you can right now go, or you can do it after the session, second plenary session. Thank you.
The posters should be fixed by around 12 noon. The posters shall be presented by 12 noon. Thank you.
And has completed 25 PhD, 10 masters, and 35 honors candidates, including students from Indonesia and Malaysia. He has delivered training workshops in Indonesia on fisheries science management strategy evaluation for data-limited fisheries, and ecosystem modeling for ecosystem-based fisheries management, and has published 185 articles in international journals, edited 1 book, and 5 special symposia. He is the president of the Asian Fisheries Society and the editor-in-chief of the journal Asian Fisheries Science. We welcome you, sir, to chair this session along with Dr. Kuldeep Lal. And we would like to introduce to you the plenary speakers, Dr. Jun Zhao and Dr. Matthew Camilleri, for whom the biodata will be introduced by the chairs of the session.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you all for gathering. And let's make this a dynamic session. So we're fortunate to have 2 excellent speakers today. I am introducing the first of these speakers. Professor Jun Zhou is a professor at Shanghai Ocean University, who have been a wonderful supporter of the Asian Fisheries Society and its forum. He obtained his Bachelor of Science degree in Peking University, a master's degree from the University of Chinese Academy of Science, and a PhD from the University of Aberdeen. Professor Zhou's research focuses on fish immunology and disease control. He reported the first interleukin in fish in 1999, as has been researching on fish cytokine biology for nearly 30 years. He's published more than 250 papers in his career, which are cited over 12,000 times. Professor Zhou is the editor of Fish and Shellfish Immunology and serves as the editorial board member of several scientific journals, including Development and Comparative Immunology Reports, and Aquaculture and Fisheries. He's a committee member of Asian Society of Development and Comparative Immunology. Professor Zhou, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Neil, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the conference organizer, Dr. Jena, and his team for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Rather than doing the same thing with the previous speakers in the morning and in the afternoon, which highlights the importance of agriculture, today I'm going to give you some introduction of my work, to share some of my work, focusing on fish immunology and basic research, which I have been doing in the last 30 years. I hope my talk can stimulate some interesting thinking for applied science in agriculture. So, previous talks has already have some introductions on this topic, which highlight the production of fish and the fisheries, capture fisheries, for our human being consumptions. As you can see in this slide, the agriculture has increased enormously during last 30 years, from 21.8 to 94.4 million tons from 1990 to 2022. And if you look at the capture fisheries, which are steadily, there's not more than dramatic change or increases from the capture fisheries. This means that agriculture has supported enormously the resources of fisheries and also provides the nutritional foods for human beings. And if you break down this agriculture and the fisheries production, you can see here from, for the first time, I think from last year's FAO report, agriculture has overtaken the production of capture fisheries. And you can see that agriculture accounted for 51% of the overall production. And if you see here, the agriculture, marine agriculture, and inland culture, the percentages, and the inland culture is the dominant production in agriculture. And globally, you can see here, if you divide it by countries, the Asia-Pacific is obviously the dominant force in agriculture. And you can see from 1995, the production is only 21.8 million tons, and now it's 72 million tons overall. And for the rest of the world, pretty much they're not. There are some increases because of the base production is small, and the overall production is not that much as compared with Asian Pacific region. And breakdown into countries, of course, China is the largest agriculture country, but other countries in Asia region has catching up. For example, India, Thailand, Vietnam, they are the emerging agriculture countries. For example, when I read the ICAR leaflets last night before sleep, I noticed that in India, now probably a couple of years ago, this figure is stands at 14.16 million tons for fisheries and agriculture. As mentioned, as I heard from previous talks that India agriculture has been increasing 10% every year, which is very, very good. And for the consumptions, I give you some figures here. There are some Asian countries which consume heavily depends on the fish food. For example, Japan is stands like a 60 kilo per year per person for consumption of fish. Whether for other countries like Korea, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, they are the middle rank countries for fish. And the demand for China, Indonesia, and Vietnam, Australia, is a little bit lower. It's half it stands at 20 to 30 kilos. So in terms of the species, you can see here, cyprinids, like a crab species, are the dominant farmed fish species in agriculture. Other than that, tilapia is very high, production is high. And for salmonids, like Atlantic salmon and rainbow trout, they are the most farmed fish in Europe or in some other countries. So, fish farming, of course, intensive farming, there are some disease issues. And these issues cause a lot of health or sustainability issues for the agriculture, and disease can cause enormous losses for fish farmers. And this is a figure low in China, as you can see. Species-wise, you can see crustacean and the shellfish that have most damage from disease, while for fish also has a significant amount of losses. And of course, for fish diseases, the pathogens are the common ones for other animals. For example, virus, bacteria, fungi, and parasites. And among these pathogens, viruses are mostly deadly pathogens. And currently, almost there's virtually no effective measures to control viral diseases. These are the usual viral diseases which are noted in aquaculture. Here, there are some kind of in single-stranded DNA genome, some in double-stranded DNA, single-stranded RNA and double-stranded RNA genome. Some are of double-stranded DNA genome. Nevertheless, these diseases are quite common in our culture system. When fish are infected with the virus, the first thing the fish respond is to produce interferons. That's why today I'm going to focus on basic research on interferons. So when interferon produced, interferons secreted to the outside of the cells and then bind to the receptors on the cell surface and initiate a series of cascade events to activate antiviral defense. And based on the receptors and the functions, in mammals, interferons are classified into 3 families, namely type 1, type 2, and type 3 interferons. Here is an overview for the functions of interferons. It's a common functions for all 3 types of interferons. For example, they can inhibit mRNA synthesis in virus infected cells and protein synthesis as well. And they can inhibit virus replication to eradicate the virus in the infected cells. In humans, they can promote apoptosis, and some reports, many reports actually show they can suppress tumor growth. And lastly, type 2 interferons can promote antibody production and can activate cytotoxic T cells actions. For interferons, not all fish, not all organisms have interferons. As you can see here, from plants to animals, they all have defense systems, antiviral systems, for example. But the interferon system only is present in jawed vertebrates, from cartilaginous fish like sharks to teleosts, and then land animals like chickens, mouse, and mammals. So for fish interferons, their work has begun only in 2003 when the fish genomes were decoded. That was in 2003. Type 1 interferons have been found in 3 species, in zebrafish, fugu, and at Atlantic salmons by 3 different research groups. And a year later, the type 2 interferons have been found. And because of, I will mention later, type 2 interferons is a second gene in mammals, and in fish, the second member of this family was found in 2006 by a Japanese group. And in 5 years earlier, and the type 3 interferons has been reported in shark by Aberdeen research group. And 2 years later, in 2022, a Chinese group reports the type 4 interferons. So in fish, now we know there are 4 types of interferons exist. So if you look at the phylogenetic relationships, and we can categorize these 4 interferon groups into mammalian categories. I would say here, as you can see here, fish have all 3 interferons exist in mammals, type 1, type 2, and type 3. And I just mentioned type 2 interferons contains an extra member. However, type 3 interferons are not found in fish, which is significant. And the This slide shows that some genes, some group of genes are encoded by single genes. For example, type 2, 3, and 4 interference in fish are encoded by a single gene, not by, for type 1 interference genes are more complicated. They contain multiple members. In some fish species, at rank summer, you can find more than 20 copies of genes in the genome. In the next 20 minutes or so, I will introduce you about type 1 and type 2 interference, because Tellus fish don't have type 3 interference. For type 1 interference, as I said, they have multiple members. And if you look at the phylogenetic tree, we can divide them into 8 subgroups, from A to I. And we don't have G here, probably as you mentioned, because interferon gamma, which sometimes use IFNG to use that for interferon gamma, so to avoid the confusion. So we don't use interferon IFNG to name the type 1 interference. As you can see, some monies have 5 subgroups, and Sibirids have 4, and the Posiforms have 5. And the gene copies in some species are very diverse. In Salmonids, there are more copies, more than 20 copies. And the Sibirids, like zebrafish, there are only 5 copies. And in Posiforms, probably 5 to 10 copies in the genome. If you look at protein structure, as you can see in this slide, and look at the system patterns, and which form the disulfide bond, here we can see the patterns of all type 1 interference in vertebrates. In fish, there are 3 different groups, 2C group, 4C group, and 6C groups. And 4C group and 6C groups currently are named as group 2, and the 2C group are named group 1. And in phylogenetic groups, as you can see at the right panel, and group 1 contains IFN A, D, E, H, and group 2 contains IFN B, C, F, I. So, obviously, you can see here there are differences for interference between fish and other vertebrates like mammals. So we can look at the gene structure of the type 1 interference. We found the tremendous difference. And you can see fish, bony fish, and cartilaginous fish, they have in the type 1 interferon genes have introns. Whereas in amphibians, which is an animal and living in aquatic and land environment, they have 2 types of gene structure. One contains introns, and the other they don't have any introns. And from evolutionary point of view, and other more advanced animals like reptiles, birds, and mammals, they lost the intron. So probably during this stage, from when animals evolve from aquatic environment to land environment, and the introns have been lost. It is a very interesting point, and we don't know why yet. And as you see, well, if you look at the genome side in the genome, and the loci in Tellus, they are segregated. They have 2 different loci, whereas in cartilaginous fish, they only have 1, and we can find some conservations of the genes linked with the interferon genes. For example, growth hormone genes. It is probably proposed or guessed that growth hormone and interferon genes may have been from a very distant ancestor, because the protein structures of interferon and growth hormones, they are alpha helical proteins. And so we, in the last couple of years, we use grass crop as a model. We resolved the crystal structure of grass crop type 1 interferon, and what we found, the structure is extremely conserved. They have 6 alpha helices, which is comparable to human interferons. And this is a comparison between grass carp, zebrafish interferon, and there are other different interferons. And so what we found, that there's a little loop in AP loop, which is between helix A and helix B, is important for the receptor binding. There are significant difference. Some interferons have small alpha helix, and some don't. Which means probably suggests that the receptor binding for interferons may be different. So, and also for the biological activities, the type 1 interferons in fish, they basically have similar functions as in mammals, and have very obvious antiviral activities. As you see here, and they can induce antiviral expression, and they can keep cells alive in response to viral infection. And so what we found, to use mutations, we found 2 important amino acids in grass carp interferons. As you can see, marked as E103 and H169, they are quite important for biological activities. If you mutate these 2 amino acids, their activities has been impaired. And this is a work done by a group or a research group in Norway, Paul Robson's lab. And what he did to use to inject the plasmid into Atlantic salmon's muscle, and then 56 days later, they challenged the fish and used a virus, and they found some of the interferons have a very nice, very significant protection against the SAV, which is a deadly Atlantic salmon virus. And another group in Spain, they injected recombinant proteins into the cavity of a zebrafish, and also found similar results. For example, IFN51 can give a magnificent protection against SVCV infection. So my work focused on grass carp, which I did in the last couple of years. What we found that fish interferon receptors also are different from that in mammals. For example, ICRFB5, which is a homolog to IFAR1 in mammals, in humans. And what you can see at the top, there are in fish, they lack 2 domains in the extracellular region. And for fish, they have 2 duplicated receptors for IFAR2 receptor. And you can see fish obviously can bind 2 different receptors, whereas in mammals, whatever the interferon isoforms, they only bind to one a common receptor. So for summary 1, I can summarize the first part of for type 1 interferons. So unlike higher vertebrates, fish type 1 interferon genes contain introns. Tedious fish type 1 interference contain 8 phylogenetic subgroups. Tedious type 1 interference binds 2 distinct receptor complexes, and the structures and functions of Tedious type 1 interference are evolutionarily conserved. So next part, I'm going to give you some facts on the fish type 2 interference. Type 2 interference have weak antiviral activities, but they have a very important regulatory activities. For example, when they are expressed by activated antigen presenting cells, cytotoxic T cells, or natural killer T cells, they can secreted into the secreted in this blood, and then act on the different cell types. For example, macrophages, T cells, B cells, and antigen presenting cells. So in mammals, type 2 interference has only single number, as I mentioned earlier. And for fish, this work was done very earlier in 2004 and 2006. As you can see here, the gene structure of type 2 interference are the same. So consists of 4 exons and 3 introns. And if you look at the gene loci, they are in the same loci, conserved same loci, if you look at the left panel. And we ask, in mammals, they don't have a interferon gamma related molecule, and in fish, they have this molecule. So what we propose, probably, as you can see, the genes, interferon gamma related genes next to the interferon gamma genes in fish. So we propose they probably have been duplicated during the 3rd round Tedious specific whole genome duplication event. So we also solved the crystal structure of grass carp interferon gamma related molecule, and we compared the structure with the human interferon gamma. And what we found, the monomer structure is similar, and however, and the damage as well, they are quite similar. But the ways they form the homodimers are unique, different, significantly different. As you can see here at the bottom, at the left-hand side, and single color represents a monomer. And you see the arrows points to the linkage between different alpha helix. They are quite different. So we also compared the activities between type 2 interferon and 2 members of type 2 interferons. What we found, they are different. They are different. For example, gamma interferon can upregulate interferon 1 beta, interleukin 6, and other chemicals as well. But interferon gamma related molecule, they have difference, only have a weak reducible activities. And this is a summary too for the type 2 interference. Because of the time limits, I want to go through into details for type 2 interference. So as the 5 major points is type 2 interferon family in fish consists of 2 members. They form homodimers with similar overall structures, but the modes for dimer formation are strictly different. They bind to different receptors. And gamma-related molecule shares partial functions of interferon gamma. And for example, gamma interferon can strongly induce expression of pro-inflammatory cytokines. And more importantly, gamma interferon gamma can enhance antigen presentation and adaptive immune response, such as Th response. So the third part, probably more, hopefully, have implications on application in aquaculture. So we all know that vaccination in fish is not that common, but with the machineries are advanced, and it's going to be possible to vaccinate fish at a very low cost and in a large scale. If you look at the vaccines overall around the world, and all the studies were conducted in Norway. As you can see here, vaccines can enormously reduce the use of antibiotics. And this is data from Norway. And they developed quite a few bacterial vaccines in the 1980s. And in the 1990s, when these vaccines are commercialized, the biotic use almost minimized to zero. And nowadays, you can see this is the data from a few years ago, and the vaccine developments around the world. Mostly vaccines are bacterial vaccines, very few are viral vaccines. And in terms of country-wise, Asia, Pacific region, basically they like effective vaccines. And vaccines cannot provide good protection. They need adjuvant. So adjuvant for fish at the moment, they have different emissions, oil in water or water in oil. There are three different emissions. And basically, oils are used, vegetable oil is used as an adjuvant to extend the release of vaccines. And the molecular adjuvants and other adjuvants, microbial and natural compounds are under research at the moment. So today, I'm going to give some of the data, show you which several research groups, including mine, working on cytokines. So, and basically, the traditional adjuvants, such as vegetable oils, they have some drawbacks. For example, they can cause excessive inflammation and also cause pigment depositions around the muscles, and that can cause granular formation, and also if the formula is not right, they give a very limited immune response, which cannot give a good protection against pathogens. And here's the study which Bora Robson's group did in 2015, and they injected expression plasmids with vaccine into muscle of fish of Atlantic salmon, and after 56 days, and they challenged the fish, they found the fish adjuvanted with interferons, and 3 molecules that give you very good protection. And they checked the genes for the adaptive immunity, for example, IgM, IgT, CD3, CD4, CD8, and CD83. They are all markers for adaptive immunity. They are all induced, which means the vaccine adjuvants can enhance or improve induce the production of adaptive immunity. And they also check the antibodies, which say, and they can trace the antibodies induction at 154 days, which is quite long, I think, in terms of fish, to go through the dangerous infection periods. We did some work in the last year to use type 2 interferons as adjuvant. This is preliminary, and we injected plasmids, compared the plasmids, interleukin-1, interferon gamma related, plus a vaccine protein plasmid into the muscles, and we check the expression. As you can see here, they are all expressed, which means they can function properly. And then we check the gene expression. What we found, the effects of these adjuvants are similar with the data from Boral Robson's group. And again, this is we check the genes expression for adaptive immunity, and we basically found a trend. They can activate the cellular immunity. So that's the last 3 points I can conclude. Emoji evidence. So we give you preliminary results indicate interference have potential to be used as adjuvant to enhance vaccine efficacy. And obviously, this research is preliminary and needs more work to prevent the people, the farmers, to use them as adjuvants. And in addition to interference, other molecules, reagents, which can activate the interference system, maybe also have potentials to be used as a vaccine adjuvant. So that's all for my talk. I would like to thank my team in Shanghai Ocean University and my colleagues in University of Aberdeen, and there are some other 2 university collaborators from Qingdao Agriculture University and Fujian Forest and Agriculture University. Would also like to thank my thank Shanghai Ocean University to allow me to set up my lab in Shanghai, and my research basically is funded by the Natural Science Foundation of China and the Ministry of Science and Technology of China. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhou, for a wonderful journey through the exciting world of interferons and introns and its great potential for vaccinations and preventing disease and its impact on aquaculture production. It's very exciting work and very important work. I think that in the interests of time, we might allow participants to seek you out afterwards, and we move on to our next presenter, who Dr. Kuldeep Lal will introduce. Thank you again, Professor Zhou. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Neil. Good evening to all. I have the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Matthew Camilleri. Dr. Matthew Camilleri graduated in Fisheries Science and Ocean Science from the University of Plymouth, UK, where he went on to obtain a PhD in Fisheries Management. Dr. Camilleri served as a consultant to the Maltese government on fisheries management and as a head of the Malta Center for Fisheries Sciences between 1998 to 2007. He also acted as a national focal point for regional scientific projects of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations and for scientific programs of the European Union. Dr. Camilleri joined the FAO in 2007 and currently occupies the position of leader of the Fisheries Global and Regional Processes team within the organization. His responsibilities include the promotion and monitoring of the implementation of FAO Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries and other international fisheries instruments, especially those aiming to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Dr. Camilleri served as Technical Secretary for the FAO Technical Consultations, which adopted the International Voluntary Guidelines for Flag State Performance, voluntary guidelines for the marking of the fishing gear, and voluntary guidelines for transshipment. He also serves as Technical Secretary to the meetings of the parties to the 2009 FAO Agreement on Port State Measures and leads FAO's Capacity Development Program on the implementation of the agreement and complementary instruments. I hand over the floor to Dr. Matthew Camilleri for his speech.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and it is indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be invited to this forum, and I thank the organizers for allowing me to speak to you in plenary. I promise to be short so that we can go on to the rest of the program today, but I just wanted to deliver some key messages and key ideas. This year, distinguished participants, marks the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. Members of FAO 30 years ago felt that principles and minimum standards needed to be set to have a common vision on how to achieve sustainable fisheries. A lot has happened since then, a lot of progress, but a lot of more challenges have been observed. And although 30 years old, the core of the principles of the Code of Conduct remain alive today and relevant. Because after the Code of Conduct, as we shall be seeing, a number of other instruments were adopted to focus more on certain elements, certain aspects of the code. We know that we want to achieve long-term conservation and sustainable use of fisheries resources. Today, we still use that terminology, sustainable use. Maintaining their diversity, we're speaking of biodiversity much more nowadays, and availability for present and future generations, which means sustainability. So the code really is alive. It is to what extent that code has been implemented and what other challenges are being brought up to resolve. Now, Professor Neil has already touched upon the fisheries management process. But allow me, first of all, Professor Neil, for me to go in further depth into this process. First of all, we have observed at FAO that when one talks about fisheries management, there's often a misconception here. Because one thinks that fisheries management is about the biologists doing their stock assessment. It is also that. Sometimes it is thought of as being monitoring, control, and surveillance. It's also that. Other times it's about setting regulations or developing your fleet. Well, in a fisheries management process, the first step of the way is to identify objectives. Do we want to develop a fishery? Do we want to expand the fishery? Do we want to fish within our coastal waters, or do we want to fish on the high seas? Do we want the fish to be consumed locally, or do we want to develop trade with other countries? So objectives need to be defined. But then, besides those objectives, there are a number of considerations. Ecosystem considerations, socio-economic considerations, considerations for other sectors. And based on those objectives and considerations, one formulates a fisheries policy and a legislative framework, which needs to take into consideration international and regional law and policy. And this is where the feeding in of the minimum requirements that have been adopted at international level should come in. The principles of the code, the standards of the code, and the minimum requirements of several other international instruments. And at regional level, regional fishery bodies may be setting more stringent measures. And these need to be taken into consideration when formulating that policy and legal framework. Following that, one forms management plans. And it's important to have multidisciplinary engagement and stakeholder participation in developing those management plans. You then need a set of regulations that would support the implementation of those management plans. And regulations could be technical measures, that is, gear technology, minimum mesh sizes, minimum hook sizes, catch control, quotas, capacity and effort control. One cannot allow to have overcapacity. One has to have a balance between the capacity of your fleet and the available resources. Seasonal closures to protect maybe some spawning season. Access control. There may be areas which are vulnerable marine ecosystems, for example. So you need to protect those areas or have methods of fishing that would not destroy the ecosystem. Post-harvest and trade measures, traceabilities, catch documentation schemes, etc. Having regulations is not enough. We need to implement those regulations. We need to enforce those regulations through an effective legal, administrative, and institutional setup. Have monitoring, control, and surveillance. Manage in partnership with the industry. And yet, it does not stop there. There needs to be a review process. Am I achieving those objectives? Am I safeguarding those considerations? Do I need to review my policy, management plans, regulations? And that is the fisheries management cycle. Think of it as a car engine or whatever engine. We need to have, as we said, at every step of the way, helping in the functioning of that engine, stakeholder participation. But there's something missing there. An engine needs fuel to work. And that engine lies at the heart of this management cycle. That is where your stock assessment comes in. Your socio-economic analysis comes in. Your statistical data. And all the other information about the fishing activities. Because that information is what feeds every single step of that fisheries management cycle. That is the ideal world. That is the ideal engine. But as we know, if there is one component of an engine that malfunctions or breaks, the whole engine does not work or works badly. And this is where the challenge lies. We know that this is, of course, a simplified way of depicting what fisheries management is about in one slide. But one would say, okay, then what is overfishing? Yes, overfishing comes about because maybe you're not conducting stock assessment properly, or you are not collecting the right data and information from your fishing fleet. And therefore, the fuel that is at the heart of that cycle is not giving the right information. So you're taking wrong decisions. Maybe you are overfishing because you do not have monitoring, control, and surveillance in place. Or it is weak, and therefore you cannot guarantee that you are implementing those regulations, and you're not fulfilling your management plans. So that is what how overfishing comes about. Or, in fact, you do not have any management plans at all, and you don't have any policy. And we know that the two threats to fisheries management, to the sustainability of fisheries, are two things, which are clearly highlighted in the Sustainable Development Goals, in fact. And that is overfishing, which I have just mentioned, but then this wretched IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. You see it everywhere, but I should stress that it's not only illegal fishing, it's also unregulated and unreported, and we'll see why those three elements are so detrimental to fisheries management. Illegal fishing undermines policy and legal frameworks, management plans, fisheries regulations, and the implementation of those regulations. So illegal fishing really breaks down that engine. Unreported fishing is really creating a data gap, an important data gap that is required to sustain that fisheries management cycle. And therefore, if you do not have monitoring, control, surveillance, and reporting, for example, through logbooks, etc., if you do not have proper statistical data collection, you do not have good biological data collection, then you have a serious problem of a data gap that is not going to allow you to have a functioning management process. And finally, one that is often disregarded is unregulated fishing. And many times, unregulated fishing is more of a problem than illegal fishing. Unregulated fishing, as you can see there, means that you have no regulations in place, meaning there's a whole component of that fisheries management engine that is missing. And this is why we need to eradicate IUU fishing. IUU fishing is the opposite of what you should be doing to achieve sustainable fishing. Now, moving on, as I said in the start, the code of conduct was the basis to set international standards and principles for sustainable fisheries. In the same year, we had the adoption of the UN Fish Stocks Agreement, which is a binding international agreement which gave the strength to regional fishery management organizations to govern on the high seas. And we had, following that, also a number of other binding agreements, namely, well, the compliance agreement, and we also have the FAO agreement on port state measures, which I will refer to later on. So you can see to the right of the screen on that timeline, there are essentially 3 international binding agreements on fisheries, apart from, of course, the Law of the Sea Convention. But more importantly, to the left, under the Code of Conduct, since 1995, a number of other soft law, we call them, instruments have been adopted. International plans of action. One of the international plans of action addresses IUU fishing. We've had international guidelines, which include the most recent transshipment guidelines on setting minimum standards on how to regulate, monitor, and control transshipment. We have strategies, and then also we have technical guidelines that address different parts of the code. If one had to filter out from all those international instruments, you get to this other timeline. These are those instruments that address IUU fishing. All 4 international binding agreements, which includes the Law of the Sea, address IUU fishing. The compliance agreement focuses on the compliance of fishing vessels fishing on the high seas. The Fish Stocks Agreement deals with the management and regulation of straddling and highly migratory fish stocks. The agreement on port state measures aims to block vessels that have been misbehaving badly from entering foreign ports. And we've had reference to this already today, the more recent WTO agreement, which has concluded the part on IU fishing, which prohibits subsidies to be given to vessels engaging in IU fishing. But without taking up more time and going into detail on all these instruments, my message here is this, that all those instruments contain a minimum set of standards that need to be followed by states. States acting as a flag state, as a port state, as a coastal state, and a market state. If the states had to be doing at least the minimum of what those international instruments say, then we would not be talking about IU fishing today. And of course, there are various reasons why states have not been able to fulfill those minimum requirements. The instruments, as you well appreciate, have not been drafted by a consultant, or maybe the initial draft was, or by the FAO Secretariat. They are instruments that have been negotiated, comma by comma, full stop by full stop. They belong to the states. They have been agreed upon by the states, but of course, to fulfill those minimum requirements, there have been some challenges. As I mentioned, regional fishery bodies have a role to play. Regional fishery bodies should take up those minimum requirements and amplify them as necessary at regional level. The Sustainable Development Goals has two targets that mentions IU fishing. The target was to eliminate IU fishing by 2020. Clearly, we have missed that date, we are late. But what we can say from FAO side is that we are observing increased commitment to combat IU fishing. Progress going forward, more awareness about the need to eliminate those IU and Us that we've seen that undermine that fisheries management process. Just to go into some giving a summary of what these minimum requirements are. And I'll start by saying that one can have the right to do something, but that right comes with a responsibility. So if a state has the right to register vessels, flag the vessels, and give those vessels licenses, but it has the obligation then to monitor those vessels, to make sure that those vessels are complying with the applicable regulations. Port states have the right to allow foreign fishing vessels to come into their ports, to use their port services, to generate an economy. However, they have the responsibility to make sure that they are not serving vessels that have been misbehaving, that have been conducting IU fishing, and therefore need to inspect and check that they are hosting vessels that have been behaving. Coastal states have the right to fish for the resources within their EEZs. They also have the right to make agreements with other countries to allow vessels to come in to exploit those resources. However, coastal states have the responsibility to make sure that the resources that are being taken within the EEZs are taken in a sustainable manner, including if it is by third country vessels with whom they have an agreement. Market states have the right to trade in fish products, but they have the responsibility to ensure that they are trading fish products that have not originated from IUU fishing. If these minimum principles are followed, then we would be in a much better situation when it comes to the sustainability of fisheries. The information sharing and cooperation between different states is important. Of course, a state can be all four of those, but clearly when foreign vessels are entering a port, for example, there needs to be cooperation between flag state and port state to exchange information so that one can check the compliance of such a vessel. This is just a table that is a simple matrix that lists the international instruments, and of course, without going into detail now, just to show you that every one of those international instruments includes these flag, port, coastal, or market state responsibilities, which need to be implemented comprehensively. I'm getting to the end of my presentation just to show you this map on the Agreement on Port State Measures, which was adopted in 2009, came into force in 2016, and promises to be the most potent and cost-effective tool in combating IUU fishing. Currently, there are 105 states that are bound to the agreement. The PSMA, as we refer to it, has experienced the highest rate of ratifications ever when compared to other international instruments. It is, for example, roughly double the rate of adherence that the UN Fish Stocks Agreement experienced. And the number continues to grow. There are other countries, important fishing nations also, considering to become a party in the very near future. It is important that more countries join, because in that way we have more ports that are doing the due diligence and conducting those minimum standards required to ensure that vessels visiting ports have been complying with regulations and have not conducted IUU fishing. The more countries that join, the more ports that enforce these minimum standards for port state measures, the stronger the agreement becomes. Finally, this is my last slide. I'd like to touch upon capacity development. Clearly, as we all know, and it must be going through your minds, that one of the biggest challenges is for developing states to implement those minimum standards. And most of those international instruments that have been adopted include provisions that recognize the requirements of developing states. FAO, more specifically my team, has engaged in a capacity development program for the last 8 years or so, coming up, well, more than 8 years now. The program has benefited from $35 million donated by generous donors. And we have seen that we need to ensure that capacity development is sustainable. It's not only about going around the world delivering training courses. Capacity development is not training. Training is part of it, but it is not only training. It is not enough to go into a country and develop a beautiful law, because that law needs to be implemented. It is not enough to set up standard operating procedures in ports and to train inspectors if there isn't the legislation to support the job of those inspectors. And therefore, the capacity development needs to be based on these three main pillars. Developing a policy and legislation that can be supported by the institutional setup, having a capacity to be able to implement that legislation, and to have the proper resources, the minimum requirements, monitoring, control, surveillance, and operation resources to do that. At the heart of all that, there is training. training, legal training, operation training, enforcement training, etc. So that is what we aim to do through capacity development. The implementation of those minimum requirements of international instruments is improved, is strengthened. We have seen tremendous results, tremendous commitment, and this is why I say, although we haven't reached the target by 2020 to eliminate IU fishing, FAO is confident that countries have pulled together, have the commitment, have the vision, and want to eradicate IU fishing, so that that engine, that ideal engine, can function. With that, I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, and compliments to Dr. Camilleri for addressing a very complicated topic in a very simple way. He has stressed the need for sound fisheries management and need for long-term conservation and management. He addressed the code of conduct for responsible fisheries, which can be said as a mother of many of the instruments which has come later, addressing the finer points given in the code. He has stressed on the details of the fish management process, including legislative frameworks, regulations, and implementation enforcement in this process, negative impacts of the illegal and unreported fishing. And all the instruments, he stressed upon there are the minimum standards which country has to follow and need for information sharing and capacity building for the countries. Thank you again, Dr. Camilleri.
In the interest of time, we will only take one or two questions from the floor. If people have any and would like to ask, then now is the opportunity. Otherwise, try and catch up with our speakers in the rest of the conference. But let us now see if we have any pressing questions from the floor. We have one. Dr. Krishna, we're about a microphone.
Anybody microphone?
I'm really excited with the second presentation of Dr. Matthew. The increasing divide from a fisher to the research or the policy decision makers perhaps is also one key lacuna in this implementations across different countries. So perhaps that divide has to be reduced. Rather, I would put it very simple. If I am a fisherman, and if I am the scientist, and if I am the policy manager, perhaps I would not use these terms illegal, unreported, and unregulated. I would rather put a softer term for these. I hope you understood my point. There should be a reduced gap between what is actually happening, why is it happening in most of these countries, and how it can be really overcome. Rather than be just going away far off from the real-time scenarios and making policies which becomes more and more difficult or at times maybe a little impractical also. For example, on a subsistence scale, if a fisherman has been practicing for say 2 centuries, suddenly we are classifying them as a demand of market or rather an export trade coming in and a regulation coming into that practice. He somehow has been catering to only a domestic requirement for a small region or maybe a small community. So this is just my opinion. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure, would you like to comment on that, Matthew? I think the comment being made was that the language that we use doesn't always translate to people who are working on the ground, the fishers that are in practice. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that comment. The term illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing is a term that has been agreed upon in one of these international instruments. But the instrument, in fact, does not define IUU fishing. It just says that IUU fishing includes these type of practices. And it was done in such a way on purpose to leave it open to determine what constitutes IUU fishing. What is for sure is that anything that goes against the set regulations, which are hopefully based on scientific grounds, are followed. So if you break a regulation, then it is illegal, or whatever you want to call it. Not reporting your catches, not reporting your activities is detrimental. One needs to have a system to report. We saw that in the presentation this morning that, for example, artisanal fisheries, there is, you have to double it. It's being underreported by 50%. That is not good, because that information is required for the scientific process that would then set up the regulations. And unregulated fishing is also very detrimental, because one cannot fish blindly. There needs to be monitoring in place, regulations set. Now, of course, it's the prerogative of the country to deal with that within the context of its sub-region and region through the RFMOs. But you are right. The industry needs to be involved. We have observed that the industry has been involved more and more, even in these international instruments. And also country delegations are including representatives from the industry during statutory meetings that we organize. So it's a very valid comment. And just to wrap up here, something that I forgot to mention, there should not be a confusion between what IUU fishing is and crimes that are happening on board the fishing vessel. So if a fishing vessel is smuggling drugs, that is not IUU fishing. It's smuggling drugs. It is a different type of crime. If it is indecent working conditions on board, that is not IUU fishing. That is labor laws. So there has to be a distinction between these things, and maybe this can create some confusion sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, and Matthew, and thank you for that question. I think
Last question.
we take one more question, Dr. Jena.
Oh, yeah, last question.
We have permission for one more. But I just say that there is a session on policy and governance systems, and the lead speaker in that session is Dr. Martin Blavink from University of Amsterdam, and I think he will also touch on this issue in a different way. Yes.
Maldives have 7, Bangladesh and other countries have 3, Sri Lanka has 3, but India does not have a designated port where a foreign vessel can come and unload the fish. And this is when a place like Bay of Bengal, where 50 countries are fishing, they don't get an opportunity to land here, they go to Thailand and some other countries, add to their economy, and then this. So my question here is when the current processing capacity in India is largely underutilized, 600 processing plants, which are almost on an average 30% at the utilization rate. A foreign vessel bringing the vessel fish will be of great use, but still the apprehension is when a foreign vessel is allowed, what are the benefits the fishermen, the domestic fishermen will get? and how they can be benefited by a country allowing a foreign vessel to land here.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. In fact, the agreement on port state measures is also, it's not only being seen as something which is an extra duty of the port state, but there are many countries that are seeing it as a benefit. We have observed that there are a few countries that have expanded their number of designated ports and their port facilities, attracting more fishing vessels to come to their ports, which means generating more economy, which means that they are able to increase their trade, their international trade, because more fish is coming in. This is a reality. So we're increasingly seeing that becoming a party to the Port State Measures Agreement is a benefit to that country. Now, how does it benefit the local fishermen? Well, if we know that humans create these lines of EEZs, but fish don't know where those lines are. Highly migratory species, straddling fish stocks, they go in and out of EEZs. And if a foreign fishing vessel has been fishing on the high seas for a stock, on a stock that is being fished also within the EEZ by local fishermen, that is an opportunity for the port state to be able to check on that foreign vessel when it was fishing on the high seas for that stock. So in a way, you are taking over that responsibility and having the opportunity to check on other vessels, not on your own vessels only, on species that are of interest to you. So that is already of a benefit to the local fishers. Then, just to clear any misconception, with a fishing vessel coming into a port, it is the prerogative of the port state to determine what the conditions are. It's not that the foreign vessel being allowed into port can do any fishing whilst it's coming into port. Clearly not. So this is the other message that I want to show, that yes, there are benefits, and in the case of India, we've noted, yes, that no foreign vessels coming in, whether they are catching vessels or carrier vessels, and maybe this is an opportunity to be explored in the case of India, as other countries in the region are doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. I think we'll end this session now. It has been a wonderful session, and I'll hand over to Dr. Jena.
Thank you very much, everyone sitting on the dais, Dr. John Zhao, Dr. Matthew Camilleri, for a wonderful presentation. I know for sure the audience, they wanted to ask several more questions, but already we are late. Our students are waiting to perform, so we don't take time. Thank to Dr. Neil and Dr. Kuldeep for executing so nicely. So sincere thanks to each one of you. So on behalf of the organizers, we would like to felicitate the speakers.
So I request our Honorable DDG to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Matthew Camilleri. I now request Dr. J.K. Jena to please felicitate Dr. Jun Zhu. I further request Dr. J.K. Jena to please felicitate the chairs, Professor Neil Loneragan and Dr. Kuldeep K. Lal. Thank you all.
just 5 minutes, our students are ready to perform. If you want to go out, come back within 5 minutes. Let me just inform you, since morning, including the inaugural session, then keynote presentation and 5 plenary presentations where YouTube, ICAR channel, it was live casted. So several people were witnessing this presentation. So live streaming was going on. I think it will be available also later on in the YouTube. Thank you so much.
हेलो चेक 1 हेलो हेलो हेलो